无真，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
准图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
这姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿。
这是掌混沌真气，乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！是，别说了！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！ 阿姐在。这不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我这里绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐， 将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉已一日过半。过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
淑珍，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
转图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！
这是掌
混沌真气，乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！放开我！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。老身绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by Creatives as we're wrapping up our first full week actually here at the Nbpl. Kind of a mixture hybrid double week, but we're wrapping this up and we're actually going into the upper side of the bracket here for trios to see who is going to be making it into the next stage and who's going to be going down into that lower bracket. Before we get going though, Creatives, welcome back. I can't believe me and you are doing trios 2 times in a row. How you doing?
Right? It's amazing. I'm happy. I'm happy to be here. I mean, from what we saw when we first got out here, me and you, for this 2026 season, I mean, trios look spectacular. You know, I haven't kept up just because of the times that the streams are during the week, but overall, I'm super excited. Like, I'm just gonna keep comparing this to solos just because, you know, I have to, but we'll talk about it just in a second. As always, the Twitch drops are always live every single time the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League is up. And for now, once again, that Champions Bubble Choice gift, having that every single day, daily, is just amazing for the people who've been wanting to. Oh, it's actually rare. There's only limited 1 per person, but hey, so you get another chance for another ones. And then, you know, the stream events, we have the Serene Treasures and the Crimson's gift as well. But yeah. Back to what I was gonna mention, just gonna keep comparing it to solos. You know, solos had a different tempo to it from what we were used to in the 2025 season. And then yesterday, because, you know, winners bracket, and I'm gonna say it again, just comparing, just, you know, today is gonna be the top 8 best teams you could say for the Pro League, just because both of these all 8 teams have been in that bracket play and made it into that top 4. So, you know, I feel like today is going to be probably, you get the clear picture of how finals will kind of look like, more similar, just because you don't have the lower teams in play. Yes, they still have another chance, even if the lower 4 do, you know, if teams are lower 4 right now, they still have 1 more chance to fight against the top 4 of the last losers bracket. But yeah, overall, I think it's going to be an exciting time here, Brian.
Yeah, this is the last chance for players, for the, well, at least 4 teams to lock themselves an easy path into those final section of this tournament. For those who go down, they obviously have to play versus the winners of the losers bracket round. So you're playing versus some people who, regardless if you drop here, you get an extra game day before finals, so a little bit more prep coming in, but obviously you do risk it all, because if you don't make it work, if you lose today and then lose next week, you're out and then you're just not going to be in the finals. You have to wait for the reset to go back around once again. And I do feel like, you know, so the upper and lower brackets can be a little disingenuous, because I mean, you've got the world champs in there, you got SS1 in that lower bracket. Like, there are some good teams down there, and if you're dropping in, you've got to work hard. It's not a free sale just because you made top 4 for the first time around. But I will say, me and you actually did the first day of Group A together, and this Group A roster, genuinely some really scary players over here. I actually got to do Group B as well, so I got to do both of them. Both of these top 4 teams, genuinely really impressive. I think the weakest looking of the teams we got playing today is probably going to be IG, but we did see some life in them. They took the martial arts at the beginning of the day. I'm a big IG fan, by the way. Like, you know, like storied team from many different esports and one of the biggest Chinese orgs there is. So I want to see them do well. It's awesome to have them here, but I think they've got their work cut out for them. I think YZG look incredible. RW look really good. XKG also crushed it as well. 5-1. Were they the ones? No, it was YZG who got 2 wins on their day. There are some really, really top teams in here. This is going to be a very, very fun day of games. Obviously, opening with the martial arts, though. So we get these 1v1s, which, you know, with the fact that we don't have, like, hero bans, isn't as impactful for, like, the pick order side of things. But what it does mean is you do get, you know, 8 points at the start of the day if you take the victory there. And those 8 points might be the difference maker between you making it into the finals and you having to play another round and lose that life.
I love that we have martial arts ultimate for trios now. I mean, isolated 3v3s, it's so exciting to watch. And then just the straight fireflies for games 2 through 5 as well. It's just straight action. But, you know, throughout the whole time, I'm going to be picking your brain because, you know, you have done multiple days already with this new system in play. And, you know, from what I saw when we were first on here, we saw a lot of aggression off drop from teams all the way through end of second yang. It was just full on throttle, right? How these teams were working. And I mean, for me, I think that tempo of how the structure was showcasing for trios alone was just it looked very nice. It looked very exciting to watch. It was a lot more action. Yeah, we did drop to 18s, but overall, you know, I liked it. I really did enjoy it. I kept thinking about it even when I was casting solos. I was like, yo, trios has a whole different tempo than how solos is looking like right now. But yeah, was that the same case there for the day one of Lobby B as well? Did we have the same type of action like we did for Lobby A?
Martial arts was more or less the same. I think martial arts is borderline solved in that way, or at least no one's done anything but changes and breaks the ice there. So I feel like expect to see more of what we saw in the martial arts. The one thing I will say is, yes, the tempo is high, regardless of Group A and B. They were both relatively high tempo games. I actually do think, though, Group B were a little bit more chill than Group A. I think Group A, when we got to do it, was absolutely wild. Like, games were ending very early. It was incredibly high tempo. Group B, still very high tempo. We did see, I think it was only one time, but we did actually see the circle fully close once in one of the games. And most of them came down to kind of closing out just after that last Spirit Well, while everyone gets corruption, which was pretty standard what we saw in Group A. But I do feel like there were more teams making it to final circles in Group B, or like end game in Group B, than we saw in Group A. Group A was incredibly accelerated. Now, typically, what I have seen over my many years of doing NARAKA is aggression is contagious. And tempo is also contagious. So if you have half the lobby playing hyper aggressive, the other half either just go out or they have to play hyper aggressive. It's very hard to slow down a snowball that's already built up momentum. So if we get the likes of like the YZG, the WFG, the two teams who were very, very high tempo in their group and kind of dictated Group A's momentum, playing like they did on their day one, I think, you know, the RWs, the Wolves, those lot are obviously going to... I don't think Wolves are actually playing. I think they got knocked down, if I remember right. Oh, well. Regardless, the teams who are in that lower bracket, that Group B bracket, are probably going to have to match up and try and play to the tempo, or they're going to have to play very passively and maybe not get too many points put together. So, yeah, I expect this to be an explosive start to the day, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense, right? If you either try to float with the wave and get into that same momentum to try to pick up some eliminations, you need those points as well, right? No multiplier in the system no more. So, yeah, the placement of points are good, but having the rack of points of those eliminations is what really sets the bracket apart throughout the whole day. And, or, you know, if some teams just want to slow it down, play the tempo, play the placement points a lot more, you're kind of missing out on the chances and opportunities of at least snagging up 1 to 2 points in altercations where, you know, teams are going at it, third party, fourth party, whatever the case can be. It's like a double-edged sword, right? And this is what's great about the game and just NARAKA in general. Just, you know, you really got to adapt. You have to adapt, and you really have to see what's your best to, you know, in this instance, make it to that top 4, make sure you qualify for finals. And yeah, I mean, overall, I'm excited. I'm excited to watch trios again. First time we were here, I had a blast. I love the aggression off of first Yang. With that Vermilion's Birds Might, teams with same bus fighting each other. It's just so fun to watch. We had massive commotions, especially games 1 and 4, I believe. It was just straight chaos right outside first Yang. So I'm super excited about that. I'm also going to be, you know, keep an eye at the compositions that we have for today as well. I mean, the Justina comp was just so strong for that first day as well. So I don't think that's going to be any different this time around. Yes, we did have a little variation difference there, substituting the Akos, but it didn't really play off as good as the Justina comp that we saw for that day. So, you know, that's just the little things I'm going to be looking at.
That's quite a lot of men there. It's quite interesting to talk about, actually, some of the differences we saw between the days. First off, I think the A-Class comp actually was played better in Group B. They definitely had a good read on that comp. which was really cool to see because I genuinely think that comp is really slept on right now. The ability to just guarantee a 2v3 by locking someone in the ACOS cage, throwing all the CC at them, murdering them, and then suddenly the other team are like, right, we're 2v3. They have no ultimates, but we are 2v3. So it's going to be very hard for us to target one person and take them down unless you're doing this to an ACOS comp in response because they can just do the same back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really interesting how that comp I think is a little bit more slept on, and the teams are kind of defaulting a little bit to old faithful, which is transformer comps. I don't know, man.
You're not happy about
I'm a hater. I know I'm a hater, but like, there's a lot of transformer comps in the meta. The Ainors, the obviously the monk comps. You've got. There's another transformer comp out there, isn't there? Or am I going crazy? Oh, there's like a Yuashin Takeda comp, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of transformer comps, and I feel like that is just the stock standard default for the players because they know how to play these transformer comps really well.
Yes.
And it takes them a moment to get that kind of adaptation and that for them to cook up ideas and answers. Crowd control was what killed a lot of these monk comps in the first place because monk couldn't dodge like the Viper stuns and stuff effectively. They gave him the jump, so he's a little bit better at it now. But even so, you ACOS on him, you go for the stuns from there. Just the inner freezes are very, very easy to hit on monk, and the CC lasts longer. And with the ult duration changes, so they last longer in general. Like, crowd control is such a hard counter to transformer comps. So I would like to see more of that. And then that would give us room for, maybe a little bit more cooking in other areas for other comps to show up. We saw some of the Jeonhun comps showing up as kind of like a solid B tier pick for these teams once they kind of wanted to move away from those transformer comps. But I felt there's a lot of untapped potential right now as far as the hero select goes. But I do think, at least here in this martial arts, we're going to see a lot of transformer comps because they do great in here, giving that basically an extra health bar worth of stats, plus a lot of damage you can throw out, starting with the good weapons. Very excited to see this martial arts and see if anyone's maybe thought about stuff since the first rotation, and maybe these guys have got something they've been cooking away in the kitchen that they can pull out here.
I just got PTSD from yesterday when you mentioned Lee. Man, Lee is a problem in solos, man. Lee is really insane. But right now, we're locked in with trios here for the first game of the day here in Martial Arts Ultimate. We had the Enor composition, like Hipper just stated. The Transformer comps already invested here for the first round, and it's going to be a mirror match here with the hotties of Pink Enor here for both sides, DRG and RW. Youth, though, looks like he's going to be the one taking a little bit more damage here against Mai. The Enors are going to be having this isolated fight here to stop any sorts of pressure towards their teammates. But Mai now trying to get a little bit of that chip damage there onto the hottie. Massive parry there onto Kakashi. Now in the back end, lots of pressure. And AB now is going to eat up a lot of damage as well.
That was absolutely beautiful. Parry into the follow-up, making sure that Kakashi will not go for that kill. Forces the ultimate out, and that is a low hardy flying around here. Nobody's gone down yet. Those zip heals definitely proving to be a bit of a menace for them. Mike gonna cube away to safety here. Has not got the ultimate built back up. He may actually start to rack that transform up fairly quick, especially people starting to go very low here. AB taken down off the screen as Mai's been knocked back, and RW now looking to keep this pressure up, knowing that they're down a player on to their side. They get the parry here onto Mai. Mai looking for a turnaround, but I don't think the window is going to be given to him. He's lost 2 teammates. And that is round number 1 going over to DRG.
Kakashi, calm, cool, collected, 73 on the heartbeat. Teammates 128, 119. I mean, you see him, veteran chilling. Now the monks are up here, off rip once again, and isolated 3v3s. The monks are the ones on that first point. And you see Kakashi and RB going at it with the Gooba Stomps, looking for a grab onto Yuan. Doesn't manage to do so. Don Q, on the other hand, trying to take a quick reset in there to go back to full health to re-engage. But now Kakashi goes up high, does manage to get a little bit of damage, I believe, there off the stomp. Gets the grab onto AB, looking for a double, and grabs it there. But the timer on the monk ult is gone, and now the fairy ult here is online here for AB.
Donkey 9 already taken down by the mech. This time DRG on that back foot, down a player. They do have their own, actually they don't have their own mech. They're running a different configuration here, sorry. Gonna get a cannon fire on. Losing your Aisha and losing one of your Transformers before he's transformed is going to be detrimental here. I think RW have bought themselves enough of a strong window here. Kakashi lost all of his armor. AB out of the mech now, going to keep the pressure up. And that should be the end of Kakashi. Youth has fallen. RW do lose a player in response, but I think this is going to be one hell of a 1 versus 2, especially with that parry coming in. RW will equalize the score here. We're now down to this sudden death at the end of this best of 3.
Yeah, round 3. We're at it. Once again, we have a Tesla, Justina, Kurumi in the cut here for, I believe, RW, and also the Syra Viper Justina. I think there's a little variation down the RW's composition, right?
They've cooked up a little bit here. I haven't seen Kurumi outside of either a Takeda comp or a Monk comp in a very, very long time, but gonna cook up something. See if this sustain from this Kurumi is going to be enough to turn the tides here, along with that Syra sustain as well. And AP getting absolutely pinned against the edge here. Kakaichi's throwing the ultimate down. They're just going to look for the kill onto Yuan here. Yuan is going to just get absolutely blasted by the CC. The Kurumi doesn't get to play. Youth is going to come out with a spear, though, and get a lot of damage onto Kakaichi. Strips away half of that armor, but he is 1 versus 3. Throws the charm out. Will try and look and see if he can get the turnaround. It could be pretty huge from him, but they're going to pop it. Only Kakaichi getting caught here, and now he's going to look for the follow-up, but Donkey9 makes sure that Kakaichi will not be finalized off the back of this one. He's doing a solid job holding this one out down. Has himself the F available, but there he goes. Wow. DRG will take it. That was brutal.
Wow. It was just lockdown after lockdown after lockdown there. There's really not much that you can do there, as you see there. But overall, though, this common strat that I'm seeing now, right? This is the play to make. You spawn in, get your weapons down, trade them out to your teammates. So they're able to potentially 2-on-1 or whatever the case can be, weapon swap, whatever they need to do. Just having that extra different weapon in their arsenal, because you are tied into only one weapon when you lock in your character here for the martial arts. So being able to do that, you see every team is going to start off dropping weapons off rip. But overall, Aqua's competition online here for, I believe, IG. Looking for the damage here. Got Hailing circle there from Kurumi. Ooh, Kurumi Aqua's Viper there for XKG. Looking for the overheals off of this, or sorry, IG. But the Ener comp here is strong. 2-tick gets the damage onto XXL. Massive wake up pair there onto ZXL. Does take a little bit of damage there from Han. Now the Viper ultimate is going to be invested. It looks like these players might get stunned here, and it looks like it could be ZXL. No, makes it alive, and now we're back to neutral.
Yeah, wasn't able to get too much off there. No silence F here running on XXL, going for the damage option instead. I feel like the silence would be so impactful, especially just to shut the zip healing down. XXL starting to go a little bit low. Does have that Kurumi in the pocket, although I don't think there is any ultimate on IG. Definitely cooked up something a little bit interesting. Han finds himself the parry onto 2-tick, able to take away half his armor, make that all of the armor with the flying knives follow-up. Has got the healing, though, coming in to the pocket from the zip to make sure that 2-tick's not under too much pressure here. 1 minute 20. We're getting close towards that tome spawning up. It could get dicey as XXL going low here is able to just about break away 2-tick with the cube. And another round of the ACOS lockdown means Zen is going to fall, but it's a trade out. I believe that's a 1-for-1. No, it's a 2-for-1. SKG take the first round versus IG.
Wow. It's so fast. I'm trying to catch it all. It's just, you see it go one way, it goes another just instantly. Now round 2, sorry. XKG on the Monk, up ready here for Han as well. For a grab, does manage to connect there in the back and gets the slam right before the Gooba Stomp manages to interrupt that. And now they're frying the Monk here. 2-tick is in big trouble. Zen with the shotgun burst off the flying knives, gets the damage. Now Han gets another grab onto ZXL. He's gonna go ahead and just get the damage. No, this mash out is good there for ZXL on the Syra 2v3 situation very early. Just a straight pressure on the opposition's Monk, being able to make it a 2v3. Now how is XKG going to respond off of this situation? Han just applying tons of pressure here, looking for the damage there. I believe they're going to be trying to pick out ZXL here out of the bunch. The Syra ultimate is still alive and intact, ready there for that squad. The overheads looking for the damage. ZXL gets hit with a little bit of damage there by XXL. Now the Syra ultimate is going to be invested as well. Jun out of that ult. Now it's going to be pretty rough with half of that white HP gone already. Han ready to go back on in with a fist blaze. Opens up with a massive jump parry, and that is going to be it for ZXL.
Nice little pick up there off the back of that one, and it does look like IG are going to equalize out the score going into that third round, unless this is one hell of a 1v3. We're yet to see one, sadly, in the martial arts. We have had them historically in trios. It was FPX with the final circle 1v3, triple parry into the zone, follow up with greatsword. Genuine cinema coming out from that play. So maybe one day we'll get to see it. IG and DRG now. Sorry, XKG, DRG will last round. Final fight to determine who's going to take this. It's the Tessa Yue Shen Viper versus a pretty standard Einor comp here from the side of IG. You'll look for the Charm making the connection onto a couple of players. It looks like they're just making sure that no follow-up options are going to be available. Han going full aggro, but does have the Yue Shen jumping down onto him, basically to do the same thing as an enemy Einor. Just playing interrupts. We see the Viper come up, looking to go down that stun. If it hits onto Han, that could just be absolutely game for the side of IG. He's able to break away from the stun, but he's lost a lot of HP here. Looking to kill onto Tutik. Tutik throws the F down just as a combo breaker to break away as Han loses half of his armor. IG now down onto Zen. Han's able to break away with a cube to combo break out from that spear as he jumps in onto Tutik's pocket. Looks for the finalize onto him, but he gets finished up. And now IG have just one player. If he can get that last touch, it's a 1 versus 2. He's able to, but XXL has absolutely no health to speak of, no ultimate to speak of, stripping away some of XXL's armor, and he's trying to finish him up. He's dodging, he's evading, but the pots are going to be coming through, and XXL will fall.
Wow.
That's SKG taking that round.
Yunjian with the last final blow to XXL. Could have been close. I mean, he went for the cross-up, gets caught up just in a 1v2. It's just so many things to try to cover. Unfortunate enough, was not able to get that parry. If he was, he probably could have made that a 1v1, but, you know, on to the next round. Got to count your blessings, just keep it moving. Overall, though, Monk Comp out here for, I believe, YZG, 17S. Looking for the grabs here for the YZG squad. Wolves, on the other hand, playing the Yushan. XN be able to stagger the Takeda just a little bit. QGG looking for that mid-range pressure there off the fly. Now it's the big grab there for 17S onto NHQ. Doesn't manage to get the damage, gets the double grab. Players manage to get out just in time, and now the CC onto the Monk with the D Monk now. Got the lead out as well, applying the pressure. Takeda's out in the field there for QGG. There for the pill there for 17S. You see him now trying to stay right near each other to make sure they can cover each other's back. Senze gets parry. XN now is going to force out the Monk F there for the bell, but the damage from the Justina is good enough, and they are going to be snagging the elimination onto 17S. QGG now next one up. Very weak. Wolves trying to stay up. A double uppercut there onto XN and ZK. It looks like a pair is going to connect there from QGG. Very low. Both players are going to try to make it, but no, it stays towards Wolves' side, and they are going to be able to take round number 1.
You can see the heart rates across the board high there. Wolves, that honestly could have gone any way. Everyone was low, and Wolves were just able to find those uppercuts onto multiple members, which was the tide turner in this fight. Now back onto an Einor comp. Pretty much what we saw at the end of that last best of 3. For the Yue Shen comp to follow up here as Wolves actually just able to open up nice and early onto QGG. They're getting a lot of damage off, stripping away that armor. And with just the pressure being given by the Hardy, this is going to cause some real issues. There's going to be the transform forced out. And ZK, he's quite happy to use the cube, reposition, finally going for the transform. Played it slow to make sure that he had transformed for as much as time as possible without being interrupted by a Yue Shen. And when QGG comes out, remember, he's going to be relatively low health, no armor on him. So ZK could look for an assassination as soon as this transform ends. But it looks like 17S is the target they're going for the execute onto, and that's going to be the end of him. So with that, Wolves have the man advantage, slamming down. Cuckoo is going to get caught by the execute there as well. And YZG, it's not even close this time around. They're going out. These guys dominated their first group day of Group A. They got slammed here by the Group B Wolves.
The Wolves back. Super clean there in that 2-0 fashion. They're being able to move on to the next round. Now GG 521. The Vietnam squad here for the Pro League. Looking to try to get the dub here against GG, but CJ's already investing this Inner Ultimate. Going for the air arm beast against Akame. Does get the mark, but doesn't get the ground pound there off that ultimate. Akame, though, eating up so much pressure. I believe they have the Sapine there for the sustain. I'm not sure if the Sapine ultimate did already get invested there to make sure that player did not fall. We have another ultimate being called in here for the Pose and Hottie. Players are up with that Prism whenever they need it. Fat Milk, on the other hand, is going to get marked once again, but now The D-Monk here for CJs as well. As Fat Melt looking for the entry there on the fist blades. Akame though is gonna eat up the damage. Jump LMBs ×2 into the F recast for CJ. Still applying the pressure there onto the Zepane, but the Hottie is there for a little bit of peel there for his squad. Pampy on the other hand, very healthy right here. Doesn't even get touched, but Akame eating up so much damage. The pressure is there. Gets completely fried. LXM with the last and final hit there onto Akame, and now it's a 2v3 against 521.
Yeah, can he turn that one around? Well, can they turn that one around? I said he. 521. No major abilities to work with CGS. Keeping Pampy aerial here with the flying knives, uppercuts. Beautiful pressure being brought on. Fat Milk. I've been asking for a 1v3. Let's see if you got one in the tank. It's going to be hard, though, especially when you get eaten by the parry. Caught on the edge. No way, Jose. Down he goes. That's Wolves taking that. Sorry, that's GG. Wolves won the last one. That's GG taking the first round. Now, second round going over. Monk comp versus a UA comp here coming in. So triple transformers in this fight. Pampy gonna go in for a Monk transformation. See if he can maybe find some grabs off. You can see though that the Shonhan has his ult in play there. Was able to get a couple of blasts off. Get some guaranteed damage. Catches himself a grab onto 330. Who's just gonna get caught by the punch. They're gonna look for the re-grab off the uppercut to keep him aerial. That was beautiful, but a lovely freeze comes in onto Pampy to play denial. Can they finish him up? 330 has fallen to Akami. Pampy's going to lose that transform, and the Yuashen didn't even get to transform. GG. They might just have had this one turned back around on them. LXM has to break away to go for a heal, and that's going to leave his ally pinned against the edge. CJS goes down. LXM is able to get a couple of pots off, but is immediately swamped by a bunch of full health 5-2-1 players. The pillar goes down. There was no room to breathe there for GG. And this means we're going to sudden death on this best of here.
Beautiful. Being able to turn that around. 521 now. Forcing that round 3. GG. Now with the Monk on their side. Going to be potentially trying to look for a grab off rip. As you see LXM already monking up. Pampy's going to respond with the Yushan or the Monk ultimate as well. Yushan ult here for 521. Looking for the overheads. This is a lot more composed now. Players are just gonna wait out these ultimates, I believe. Nobody wants to full commit. But you gotta get caught up. Pampy just a little bit of love tap, but Fat Milk does get caught up there. Does have the escape though, just in time to avoid that full damage. Eats up a good majority of it though, but Fat Milk now is to be able to back on up. Akami on the other hand is gonna go ahead and invest his Takeda ultimate. CJ's as well, I believe, has it online. We see the horn on CJ's. Both players calling that Furin, making sure they can have that pill just online just before that ultimate runs on. Now LXM on the other hand is still cutting down the pressure. 330 still up as well. Catches the power. Kurumi ultimate still online there for that squad, for both squads actually. They're gonna wait it out. First one comes out. We're going to have to wait and see how it goes. 521 already invested this Kurumi ultimate. Akame F now to try to respond. Can't release blue on him. Got to be real careful to get caught up with something. But CJ is really aware of playing that same character. Knows exactly how that character works. As you see here, the R&B focus off the fan. Akame still going to go ahead and try to find the opening. But it's very slow for this round. These players are really just trying to wait for that perfect opportunity if someone drops low. But nobody has found that success. But as soon as I say that, 330 just eats up so much damage.
Yeah, LXM also does eat a parry in the response, but the Kurumi Tep are going to keep everyone nice and healthy here. 5-2-1, definitely on the lower end here. Another parry does get eaten by 330. If they can kill the Kurumi, they can kill the sustain, and just like that, GG lose 2 players. Wow. Get hits by another parry, and with the follow-ups on the flying knives and fans, that is an easy as you like there for GG to finish that round up and moving through to the next phase. 5-2-1 versus Wolves and DRG versus XKG on the upper side of the bracket. Going to start with Wolves versus 5-2-1. Teams running different forms of transformers again. I like to call these the zippy transformers, the ones that are very speedy and mobile.
I mean, with that addition with the Enor, right? He really changed the tempo a lot on the transformer. He just has so much mobility on that character. As you see here, Fat Melt gonna go ahead and showcase it for us. Manages to grab a double piece there. ZK now with the ground slam gets the damage. Now that's a lot of damage onto that player. Fat Melt still applying the pressure onto ZK. You see him not being able to tap dodge roll anywhere. He's gonna be forced to pop his ultimate now on the lead. First one is good, going
Oh my
for
word.
the wall hack off this. Oh, he just gets fried off the fine knives, and that's going to be a 2v3 in the favor of Wolves.
Yeah, that is an absolutely disgusting amount of damage they just threw down onto the Idol. What didn't let him play as a parry does come out. Wolves, though, going to keep the pressure up onto 5-2-1 players. Pampy able to get the flying knives off there. Going to see that Wolves actually have made this a 2v2 while they go and get some healing done. Pampy going to get pretty heavily harassed here by the member of Wolves. As Akami and Pampy, the best thing they can do is spread out. If they get caught grouped up, they're going to get blown away. And they actually were able to group, make this a turnaround 5-2-1.
What?
Ain't no way they got those kills.
What?
That was crazy.
You thought it was in the bag of Wolves' pocket, but no. 521 stays up, and you see it in the player cam. They're letting them know across the stage, but now ZK is going to try to make this back. Got to try to make up for what just happened. Try to make it to that round 3. Akame loses a lot of HP. Look at the shotgun burst onto the Enor. Loses half HP already. Needs to be real careful. Fat Milk and his teammate Akame, both players still full focus in ZK. Pampy, on the other hand, on the Monk. Hasn't really lost much. The mark is not good there for ZK. Drops down, massive parry there from Fat Milk into the Dragon Slayer. Beautifully done. Gets the uppercut. No, it has the F4, the soft F, to be able to break out. ZK now going for their old F recast onto the player up in the sky. The hotties are out as well. We see them in the air. Not sure if the ultimate was invested, but now the full lift onto Fat Milk. The hottie for the pill there. Fat Milk now is going to be forced to pop this Cyro ultimate.
Yeah, see if he can find a good stun angle. They're going to quickly go away with the cube to safety. Fat Milk's trying to get closer. If he can find the dazzle, it'll be enough. But I believe the cube out bought them the safety. Pampy doesn't get caught there by the stun. ZK, no armor left. The cannon fire coming in from 5-2-1 is doing a fantastic job for them. But we've seen Wolves turn these around again. That's going to be Wolves taking Fat Milk, so they've got the man advantage now. But ZK is going to be losing his life. There he goes. Akami about to lose the cannon fire, and this could just get very dicey. They've traded it out 1-for-1 so far, so it's a 2v2. And now with the Ferrier mech gone down, 5-2-1. Let's see if they've got enough juice in the tank, as immediately XN catches himself the parry, but Akami answers back with the double, and there's the trade back out. It's a 2 versus 1. NiHQ, no armor to speak of, throwing down the bell, and NiHQ is going to fall. What an amazing fight there for 5-2-1.
It's just insane turnarounds there from 521. You see them going in the back end and just in the back foot, I should say, and they just manage to stay composed and just clean it up somehow, some way, just looking clean, making it a 2v2 there, finishing it up. I mean, just super overall clean for 521. But now DRG going at against XKG. Going to be the drop down mid-range focus there from the flying knives from Mai. It's going to go ahead and invest the Enor ultimate as well. The pressure is here. Looks like that's a 3-player marking, but doesn't manage to get it. Goes for the arrow R&B off the ult cast there. Looking, Kakashi on the other hand tries to cut out some of that pressure with no armor left. I believe he is going to be forced to try to back on up. Not sure who's going to be hit with the most pressure here in this situation. ZXL, on the other hand, eats up a little bit of the damage there in the backside. Jun does manage to back on up. 2-tick now deforms up. Prior off rip here from Mai. Lots of damage. 1-2-3 connects as well. He's just getting completely shredded. The ping F is invested. Massive pair there on the backside. Mai trying to pill for his teammates since the short range focus. But 2-tick though, with the F recast, is going to be forcing out these players to back on up.
All right, well, you can see a cheeky scale rush out here from Mai. Just to break away. It's almost like just a full reset on the fight. Everyone's kind of backed off and dropped the aggression. Now they're going to be starting it back up as Genuine takes away a lot of his armor here. Does try and find a catch, but has to cube away to safety. Almost has that ultimate up. If he can survive just a little bit longer, he'll have that tool to work with. Here it is. Can he get it off in time? Yes, he can. Just about breaks away, but he has lost XL. So down their zip, down their healing, which means he has no real sustain other than just pop while flying. He's gonna not even attempt, actually. He's just gonna back off and see if maybe he can find some follow-up damage. Does clip 2 there with that final attack just before the ult fades away. Has still got the cube available, but this is a 1 versus 3 on a man with no ultimate and now no combo breaker. I don't think it's doable. There's the parry. There's the fan follow-up. DRG are gonna take that one.
It's just, I mean, especially have someone next to you in a 1v3. I mean, one of you guys just has to parry it, right? When you guys just has to parry it, the other player can just full chase down. As long as somebody's covering that parry window, you really can't trick off a focus release timing. It's just so hard to do so. So unfortunate enough, once again it happened. He's not able to find the Valley off of that, but the Kubo stomping to the grab there onto Jund early on here for Kakashi. Looking for the damage, a little bit of peel there from Two-Tick, making sure he does not get the damage on his teammate, and he gets completely shredded here. Kakashi now is going to be forced to demonk on out. Does manage to do so just in time. Don Q on the other hand looking for his opposition. Jund on that Pharaoh ult, looking for the missile shots, connects off the first there on Kakashi. Very low now here in this situation. Not sure if they're going to have enough sustain for this. Jund's now onto Kakashi, another missile. The Siren now turns his head there onto that player. The Monk now forced to pop this app. It's quickly becoming a 2v3, I believe. So still alive for now. But the scale rush there for Jund is going to be enough.
Yeah, it looks to be a 2v2 at the end of that, though. They were able to trade out. XKG showing us why they've been such a dominant force here in the league. Taking down my Donkey 9, left on his lonesome, gets caught by the parry, and there it is. XKG will take that round. And now we're down to that final fight between the pair of them. And it's a lot of crowd control coming in. You got the Zyra freeze comp from the side of XKG. Oh, no, sorry, from the side of DRG. And then XKG run this Yue Shen kind of interruption style comps. There's going to be a lot of crowd control. So a lot of staggering to catch on to the opponents here. Aerial players do drop down. ZXL pops the freeze there. Oh, no, he was caught by a freeze, sorry. They're a Viper. They don't have that. As they're going to look to try and catch himself a stun onto some players. They do get onto Mai. Mai's going to get heavily bullied out. They follow it up with the Urn as well, as they're looking to catch onto Two-Tick. ZXL has to come in with the backup. The freeze once again catches onto him, and that's going to be Two-Tick going down. Unleashes with the spear. Broken by the freeze, though, so he's not going to be able to get too much off there. Kakashi has his own freeze to work with, and DRG have the manpower advantage right now, being down the Tessa on the enemy team. Here comes the stun. Gonna have to look for at least one of them with it. It doesn't look like they're connected, but they're able to get the kill while they're playing the dodge angle. As Kakashi finds the parry onto Joanne there, as Joanne is just going down, as DRG will be taking this round and be going through into that final round versus Wolves. No, 5-2-1. DRG versus 5-2-1 is our finals. I don't know why I thought Wolves had made it.
So man, it's just so much damage. But I mean, the Zapines are doing a really good job with the sustain. That's also one thing I noticed. First day I was on here, just how well the Zapines able to sustain. You see these teams trying to try out the Kurumi as well in some of these instances. But for now, we have two Zapines out. Mirror matches here for this round, looking like game 6. Mai with a little bit of upper hand there, being able to knock off a little bit of that HP from the opposing Enor. Fat Mount now is going to get hit with the marking double hits there as well, with the flying eye pressure in the back end with his teammate. And DRG now have a little bit of that health advantage there against Fat Milk. Fat Milk still trying to apply the pressure. Hottie ultimates are out on both sides. I hear the cube up as well, so get caught up. You do have that safety net for now in the back end. Fat Milk gets caught up there off of the Hottie ultimate, is gonna be forced to pop the Q up. Mai's gonna chase down as well. Oh, Massive gets the RB plus the shotgun burst on 2, and the damage is there. And Mai with a disgusting play there for the chase down onto Fat Milk.
Can he sustain though? The zip healing does look to be pretty big for the moment. Goes for the scale rush off Pampy. Gonna get the flying knives off, just chip away some of that armor once again. But again, Mai is on that defensive. Does have his F available, but he gets hit by the parry, and Mai goes down here. Akami able to finish him up, as now Akami himself is just getting heavily caught out. We've caught ourselves in a 2 versus 2 to round this one out. It's so close, so dicey, but Pampy is bleeding out as Donkey 9 is able to take him down, and Akami will be following his teammate out of this one. That is round number 1 going to DRG.
Wow. Clean from Kakashi. Oh, man. Overall, that was a really insane fight. 521, nearly, I think it was like 1 or 2 mistakes, and it could have turned that around as well. And now you see him here, both monks up. 521 side Pampy, Kakashi for DRG, looking for the grabs. You see them playing patiently, not trying to full commit here to get fried up here in this old form. But overall, massive parry happening there out to Don Q. The grab doesn't come into play though. Kakashi still being able to be there for the pill, but the grab connects there for Pampy onto Don Q. Instantly hits the hit there for the hit confirmation. Fat Melt sees that, gets punished for it in the back end. Don Q now is going to be forced to back on up due to that Cyber ultimate being invested. Mon, on the other hand, is going to eat up a little bit of this damage. Pampy's still very healthy off this Monk ultimate. Hasn't really gotten in touch much as well. Fat Melt looking for the overhead drop down focus potentially here onto one of these players. 521's Fairy ultimate now is going to be invested as well. Looking for the overhead slams, gets the damage onto one player. Pampy now forced to pop the Zeph as well. Mr. shots raining from the top side of the pillar. Got to be real careful there with the staggers, not getting caught off at the prio. But Pampy still loses a lot of HP this time around. He's going to get caught off against 3 players from DRG. Haven't been able to get the last and final hit. Pampy still alive. Fat Mel with the pill out to Don Q. And 521 now turning it around. 2 players fall. And now it's a 1v3 here in the favor of 521.
And this is going to be an equalize out. There's the parry to dot the I's and cross the T's. 1 round remains. Winner of this will be taking 8 points going through into our regular maps. DRG have been genuinely very impressive on these on this martial arts section. 521. I actually am surprised. I know they're a good team, but I am surprised by their martial arts. I didn't really rate them that much in the first week, but turning it around, DRG, Kami is going to get caught out here by the parry. You see the transform from the Yue Shen throw down. Kakashi still holding onto that Viper Stun. Kami losing a lot of HP, is forced to throw the ultimate down with the free range shoves now loaded up. But Kami in a lot of danger here, just being completely caught out by the stagger lock as he's broken up by the stun. Another stun is going to connect onto multiple members of 521. And DRG are making this look easy. Fat Milk, last player standing, and he is just put in the blender against the wall. DRG will take the martial arts tournament.
Clean from DRG. You see him looking at tip-top shape here, ready for the remainder of today's matches. Being able to take that 8 points, I mean, from the first day we casted, SR did win their martial arts ultimates, and then throughout the whole night they just had a very rough night, not being able to, you know, get anything up on the board opposed from the first game. But you know, that is still a massive advantage going into the first game with 8 points. It just sets you up to have the comfortability throughout your remainder of the matches for the day. It's just going to be a lot better there. And you see here from 521 looking very clean. I can't even. Yeah. I can't really even say much with just them looking very clean overall. Being able to get those turnarounds in the early stages of their martial arts sets them up there to make it into the finals. Yes, they didn't take the first place, but they are going to take some points away. I think 4 points for second place.
Yeah, it's 8-4 and then 2, I believe. If I remember right.
Okay. 8-4-2.
Because I think solos is like half a point. It's a very small. It's 2-1 and half a point. I think it's a very small distribution of points, but bit more substantial here in trios because there's just more points flying around and more kills flying around. Triple the players. This is the first time we've seen DRG win anything since coming back for the year. They weren't able to take any maps during their group stage. Another big thing to watch out for was RW. On the day they played, they got 3 wins back to back. YCG got game 2 and game 6, but RW took 3 games back to back. Like, they dominated a lot of the day on that lobby. And ultimately, if I remember correctly, they kind of struggled towards the tail end of the day. Like, it wasn't actually like they got 3 wins and then it wasn't amazing. Now, for you guys at home, question. What team isn't competing today? Is it A, RW, B, XKG, CGG, or DSS1? ABC or D in Twitch chat. Almost forgot the alphabet there. Check your box because that's where we'll be letting you know when we win. Yeah, I am very excited to get onto the maps. I think obviously the big thing, because I was off doing solos earlier this week, well, Thursday. One of the things I love about, one of the big differences, and you actually hit on this, is the mosh pit. The Realm Yang mosh pit. At the end of Realm Yang, Bird's Might means fight. In trios, in solo, sorry, it doesn't. It's kind of just like a safety net. You don't actually see teams as aggressively go and take fights. But here in solo, in trio, sorry, if you have that Bird's Might, you're jumping in, and if you got that deep depletion, that's your best opportunity to get at least a couple of soul blooms, because all you need is 1 soul bloom and enough dark tide coins to revive your team. And with the smaller lobby, there's less people contesting rebirth charms. So rebirth charms are actually more readily available than before. So Yes, it will get very aggressive very quickly when we get onto this game. But speaking of aggression, DRG blitzing through the competition here, taking out RW, which is a big, big victory for them. And just sailing through into that top spot. And honestly, they had I would almost argue, a slightly harder road. They had RW, who dominated their day. They had XKG, who also were really impressive on their first game day as well. Really, really impressive to see them take that win there. YZG, I think, was a big upset, losing to Wolves and not even getting anywhere near, even getting a sniff into the rest of this martial arts was genuinely very impressive from Wolves. And that's what Wolves thrive. Wolves are very good at just aggression. They as a team have historically always struggled translating like a good start into a win. But in martial arts, you just need that good start. That's it.
One key difference out of that I'm noticing here from the first round, game number 1 in martial arts, just I feel like we're starting to just really see which staple compositions are going to be played out here for the trios martial arts, right? The day one that we were here, we were getting a little bit of players testing different things. I think we also had a little bit more Tessa Viper for that day as well. I think we had like 2 teams running the OG Tessa Viper with a third. Today we did have I believe 2 teams running Tessa, but yeah, as we see it here, but it's with Kurumi Justina, right? We had a little bit of teams, you know, trying out the Kurumi here in this martial arts. I believe 3 teams also ran her, which, you know, it's kind of rare because in the BR mode, you kind of don't even see Kurumi at all as well. So being able to see her here in the martial arts, just, you know, a little bit of OG nostalgia with how, you know, she's always been a staple in the trios until, you know, Zapine came out, and then with Syra in the mix as well, just being that substitute, just being pretty much what these players have stapled to be the meta here for trios. But overall, it was just an insane showcase throughout all the teams. This was DRG's final moments, or highlights I should say, here for the martial arts. You see him concoct here with the silence. What's your lifter right here? You're just gonna eat up 3 focuses all around. It's just so much damage being outputted there from 3 members onto 1 player. Akame gets caught up to the 1-2-3 beautifully there from Don Q. Kame tries to stay up. Overall, opens up with the parry, still gets parried. This was the last fight of the martial arts, was against 521. It's just so much lift damage there. It's just so insane to try to live that out. Nearly impossible to try to stay up there in the situations. But yeah, I mean,
I think it's very interesting watching those replays back and seeing like a 1v3 was a very, very different scenario before Flying Knives. But now it's so brutal because you get caught by the uppercut and someone's just at the mid-range, just throwing those attacks out from the mid-range. So you haven't even got the grouped up, because before they would kind of group on you, and if everyone made a mistake and focused at the wrong time, you got like a 3-man parry. The follow-up actually could turn the tide of the fight. But now it's like you hit that parry on maybe 2 people, you smack 2 of them back. You then can't go for the full follow-up because the mid-range player is still a distance away playing that harass and that stagger locking you. So yeah, it's interesting how Flying Knives has really, really changed the way the game is played out. So maybe a lot harder than before. Well, I say maybe, definitely a lot harder than before. But obviously, heading away from the martial arts and now back on to the maps themselves. We're heading to Midoriya for our first map here. And this is going to be, you know, just regular play. It's not a mirror matchup until the end of the day. It's going to be a big one. I'm curious because Ainur has been the go-to comp so far. So that's been the one we've seen a lot of people repeating. I want to see the CC comp. I want to see a mirror match of just everyone crowd controlling one another. So maybe we'll get that. But I don't think the comp is quite good enough right now.
I believe we did see a drop down ult from the Vipers day 1 for Lobby A.
You're right.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
It was a Viper day. And oh yeah.
Yeah, we did see that.
Damn.
I mean, outside of first Yang, if I remember correctly, it's just a straight chaos. But that's what I'm curious about. Are we still gonna get that off of first Yang? Because you mentioned, right, in trios, right, that Vermilion's Birds Might buff, it's a go-to pass to just full on W key. And like you were mentioning in solos, it's a lot different because right now solos is in a very, very different spot to where it was, right? You it's just a whole different compared to trios, right? Overall,
Yeah.
Now for the trios, that's one of the craziest changes we've seen, because there's only 8 teams in, so you gotta have to just full on into whoever you pretty much see at first hand, right? To just get up those kills, and you have the safety net to still be alive and throughout the whole game with Evermillion's Birds Might.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things as well, and the one thing that I do feel, because when you look at solos and trios, they're vastly different from one another, using effectively almost identical rule sets. I think Hero Select is the only thing that's different between the pair of them. But the difference being is, the solos players actually play a little more passive when first Roma Yang ends, stuff like that affects the game. But the one thing that they really do share is playing passive does not guarantee a win. And we've seen multiple times teams who actually would be the last team standing, but because there's no kill multiplier and the placement points aren't quite enough to actually transition that into like a major win for them. What we've been seeing is a team who's been more aggressive, who maybe went out in like 3rd, sometimes even like 4th place, will take the win for the game just because they had such a solid performance on the kill front. In fact, I believe in some of the RW games that they won, they were definitely not the last team standing. They went out like 3rd in one of them, and they just had so many kills that no one else could contest them. It was not feasible. So it's one of those things where you have to play aggressive, and I do predict, because we have some of those Group A teams in here today, I think the lobby is going to be back to what we saw when me and you covered Group A together, CA. I think we're going to see, more of an explosive day than what we saw in Group B, because Group B was definitely, it was still high tempo, but it had its moments of maybe a little bit too relaxed.
And I think this new system really puts emphasis right on that aggression, where like you mentioned, like you can try to play it safe, but other teams are not really going to be matching that same energy as you, so some teams can be a lot more aggressive, and you don't want to be left out to try to pick up those points, right? Like you said, no ranking, no multiplier for eliminations, now kind of force on the initiative of these teams having to try to pick up those eliminations early to mid game, because in end game it's a different ball game. A lot of these teams are a lot more in a isolated spot, opposed to early to mid game, where the map is still a lot more wide open. You're going to be having those 3v3 isolated fights, potentially a lot more, with only 8 teams in the field. It's going to be a less chance of those third parties to come in, like how it used to be, right? With 12 teams, there were used to be teams landing again right next to each other. Rotations will come in, especially off drop, and it would just be just a heartbreak being able to win off your first fight, and then you're gonna get right back into it with no ults, no Fs, just not being able to scale on up and get ready for that fight that's already incoming. So I feel like this system really just shows that aggression. You gotta be on your P's on Q's at all times. You have to be consistent, right? Yes, before consistent was always a thing, but now I feel like this system just puts a lot more pressure on that, being able to stay up. I just think it's going to be evolving the Pro League into a, can you keep up with this tempo? If you can't, then you're going to be left behind.
That's one of the things I've loved about NBPL, is those who could not keep up will fall behind. And that's not always just like in-game tempo. That's meta as well. Like,
correct.
But certain comps and stuff that show up, when new weapons show up, it changes how the game is played. Like the Decatur comp heavily changed off the back of them dropping that had dual halberds or dual swords on Takeda, and instead going for the way the fan functions through the through range shove. So it's one of those things where you have to be in NARAKA as a pro player, very quick to adapt. And I think I said this on our first day together, actually, Creatives, but like one of the things I really love about the NBPL and NARAKA, and just the way the esport is run, is how aggressive the dev team and the esports side are to make major changes to the league and the format. Which always means that like it feels fresh, it feels different. It's not one of those leagues that kind of sticks to what works and grows a bit stale. They're constantly adapting, they're constantly changing things around. Like the game gets heavy changes, the rule sets get heavy changes, and these things are not just like, okay, we can carry on playing like we used to. In fact, I feel like WBG are probably one of the biggest victims of this, where I still feel like sometimes WBG are playing the exact same game they were playing in like season 2 of the NBPL, like a way slower game. Like, don't worry guys, the Buccaneer phase is coming up soon. We'll switch to cannons and muskets, and it's like, wait, there's only 2 people left in the lobby. We're not even at third circle yet. What's going on? Like, I feel like some teams do feel victim to that, but those who stand atop this league and are the guys to watch going into J-Cup are always the teams who have picked up stuff very quickly and changed their playstyle based on how the rule changes have affected it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest major things that I've noticed when I first started playing NARAKA. Like, the game, like you mentioned, just the base game gets changed so much. It's a new meta it feels like every month the game is just completely different, right? Your favorite character can be not even a shadow of what she used to or he used to be. Weapons change just so much. But I feel like on the weapon department, we've had our staple, especially like you said, like the flying knives. It just really just changed up a lot. I mean, that weapon overall just has everything, man. It has in the pocket pressure, it has mid-range pressure, it has extension. It just, it clanks. It just has so much in its arsenal that is so hard to deal with. So it is a very, very player favorite for both modes, right? It's not surprising with just how strong of a weapon the flying knives in. And we had some time where we had heavy swords, and players were running the pole swords, the great swords, but weapons like the pole sword and the great sword really got tuned down a lot. That big chunky damage that we used to see back in the day has been really tuned down. So being able to output that same amount of damage on a weapon that can really help with your teammates, right? You can't really just think about it in a 1v1 here in Trios. I mean, you really got to have your eyes on your other 2 members of your squad to, whatever the call is, who we're going on, who we have to peel for. It just has to be as fast as possible. And I feel like the Flying Knives does that job in like the best way possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Flying Knives is one of those weapons where it would have to get like literally nerfed to be unusable, like to actually not get used. Because I feel like even if you removed like a chunk of its damage, even the clank being removed, I still think it would be a solid support in Trios, like a support weapon, because of the mid-range and the stagger. Like, obviously doing less damage would probably be great, but it's one of those weapons where it is just, I think, a game-defining weapon until either they literally nerf it into the ground and make it, not unplayable, or they have to change, a significant amount of way the systems work, or at least a weapon equally as broken as a counter to it. But then you start power creep, which no one wants. So, heading into this first round, you're going to see, it's Einor comps. It's always Einor comps. Astronauts on the moon, it was always Einor.
It was always Einor. Oh, so funny.
Oh! We're on to hero points, regular hero points now. So the regular group, lower bracket. I know I did Solar's lower bracket, so I don't know. Interesting. So we're gonna get some variants in the comps.
Ooh, okay.
I think everyone still has 0 hero points because there's no hero points next to their names, so they are forced to run different comps in every game now. Oh, okay. I'm a happy boy. I was getting bored of like all Monk, all Einor lobbies. This is way better. Interesting to see that the Justine is actually getting played with the Yue Shen and the Zhang Han variant, where I actually would expect to see that Syra Akos variant coming out. So I know you can go Syra Akos
Viper?
Justina, isn't it? Yeah, but Justina's bad. They can't do that.
Justina,
Akos.
yes.
Oh, Viper. Of course, it's not Justina, it's Viper. I had a brain fart. We saw this comp like 2 minutes ago, and I've totally forgotten how it functions and who plays what in it. Seeing, I think that's 2 Monk comps. Only one of these Akos comps, but I do genuinely think there's so much value in this comp. If 5-2-1, probably a high value like bounty on their head has been placed by the rest of the lobby here, knowing what they can do to a comp if they find them. And that crowd control late game, if there are enough people left, could be game-changing as well. So I feel like while they've got a very, very good comp that's going to be looking to blow targets up, people will also be looking for them. If they see that comp, they're going to probably try and send it onto them just to get them out of the lobby.
I'm loving this hero points here. Because I'm thinking it like this, right? In bracket play for your first day of the split, you don't have no points, so you know you have free will to test out what you want. You know, you have the potential to, you know, try to get stronger with this comp that is being played out, which is heavily in the meta, or you have, you know, leeway to try something out new. But when it comes down to winners bracket, and I believe almost we might have this in losers bracket too. I'm not really too sure. I think, you know, they really cut that openness of you being able to have free leeway of running what you want, because now, you know, there's a lot more on the line. So, you know, I'm liking to seeing the change there from the normal group stages into to winners and winners bracket for now. I think that's you know, it makes complete sense to me. It is how I see it.
No, I really like this. I think, you know, we get a lot of variance as well, which is a big thing for me, because I talked about the league not growing stale, and one of the things I like about NARAKA. But I feel like when everyone can kind of just play the same thing, the game quickly grows stale, in my opinion. Hark back to massive, like, I think it was 16 player lobbies when we first started Nbpl, and it was all monk. It was just all monk, everything, every game, all monk, on loop, constantly playing it. No other comp existed. Oh no, there was the Yoto comp that came in like the third week, but for the first couple of weeks it was all monk, baby. But not an issue anymore. Thank God I only get to see 2 of his bald heads in this game. And I was wrong. There's actually 2 of the CC comps with the Viper and Akos comps kicking her out, both IG and 521 running that one. And good average points, good average pick rate for them. You know, a 14 and 9, that's exactly what you kind of want from these kind of comps. YZG and GG, though, I mean, 2 teams that are very good at these kind of comps. CGS, probably one of the best decaders we've got in trios, and 330, one of the most storied and like historical monk players in the in the NBPL. Full stop. Like, we had Eagle, 330, and I can't remember the third guy, but there were like 3 players who are just, every time you saw them on monk, it was good. And this is coming from someone who hates him. This is good to see him.
Look, I can't confirm, guys, that Hivred is not putting up a front about hating monk. I can guarantee you. I mean, it makes sense, though. I mean, yeah.
This isn't a bit.
Start a league.
Genuine.
Yeah, I mean, the start of league, Yushan Monk Kurumi was, you know, that OG comp, and it was just everywhere. It was literally all you would see in game. Like, you're just queuing up yourself. It's just that comp, right? You just have the tether on the monk with the Kurumi, and then the monk was just, you know, he was a lot more stationary back then, but he had the pillar of the Kurumi to try to keep him up. But we are going to be locking in our second game of the day, our first BR game for tonight. Starting off, 8 teams. We got a little bit of regression. 521 IG landing here near the maze side of the map. XXL and the Viper looking for the hit confirmations. You see players gonna get hit with a little bit of stagger in the back end. Fatmo loses half of that blue armor off rip. Pampy didn't have any. The Aqua's F is just so strong there, being able to get the hit confirmation there. That player does eat up so much damage. Akame as well, now trying to go for the pill, but the mid-range damage there from Pampy picks up 2, and now 521 with the cleanup onto IG, and that's the way to start off the game number 2.
That's a huge one. They went second in the martial arts. Open up with an immediate team wipe on to IG. Beautiful start for them here, as GG also falling to Wolves. As the stronger comps just continue to get stronger. They force out a transform here. Actually, it looks like some DRG third-party shenanigans are on the cards here. Mai looking to try and find that damage down. Obviously, with the fact that the Fireflies are up on the map, ults were charged very quickly in this game, as Mai playing the aerial, looking for the opportunity to get that assassination off onto somebody, but not being given the opportunity. Now caught by the freeze as Mai goes down in transform. The crowd control for the Justina just proving a little bit too much here. DRG being sent packing as the Wolves hunting them down. 4 kills to open off here for Wolves. Absolutely huge start as NighthQ is going to freeze himself. Wolves going to catch up to Kakaishi, who's trying to find himself a cheeky kill for his team, but I think that's going to be a hard ask for him. Going for the strikes here from the aerial. DRG, were they able to pick a player up? No, they weren't able to pick up. Thought they went for a pickup there. They weren't. Kakaishi got a little bit more left in the tank on this transport, on this flight, but it's actually doing a good job onto the Wolves members. Is able to get another stagger down, but immediately landing onto the ground. Does have that cube to work with. It's just going to break away as we do see a parry, but it's not going to get followed up because the backup is there. ZK losing a lot of HP. He does get sent packing briefly, but he's going to hold on for the moment as Donkey Knight's able to get the kill. Kakaishi gets caught out by the parry, breaks the cube, gets himself the Soul Bloom to heal up, and suddenly a world where they find a turnaround is here because Night HQ goes down. Kakaishi does get caught by the parry as he doesn't have the follow-up. Donkey 9 eats the parry as well. And DRG, what a beautiful turnaround. I thought they were done there, but they were not.
Wow. That is a lot of pressure for only 2 players there. I mean, they just handle every situation perfectly. As you see, they are going to be able to win out their drop fight there against Wolves. That was a massive turnaround, though. Wolves did end up picking up 4 eliminations during that commotion. DRG 521, YZG all with 3, being able to get eliminations on the board early. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and try to scale on up for that first round. See players starting to scatter on out across the maps. Might have a little bit of commotion here with IG and GG. I think IG is trying to engage here against GG. LXM on the tumult. This is a very tricky environment, though. Those jellyfishes can inflict that poison, so can't take that white health. Got to be real careful playing around this. You see it, don't want to grapple on out, just like XXL just did. Now, it's going to be forced to back on up. The pressure has to stop just for a moment. GG spots that, though. 330. First one in the back end. Zen now is going to go ahead and invest the Syra ultimate. Got a little bit of a monk up here with the skin. I've never seen this skin in play. Now I see it 330. Looking for the grabs here. Cat grab. Doesn't manage to do so. The dazzle off the Syra ultimate. Stops the pressure there from the monk ult. XXL, on the other hand, to be able to weave this out. Has to silence onto the monk. Even though he gets a grab, he is not going to be able to get the slam there onto those players. And yeah, this is where it's rough here for a monk. Trying to go for those grabs. He does manage to grab 1 and 2. And now 330. Still weak. He's going to come out of this with that armor, though. Zen, on the other hand, playing in the pocket on the nunchucks. Both players has a little bit of time here before his teammate starts to move on in. The silence from the Viper does connect. 330 now trying to turn the tides around. Does manage to force out the Syra F. Has to play around it. No heal there for Zen. Now looking for the grapple on the beam, but the stagger in the back end there from XXL does manage to stop the pressure, and the LB focus is there, and GG doesn't manage to stay up. And IG, on the other hand, turn it around, staying up there in that situation, picking up 2 on the board.
I am so impressed with IG to go that aggressive, considering they lost their drop fight to 521 and were out of lives there. Like, that was a heavily risky fight. It was also risky for GG, though. They lost a player, full stop. So they're going to have to go get a rebirth charm and get them up. That's going to slow down GG and make the odds of them being able to take a Rama Yang very low, which then transitions into the snowball and the state of their game. GG, a team who historically have always struggled when they lose their drop fights. They are very good if they can play NARAKA by the books. Win your drop fight, transition into Rama Yang. Win your Rama Yang, transition that into item and kind of gear snowball. But if they lose step 1, they don't seem to have like a backup plan for step B. And GG always struggle off the back of that one. So just in a replay here of YZG taking themselves a victory fight there. Purple armor onto their Takeda now. I don't know if he's got... I don't know what his gear situation looks like. Obviously, Furenshov is a interesting ability in the way it scales. Really, really good scaling based on the rarity of the weapons in your inventory. You need multiple gold weapons to fully upgrade it. Your teammates do count towards that, though. So if your teammates have gold weapons, they also will count towards upgrading your ultimate. But it's always interesting seeing that kind of a scaling instead of just relying on getting a single gold weapon. We'll have to see. You should be able to upgrade it. It's not just gold. Like, there's enough. If you get enough purples, you can fully upgrade it as well. So very interesting whether that character works. So we're going to see Pampy here on the Viper. Just getting himself positioned. The Roma Yangs are spawning up. It's been such an action-packed drop, creatives, but I kind of forgot the Roma Yangs were around the corner. Hasn't stopped at all. YZG, 521, all looking to get themselves inside the Roma Yang. No one's going to trade with one another. They are going to quickly throw out a bit of crowd control just to make sure. Pampy makes his way through, and it is going to be 521 versus DRG inside this Roma Yang. So ACOS comp versus the Ainor comp. Interested to see how this fares. Typically, Transformers do struggle with a lot of crowd control, so we'll see whether or not they're able to get too much off here. Pampy, obviously, with that silence in pocket, as Mai's gone for the transform. I think 521's game plan is just scale rush and evade Mai, but that is not how you open that one up. There they go. They're going to be forced to throw the ACOS out immediately. They have that silence, but Pampy is the one getting stagger locked. It's so hard to lock down Mai while Pampy is in here. He's breaking away. The cage has been thrown down. Mai is going to get caught out here by the crowd control now, as they can look for the follow-up onto him. F is still available. Mai has fallen already, and now it's time for the Viper to get the stun. The Dazzle makes the connection. This is going to be a guaranteed lockdown onto somebody. It's actually onto both, as Don Q9 is just eviscerated. I told you, this comp is slept on. It is so brutal playing into it.
Wow.
Kakaishi could not get away, and that is just an easy as you like, dominating 5-2-1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, you see it there in Kakashi face. Not happy about that. 521 looked like they were forced towards the wall, but still manages to stay up. The opener off that Aqua's ultimate ices off a lot of that pressure there from the Enor. And then Pampy was able to sustain out to just have the perfect timing there to pop that Viper ultimate just for the shutdown there, was just beautiful there for 521. YZG looks like they are in the realm against XKG, and that might have been the last elimination onto ZXL. Have to wait and see, but we see RW winning their Yang 521 as we saw. Now another player goes down. Jun there against 17S in the realm. So player still up. Wolves on the other hand running that Mystic Might. They want to have that radar on at all times to potentially run into a third party, and it looks like they are going to be playing the outskirts. Gonna wait this out here by the Mercury River. Not trying to get engaged with all of these players, but players with every millions birds might. This is a pass to go as we see here, looking for, I believe it's 521 Akame being in that back end. Looks like the RW are going to be the ones trying to engage this. Youth going for that full grapple in. Fat Milk on the other hand, try to respond with this. This is buff teams going at it, right? This is full leeway here. You're going to potentially try to get any eliminations on the board as you can, but RW going to wait this out just a tiny bit. 521 trying to look for the perfect opportunity to start engaging. I think they're probably playing around a no ult zone somewhere near here. But on the other hand, Pampy gets spotted out, to be forced to retreat here with his teammates. Fat Milk still has blue armor. I believe that's full blues still. No, purple's there as well for RW. One on blue. Youth is going to go ahead and respond with the Enor ultimate early here to start off this fight. Pampy's going to lose half of that HP once again, but this is not, it doesn't phase 521. This is what happened in Yang, and they were still able to stay up. But on the other hand, YZG's lurking in the shadows, waiting for that perfect opportunity to start third party in. You see they're going to wait out these ultimates. Aqua's ultimate invested. Pampy looking for that 2v3 shutdown. This is what Hipper was talking about, just quickly making it a 2v3. But YZG shows up here, tries to snag up and capitalize off of their ultimates. Pampy draws very low. The 1.0 is good. The drop down AC 130 from XXL drops 4 down. Everybody's stunned. You want weak 1 HP. Does have a little bit of stagger there off the Fury shove, but XXL gets grabbed there for 17S. Looking for a double grab. Does connect. Akame gets shut down. Beautifully done there for 17S. XXL goes down as well. Looking for another double grab. 2 tickets grabbed this time around. Looking like he's going to get shredded now by everybody in the lobby. He's going to be forced to demug now. And this is the pressure, the commotion I was talking about out of first round. All these scenes start to just close on up, and you see the commotion happening now.
That was huge though. IG, their Viper, was able to get XXL, was able to get a Soul Bloom. So when he got killed by the slam, he left the Karen. He's revivable. They can bring him back. ACOS was able to jump in from the side of IG and also get a Soul Bloom in the mix of all of this fighting. And it's still not done. This is just absolute carnage as the rebirths are coming in across the map here. That's going to be stuns thrown down, and everyone just scatters to the wind. Zen left running. IG were able to cleanse everyone on their team. I don't think they actually got a single kill there. They just slid in, got themselves the Soul Blooms necessary. They need to get a rebirth charm to get their Viper back, but great little recovery there from IG after losing their Realm Yang. And DRG, a similar story. They were able to get 2 rebirth charms, but they're still in a rough position. XKG have a single player with a rebirth, with a debuff on, which is this Justina here, 2 tick. So they want to find this kill onto DRG's Mai as quick as possible. And I think Mai's the one with the depletion on as well. So this could get very dicey for the side of DRG. Yeah, it is Mai with the depletion. So if he dies, DRG are just going to be down a player. There he goes, 2 tick cleanses. And it looks like 5-2-1 have seen this fight going on, knowing that there was a bit of a desperation fight happening. IG also in the area. There's a lot of teams around. We've got Realm of Yang 2 spawning up fairly soon as well. As Zen sits in a bush. If they check this, Zen's in trouble. They don't. Okay, he's all right. He's able to evade the ire of 5-2-1. And a quick check of the scores as we come out of the first kind of Realm of Yang phase. 7 kills onto DRG, 6 onto 5-2-1, 9 onto YZG. And this is why YZG have been a team to watch for a long time. Secretly just putting the points together and slowly catching up with the rest of the lobby.
I mean, I'm sorry, I was rewatching back the commotion just earlier. It was just so much pressure. And yeah, I mean, nothing's changed off of that, right? That pass you get with the Vermilion Burst Might is just so good. But overall, second Yang here for RW. Got the Akko's ultimate. It's going to be invested here.
This is replay, by the way.
Is it?
It's not. Yeah.
Oh, this is the first Yang. Okay. Yeah, this is the first Yang that we saw. And just shut down there onto Han, being able to get that. Zen's gonna be forced to pop this after off the Syra. Yuan in their hand, looking to be the first one in against Zen. XXL as well. It looking very, very low. The shutdown is there. Now into our second Yang here. Timing is not perfect, but rotating into the second Yang. 521 still in this. YZG. Go Katana for 17S. I mean, just using it for the scaling. You know, Katana just being one of the OG weapons, just doesn't really have. Katana. You miss it? You gotta have Jades though.
I know. I one day we'll fix this weapon. I promise. I'm curious actually about this particular matchup because the Aegis comp is so good at locking people down. But I wonder if the Temi is like a good answer to that. We're going to see there's the all-in on the crowd control. 17S jumps into the mix, but he's just going to go for the transforms to try and iframe away. The stun
No.
17S is getting absolutely obliterated. Focus attack on the focus attack is coming in. He finally goes to the transform, but he is going to be coming back with absolutely no health. But it doesn't matter if he finds a grab. Pampy may just be a victim here. There's the slam. 17S, they're not out of it yet. Looking for another grab, not able to make that connection. And there it is, the grab coming through. Fat Milk, the last player standing for 5-2-1. And down they go. I don't know how they fumbled that bag so hard. I think they laid the CC wrong.
Wow. I mean, they got the stun onto 17S, and then there was no follow-up at all. He was able to live out that full downtime of him just being dizzied out, and then he just rolls away into the Monk ult and just instantly catches a grab onto Fat Milk. The pressure there from his teammates with the bow shots, plus the confirmation hit there off the Monk was just beautiful to make it a 2v3. And then it's just a cleanup from there. Yeah, he did drop very low, but at that point, it doesn't really matter. You saw the damage was done. Mystic Mites here for the second round. Wolves, though, Draco Storm potentially there with a Spirit Well capture there for Wolves. But overall, take 2 gold Jades. Not sure what. I don't see any of the gold indicators that are on the weapons, but overall, little replay here for the other half of the Yang here for second Yang. Two-tick looking for some hits there off her purple pulse on the Justina. The Monk ult is online there for 330s there for GG's. Yushan ult now invested there for Jun. See the Tomok ultimate there in the backside, tries to close someone up, but it looks like everybody was able to make it out. The Monk does get a grab there. The Justina freeze to stop that. Beautifully done there from Two-Tick, and catches the freeze onto the Takeda. CJ's gets shut down so quickly here from the Justina. Massive parry opener there from LXN. Now snags up the purple pulsar from him, but he has the purple nunchucks, opens up with another freeze, and now the teammates are there, and just beautiful there from XKG being able to just you saw he was about to get the slam down, swaps into that old form and just gets the freeze off to stop that pressure from the Monk. It was just insane there from the Justina.
Really good play. And again, Justina is like an old school counter to Monk.
Yeah,
this was one of the picks that started up when Monk was really dominant in the meta. It was like Justina Yoto, like a really good Attack on Titan comp back in the day. So it's cool to see some of that still carrying over. And you know, I talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the day, but last year they reduced the duration of how long like your ults last, including like your transforms, which when a Justina freezes you, she actually does a longer freeze on transformers than she does on like regular characters. So if you're transformed, you take a longer freeze, which then eats up a larger percentage of your ult, which means you just don't really get to use or utilize it quite as well as before. But man, that is crazy. I also want to think a little bit more about that 521 YZG Realm of Yang, because I feel like the Sandstorm stopped the ACOS lockdown, because like you trap them in with the ACOS ult, and then the Sandstorm from Temmie is kind of like, no, you're stuck in here with me. My team can freely come and go through the Sandstorm, which is wider, so we have a little bit more space to work with. I feel like that was what caused the difference maker there. It looked like it was a lot of other factors, but just having that Sandstorm on the outskirts, just to make sure that his team could duck and dive as much as possible. Obviously, the Monk surviving was huge off the back of that, but very, very interesting dynamic in the fight. I'm curious to see if we see some more of these Sand Siphon Monk variants, to see if there's an angle to find as a counter to these CC comps that are starting to kind of dominate the meta right now. But 521 playing one of those said CC comps. They're actually the losers to YZG are going to be looking to try and get himself a kill in the next minute, as GG also in the area with a minute left on their depletion timer. It really is going to be do or die for them, or they're going to be knocked out. And this is crazy, actually. This is the first time, I think, all year or all season creatives I've seen us get to this point in the game and we haven't lost a single team from the lobby. Everyone, all 24 players are here. Now, we will be losing some players soon. It's going to be 3 or it's going to be 6 players. Not 100% sure how that's going to be looking, as Pampy does get caught here by the stuns. Eat some bow shots. GG are going to look to try and find the follow-up onto Pampy, but Pampy is able to break away. No ult, no F available, though, for Pampy, which is going to make his life very hard. Fat Milk is getting caught out here. Sandstorm's been thrown down, and Fat Milk is falling. LXM is able to get the kill. IG are able to take a Kami, though. That means that that's a kill denied from GG, so they're going to need an extra kill than before to get all the Soul Blooms necessary, as they're getting heavily bullied out here. Only 13 seconds left on these depletions. I don't think GG have enough in the tank. IG may have just been gifted a few freebies, but Hands going low. 3-3-0, can he slide it in time? He just got the Soul Bloom. 2 seconds on the clock. No way did he find that save. 3-3-0. Just about turning the tides of battle there. There goes 5-2-1 as IG are trying their hardest to find the grabs off here. 3-3-0 will be looking to get himself caught out. Breaks away from the stun in the nick of time, but losing that player there, getting caught by the freeze. There goes 3-3-0. Everyone smelt that aggression, and the Sharks come swarming.
Yeah, it's just rough, right? It's just a long prologue fight there. You start seeing teams start to rotate, and you know they hear all the ults being invested. Yeah, GG does manage to cleanse out some players, but it just took too long. And now you see YZG's in the mix, Wolves as well. Do manage to kite out of that to Monk ultimate, but the pressure's on here from the Transformers. Yushan ult is out there for Wolves in the backside. YZG is just trying to wait this out as long as possible. The Tumult tries to go for the wish, chased out onto ZK. Doesn't manage to do so. Now LXM, on the other hand, might be caught up. You see ZK potentially trying to get another player lobby here, just running right in between these two players, duking it out. LXM does manage to back on up, but now the pressure's onto that player. Wolves player does manage to get out. Looks like they are going to take out XN, but one player still alive, NHQ, but DRG happy to see that player, happily to take that elimination as well. LXM falls to XKG. Players riding the zone here, looking like everybody's going to start rotating on in as well. Dreadful there for the elimination onto ZK from QGG. 17S looking for some more hit confirmations here to snag up more points on the board, but players and teams inside the zone, lots of commotion. Just need to freeze from 2-tick, gets a little bit of that distance. The movement area there doesn't give him the time there to pop anything, but Don Q on the case, double dashes on now to create a little bit more distance. DRG though looking to try to capitalize here onto this lone wolf Justina for now, but DRG might have gotten met there by XKG, so they are going to be forced to back on up for now. YZG as well, another team of 3 still up. SKG believe they did lose a member. No, he's still alive, but 2 players still have that Yang depletion now, as well as IG Syra and ping. I believe it's that spirit up capture giving them that Yang depletion. So these players are going to be forced to another commotion now. And with 2 minutes and 20, I mean, this is, I think this is the beauty of this structure of this format, just being able to have teams up at this time. It's just good. And like you mentioned, yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at right before the first round of Yang depletion set. We still had 8 teams up.
Yeah, we did. And suddenly, everyone starts to fall. I think this is the end of days for IG, unfortunately. Zen getting caught out here. Bane's breath.
No.
That was beautiful from Tick. Able to just about evade away on that one. Zen throws down the Syra ultimate. A good dazzle made to it, but they take a Bane's breath. They get the pop off. IG Zen desperately making away. Bane has got beef with Zen right now. Every breath is just tracking him. He is able to dodge away, but I don't actually, from the looks of things, I don't think Zen has any pots, any way to heal up, because they are just sitting there. Okay, they healed a grey armor. That is brutal. This is, you have one player left and they're rocking grey armor. They are not going to be long for this world, unfortunately, when you're in a world of golden armors and golden weapons coming down. I love seeing the confidence of players in trios. They've gotten so good at Bane surfing over the years because of the size of lobbies and the amount of people just sitting all over the map, meaning that you have to move through the Bane to try and get away from any of the aggression coming your way. Zen's inside the zone, just trying to reposition the poor guy. Only a single full pot coming in from them as we see 17S going for the transform here, and YZG, they're looking to capture this spirit well, and I don't know if anyone's really got the gall to contest them. I say that, but there are people waiting around in the wings. YZG do have that Sandstorm available, and Zen is going to get taken out by YZG. That's going to jump them up to 15 kills and first place off the back of that one, as Mai is also looking for a kill. Able to kill onto SKG ZXL. Donkey9 able to kill that one. AB gets caught for the execution inside the zone there, as you see YZG now with the White Tiger's prowess. White Tiger's not quite the buff it once was, so Thanos Snap probably not doable, but there is a world where they get a lot of value out of this White Tigers bursting through so many people. The wild wind spout on the golden fans here from QGG is coming out, and it is wrecking house. Cuckoo's able to get the kill, and AB going down here to QGG, grabs another Soul Bloom, and just continues the aggression forward. And just like that, we're down to 8 players, and a 20 bomb is on the cards. Another charge from the wind sprout comes out, as he's just able to constantly find these executes and these damage into the zone. YZG looking so dominant right now.
It's rough. I mean, XKG had some of those gold armors, but it's just a dual pair. You see YZG just waiting for these ults to go out so they can start moving on in. 2-tick falls there. Another one on the board. That's 19 from YZG. The cleanup crew in aisle 5. The double hits down the wind spot onto 2 members. Cuckoo with the last hit onto Don Q. YZG looking beautiful here for game 2. Trying to pick up the remainder eliminations here. Mai gets grabbed. It doesn't even matter. The overheads are off the focus attack with the shotgun burst from the flying knife. Kakaxi now to run inside a zone. QGG though, see this player wants to hit the last hit confirmation to get the elimination for this. Does manage to do so. Both players do get taken out there for DRG, and that's a 22 bomb there for game 2 for YZG. And what a spectacular showcase in there. Yeah, I mean, we still had 8 teams alive right before that Yang depletion kicked in for the second Yang, but quickly numbers fell so fast, and you start seeing all these teams getting shoved into a corner of the map. So much aggression from all these players there. It gives me like a emphasize you know, section of how we get after the first Yang, where we have the Vermilion's Birthright in play. I feel like we get just that, but just a lot more with just no res is alive. Everything, you know, gets put into the table there to try to stay up here for this match, and YZ just did that there beautifully.
Honestly, absolutely tremendous performance there from YZG. Really solid showing. It's funny because I was casting with Seb on Group B day, and I was like, me and you were talking about how we like 20 bombs were going to be really rare, and we had like 2 20 bombs in the day, and we didn't see a single 20 bomb in Group B. Like, they were way more slow aggression. And then on first day back with you, mate, we get another 20 bomb, and we get a plus 20 bomb. Absolutely crazy play from YZG. able to really put the work in there, secure themselves that first victory. They got destroyed by Wolves, if you remember correctly, in the martial arts tournament. That didn't matter. The fact they started with 0 points and other teams started with 8 didn't matter. They just sailed past everyone else on the standings off the back of that one. It is only game 1, but you can see that YZG, they don't care about that extra game day. They don't want the indignity of dropping into the lower bracket. They want to sail cleanly and safely into that finals bracket and take it from there. And I feel like some of these teams are definitely going to start sweating off the back of that, because that is a huge opener. And I think it's easier to close gaps nowadays in NARAKA. I think teams are better, so they're able to put more points on the board, even the lower teams. And without the kill multipliers kind of overinflating points, you also get that. But man, disgusting start. Now, question for you guys at home: what player wasn't picked by 5-2-1 in game number 1? Was it Lani, Syra, Akos, or was it Viper? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Let us know. Check your spots. That's where you get your goodies. Should be a very easy question to answer. But yeah, damn. What an opener. What an opener to the day from YZG. This is why these guys have been the team to watch for a long time in trios.
The answer for Treasure, I've never seen this character in trios, so.
She didn't get played last year.
What?
Yeah, there was some comps that were running her. I cannot for the life of me remember. I remember seeing her a couple times. Like, it was not like a... It was a, we're running out of hero points pick, but there was a comp, and they did actually find some wins with the Lani. I cannot for the life of me remember what that comp was. Yeah, it was a really bizarre comp. It was great. It was awesome fun, though.
I'm guessing Carpet, right? Carpet ult? She was flying around?
No, I don't... Oh, damn,
no?
What was it? It might have been Bull. I think it might have been like a Monk comp where you caught them in the Bull and then the Monk would grab.
Oh, yes.
I think that's what the comp was, with like a Syra or something. I can't remember. It was a year ago. I don't even remember after breakfast till like 2 hours ago. Like, let alone what comps were getting paid. But yeah, a good one. Good comp. Fun comp anyway. I don't want to say it was good, but it was fun.
That's fine. Well, there you go. Lani was the answer there. But yeah, beautiful getting there from YZG. You know, ever since we saw them, and there it is. Ever since we saw them come out of the into the stage for that day 1, you were talking about their drip, and yeah, they're dripping with that 23 eliminations, 4 ranking points just off of the game alone, with 27 points off game 2. DRG in second with 10 game score, SKG with 8, RW with 7, Wolves with 6, 521 as well with 6, IG with 5, GG with 3. But I feel like, you know, this is something other teams can also accomplish, right? First day that we came in here, we're watching the trios. We have multiple teams dropping 18 to 20 kill games. So, you know, all these teams are able to really have a pop-out game like YZG just did. The damage, though, I mean, on the Tomoke, 20k, looking nice there. For only 4 eliminations, but still, the damage is there. The Takeda, though, was picking up those last and finals hit here for YZG. Starting off, it's just crazy.
That is a absolutely crazy, monumental start for the day. That is disgusting. Now, obviously, very achievable for anyone in the lobby to catch up. And, like, look at IG in 7th place. They had 5 kills. This was not a low kill game. This wasn't like YZG hoovered up every kill in the game. Every team was able to survive that first bird's mite, which meant that there was lots more points in the game. Everyone survived, revived who they could, and then it was just full lobbies of just like the whole lobby we just made it to second round Yang. So there was so many points available in this game off the back of that even our 7th place team walked away with 5 kills and 5 points from that game. So we are truly in the upper bracket. This is definitely our top teams in the tournament right now, going toe to toe. And obviously, they do have to play through. Well, the bottom 4 will have to play through the lower bracket. And I do think some of the lower bracket teams have got some fight in them.
He's rocking flip-knot pistols.
I love that.
Yeah. And also, we also saw the first time that we saw was what you were wondering in the Realm of Yang against 521, how, you know, they didn't capitalize off the stun there onto 17S. it was QGG with a perfectly timed Furrin there just to really outlive that first and the second half of the stagger bar. The first half was just no one touched him. So the fact that he was able to back on up and comes in just to finish off the peel there with the Furrin, it was just beautiful there. And you saw how well they were able to capitalize off of that situation, even with those ultimate invested. And yeah, they just steamrolled the whole lobby after that. You see this full momentum, full pressure throughout the remainder of the game two. Just beautiful there for YZG. And then the Takeda, yeah. I mean, QGG being able to be that MVP here for this game on the Takeda. I'm still waiting on the reworks. And yeah, I mean, you were talking about how he scales off of having that weapon rarity in his inventory plus his teammates. Man, just give him
Wild Wind Sprout, man.
Yeah,
I think he only did 7,000 damage, 7,600 damage with that fan at the end of the game. I think that all came from that final section. I think one of those Spirit Wells dropped a fan and Wild Wind Sprout, and he just got 7k damage at the end of the game. Like, he was doing numbers. It's a bit of a shocked PQ face, isn't it? QGG got MVP for this game. No. Absolutely dominating performance. 11 kills, 9 assists, 18,000 damage. Honestly, the damage from him was relatively lower than you would have expected, but that was kind of just because they were picking up lots of kills at the end, and they were also very good at kill confirmation. Other teams were doing a lot of work, and they'd slide in with the Wind Sprout and mop up a kill. So really, really good stuff. It's one of those nice things about the White Tigers. If you get that kill confirmation, you get the pop, so you then burst the person who's also trying to secure the other kill. So snowballs into more and more. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves over to a break, and we're back with game 3 in a moment. So see you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with HitBrain. We just saw game 2, our first BR match of the day here for the winners bracket in trios. Explosive start, right, HitBrain? I mean, just so much aggression throughout the whole lobby. We still had 8 players in that end game there. It was super close, but YZG comes in and just full steamrolls off of the commotions there from those Yang depletions and just continue the momentum throughout the remainder of game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was an explosive game. We talked about it a little bit before we went to break, but it really boiled down to no one died for the first round with Yang, which meant the whole lobby was up for the second round with Yang, which meant there was just an absolute bloodbath to follow from the back of that. YZG had an absolutely stellar end game. I'm not overly surprised. YZG have been such a good team ever since KLA, when their original form. They've just had this. They've had this thing, especially with QGG being a long-time veteran of the org. They've just always been very good in trios, and I feel like they're a team who've been deserving of a JA Cup title for a long time, and have struggled to make it. In fact, they almost, when they were KLA, I reckon they would have won their first ever Nbpl tournament, but some players got banned, if I remember right, or one of the players got banned, so they couldn't compete for the final day. So they basically forfeited off that. But I felt like there was a world where KLA back in the day could have done that. But new YZG, none of that banning nonsense. They're definitely playing a lot better now. Well, playing a lot fairer now, but also at the same time, they are a team they've just always been locked in. They've always been locked in. And this is the upper bracket as well. So this is like the upper echelons of the NBPL teams. I feel like these guys on the screen, actually, I was very glad we came to them because I was about to talk about IG. They looked lost, but they still did okay on the points there. But I feel like IG are a team who, I think they've got good fundamentals of NARAKA as a trio, but something is missing for this team. I'm not 100% sure what it is yet. Haven't had enough kind of like hands-on games watching them and to see their game style, because unfortunately they have kind of been lower. Even on their qualification, they went into 4th, and they squeaked their way into top 4. So I think there's a lot to work on here. RW, another team who, you know, new organization, lots of players we know and love. They were dominant, absolutely dominant over in Group B. 3 back-to-back wins from game 3 through to game 4. No, game 2 through to game 4. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of them. We'll have to see, because that was not quite the RW that we got used to.
That's the thing, right? I feel like any team can just have a game like YZG. Especially right now, winners bracket. It's just gotta keep an eye on the teams who are really just winning those Yangs. I mean, being able to scale off the Yang, it's just so much more important now with just less teams in play, right? Before, you were able to catch some scragglers on the side, rotating on in. Yeah, they probably wouldn't have insane loot, or some of them could, but you know, it was another form of scaling up throughout the match. And now 8 teams in the field, loot is just already hard to find in the Mortar Wars. So being able to, you know, stay up in matches where everybody is, you know, playing aggressive like what we just saw, especially off of that first Yang, it's just a very hard task now. I feel like it's like 6 parties happening every time right after that first Yang. And, you know, off of that, it's just, you know, it becomes a snowball. Who's gonna be able to come back up after this? Are you gonna take the second Yang? If you don't, you miss a big opportunity having that second buff. And it's just, you know, that's the name of the game. If you're able to enter, win, scale up. And we saw that for YZG. They did it perfectly, being able to just win their Yangs, get everybody up to those gold armors, 4 Jades. I mean, the wind spout being a big damage dealer there for the Takeda was just amazing to watch here for YZG in game 2. And Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be who's gonna be able to take those Yangs as always. I think Yang has ever since it got implemented into the game, it just changed up the tides a lot of how you play NARAKA. Is just overall being able to get the buff, the weapon upgrade, the armor upgrade, all in one. It's just so good. And then the drawback of losing is just so bad, right? Trying to get that Yang depletion cleanse is just forcing you to engage and take fights that you initially would not even want to get into, but you're forced to. And yeah, I think Yang was just an amazing addition to the game, and it just really made these teams and players in both modes just, come up with game plans. And, throughout the years, we've seen how well teams and players have developed into that system and how impactful it's been non-stop. The Yangs has always been one of the key points. And yeah, you do have spirit well buffs to give you a little bit of that upper hand as well with teams who have into that Yang and lose. But yeah, it's just who's able to stay consistent at the end of the day.
I've been riding high since they've released Roma Yang. I'm not real with you, man. Like, such a good change.
So good.
Like, NARAKA had a boring couple of seasons before Roma Yang, where it was kind of just you hit end game and the whole lobby just shot cannons at each other until the circle closed, and then everyone went full send. Speeding up the lobby was such a good idea. A lot of well, we saw some monks getting locked in. Oh god, this is such a transformer heavy game. Oh my word. Oh shit. Okay, AB. RW did try this on day 2 over in Group B, and I wish I could tell you how it went. I, for the life of me, cannot remember how the shale went. I think I'm going senile in my old age. I am forgetting every bit of key information. But I do remember RW whipping this one out. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get Seb to remind me. I think Seb is probably asleep right now, seeing as the American times are rough for him. It's only 20 to 11 in the morning for me. I'm having a lovely morning. Wake up, get out of bed, have some toast, watch some NARAKA.
That's a beautiful
brilliant
Sunday.
day for it. Yeah, what a Sunday, mate. I'm gonna have a Sunday roast later. Some of actually, Americans, you don't do roast, do you?
Roast beef, yeah.
You do a Sunday roast? Is that like a thing?
No. Is that like a tradition for you, like Sunday roast?
Yeah, it's an old English tradition, a Sunday roast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like beef or chicken or lamb or pork, roast it. Some people do venison, but those people are bougie. And I gave you a history lesson before we went on air. Do you want to know? We're talking about things that we do that dates back to Middle Ages. The reason why the British have a Sunday roast is because British peasants could only afford meat once a week, so they do it on God's Day, which was Sunday. So they would, on a nice religious day, they'd be like, "Yeah, we're not working today. We'll have our one day of meat." So they'd do a roast, and that is why a roast dinner is a Sunday tradition in England.
It's interesting.
Before we went on air, guys, I was telling creatives about why daylight savings exists. And again, it comes back to European peasants farming, basically. So they had more hours to farm in the middle of the day.
Yeah. To me, that was really interesting. I never knew that. To me, it's just like, oh man, we got to go back an hour. Oh man, it's like.
Did you think they were just like messing with your sleep schedule for the love of the game?
Yeah,
Is that what you thought it was?
I thought I was getting grief IRL. Like it's just.
Because some big clock said it was time.
It's like, why they have us be night, like pitch dark at 5 p.m. in the afternoon? I just didn't know. So to me, it was really interesting knowing that you have more time to hunt. I did not know that. So yeah. Now with another history lesson here.
How do you think vampires feel about like daylight savings?
Oh, they hate it.
Yeah, right. Like summertime's got to be the worst.
Oh, for sure. I gotta wait 3 hours more for lunch.
Yeah. Some nights it's like it doesn't even get that dark. Yeah. Like it will stay fairly bright, and like the closer to the solstice you get, the longer the days are, which means the solstice is the longest day of the year. But you don't really get that much night at that time. Don't be a Nordic vampire. They have Forever Day at some points in the year. That's what I'd say.
Don't be a vampire, guys. It's bad for you.
A Nordic vampire. Like, you're fine if you're not in like Sweden, but parts of Sweden don't have night for like 3 months.
Oh, I actually didn't even know that either. I didn't even know there was no
you not know about it?
No, what do you mean there's no night times?
In parts of the Antarctic and parts of very northern Sweden, I assume Canada is north enough, but parts of Canada have this. But this is an assumption. I don't know. But I know in Sweden and like Norway and stuff, there is a fight going on. But I'm going to talk about history now and science. Basically, because in the summer, we're so much closer to the sun than we are in the winter, and the Earth's tilt means that the Earth actually never tilts away or rotates the sun off in parts of like Sweden and the North Pole. So, but I think it's like 3 months a year. They just have like perpetual daylight the whole time.
What?
And yeah, it's like 3 in the morning, and it'll be like midday for anywhere else in the world.
Nah, that would tweak me out.
Yeah, you get like midnight sun madness or something. Like it really affects like your mood, not being able to go into the dark.
Oh, yeah. it has some like eclipse philosophy to it.
Yeah. People need dark to sleep. When you don't get dark for 3 months, it really messes with your body apparently. Anyway, we'll have more fun conversations about the world later. Wolves right now being hunted here. They've already lost XN and ZK. No transform available to him. He's caught by the uppercut. And this may just be the end of days for him, unfortunately. Caught by the uppercut once again and finished up. We're on Morasile, by the way, guys. Horror off next. I should address where we are in the game and what we're doing. It is absolute madness here. 3-3-0 getting caught by the execute there from the Ainur. Able to do a whole heap of damage off the back of that one. Forces his ultimate out in response as Han. Gonna try and get some damage off into LXM, but does get interrupted by the knockback, caught by the freeze as well. His transform's about to time out. Han needs to actually now start playing the escape. This could get a little dicey for him, but no, he's actually looking to go for a re-engage in. Does lose the transform here, and now 3-3-0 is going to be hunting him down, looking to try and find that execute off. Actually, sorry, he's on a UA Shen, so not an Ainur. Doesn't quite have that. There comes the dash out for safety. Han in some serious danger here. I don't know if he's got enough fuel in the tank. LXM take him down. They'll get the Soul Bloom. They'll get the heal. And IG going to be in a really dicey situation. 2 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 1. Although IXL gets the uppercut onto LXM. Does go down though. Zen caught by the parry. And there he goes. GG, take the fight.
Clean up now. 3 on the board for GG beautifully, as well as RW being able to snag up that 3 Ps in the early stages. DRG ended up with 2. It's like one of those eliminations went towards XKG's way. But overall, off drop fights now probably concluded. We're going to have to wait and see the remainder of how the map looks. But overall, beautifully done here from these teams. We do have Yang in about 3 minutes. Yeah, just full aggression this time around. Still have the 8 teams alive. Off first, Yang. Not sure we are going to be seeing any teams being eliminated. We almost did last game where, you know, I believe it was IG potentially that ran it back. He was in the jellyfish area. They end up clutching it, but it was super close for them getting eliminated there at off drop, off spawn. So yeah, for now, we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. RW and crew posted up here in Celestra. We go ahead and loot up the remainder of the buildings, but overall, it's gonna be a little scaling game here for all these teams. The whole map is open, as you see. Every team is pretty much in every corner of the map. Wolves straight blue armor on ZK, but everybody else common armor. That's Immortal World, right? Being able to find, but I don't know. I feel like we've seen a lot of purple armor and purple weapons a lot throughout these matches that I've been watching, both solos and trios, and just sometimes you have that where, you know, players like Wolves only have 2 gray armors. You still have time to try to scale on up. As you see, Cuckoo here has a blue armor here in his sights if his teammate QGG can come pick that up as soon as possible. So, you know, purple spear in hand as well, which having this the rarity of this weapon at purple early in the stages, especially if you're able to find something like that off drop, it's just so good due to the fact that these teams and players are not able to have that damage reduction in those those early stages of the matches. But team like DRG, 2 purple weapons comfortably, 3 purple weapons, 2 purple armor, sorry. Just sitting comfortably there, posted up, ready for that Yang with 2 elimination as well. With that Farrier Yushan, very interesting composition, as well as Lee. We saw a shutdown in game 2 with just how much damage they're able to burst out there with that comp. The Lee ult there, just having it with, I guess it does like a lock on dagger throws. It just chunks up a lot of damage onto characters like Monk, who are just, you know, like a stationary target the majority of the time. Yeah, even though he can go and leap around, I feel like, yeah, we saw the value of the Lee there in that Yang from game 2. It's just so good to have there, especially if your teammates are both looking at the Transformers up. Jades here for GG, couple purple Jades as well as attack buffs, but you saw that it's only 2 blue damage reduction there onto one of those players. Still gonna hurt a lot, especially in this Yang. So first Yang, very, very important for a lot of these teams. More than halfway for the Realm of Yang gate to start opening already. It's gonna be a beautiful fight to see, but overall 5-1 Wolves and RW might have a little bit of contesting. It might be mistaken. Didn't we used to have like a little bit of like teams fighting in and out for the Yang, or has it always been a mash fest?
No, there used to be. I mean, that was the invention of the blind date comp. Was it would third party and maybe snipe someone as they were trying to get into a Realm of Yang. I think now with the fact there's just 6 spaces, 3 Realm of Yangs up, and then there's also the Spirit Wells. It's very easy for everyone to just take a neutral trade, get their objective, like whether that be Spirit Well, whether that be Realm of Yang, you know. So everyone's quite happy to not risk it all, take the Realm of Yang instead and get a second chance if they lose out, and then someone else will just go get gear elsewhere. I did think you're right there when you're talking about the rarities right now, because I swear everyone has gotten very lucky this game. Like purple armors and stuff are available once you get later into the game via the shop, but we have a lot of very geared players in this lobby, so it's going to be very interesting to see people relatively scaled ahead of the pace of a regular game here. CGS looking for the freeze. Wasn't able to make a connection there. Does get caught out by the parry. Drops his purple weapon. Can he get it in time? Kakashi won't let CGS get near. He's just trying to jump back. If he can grab that purple weapon, he's going to be happy. Just sitting on those flying knives, decides it's not worth the risk of going for that weapon. Throws the freeze down, repositions away, and there goes CGS. No purple weapons to respawn with unless his team pick him up for him. And DRG, upper player right now, feeling very comfortable. No ultimate available onto Mai. He's just playing the evasion game right now. He's going to get caught out here by 330. Cannon Fire comes in onto Mai as well, but Mai scale rushed and evaded relatively effectively. SDRG still with this man advantage. Feeling pretty comfortable, but Mai getting heavily chunked out here. There goes DRG, not gone. There goes a player from DRG. I'm just not going to finish that one. And GG were actually able to equalize this one out. So it's a 2 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 1. GG. No. Find the turnaround as Mai goes down. I thought that was a wrap.
Wow. And you know what's very interesting? CJ's first popped that Justina ultimate very early, and he pretty much burns through his Justina dashes very fast and gets no value off of that alone, and then he quickly falls as well, and GG are still able to clutch that up. It was just so composed there from GG. And yeah, I feel like it was kind of a mirror match. We just swapped off the Justina for the Faria in that situation between both of those teams. And, you know, Justina has to land those freezes. You got to have the burst damage there as soon as that freeze connects. And, you know, if you burst that ultimate and don't get anything off of that alone, it just really shuts that character down. And right off of Yang, GG turns around, sees team exiting the portal as well, knowing potentially 4 teams enter from the same portal. 330 against QGG. Takeda Ferns shoved out here onto 330. I believe he might be a little bit of an isolated fight between both of these players, because LXM is looking at 17S, and then CJ's is contesting another player, but a grab there from 17S from mid-range onto CJ's. Gets the slam. The follow-up not good. Yeah, it is. The whisk connector in the back end. The pistol shots connect as well, and now uses the dash to try to retreat, but that ultimate, once again, not really finding value as you see him still trying to fight for his life with so little HP in the situation. confirmation. The teammates have to show up, and LXM is there. Massive prayer onto 17S. The LNB Pro here for 17S. Be able to get the extension jump on LNB ×1. Ghost tries to extend it with the grapple, going for the solo combo, but it's not enough. LXM there off the after from Lee for the hit confirmation and elimination onto 17S.
Nice little pick up there. Now LXM keeping that pressure up onto QGG, catches him in the uppercut. YZG have their Bird's Might, so it's not the end of the world for them. There they go. Lovely little pick up there for the side of GG. Did lose a player though. Means they're going to have some work to pick their player back up. Was able to get the cleanse off as IG. Coming fresh in here. IG, no kills, no Bird's Might, no depletion. They're just going in for the love of the game here, really. Onto GG, who have still got that Bird's Might. Going to try and force out the man advantage. IG want to get some points on the board. They can't fall behind the lobby. As Han throws down the transform. GG still playing fairly passively. They got a minute left on this debuff, so they could just try and escape and not give the kills up. But I think that is going to be an unavoidable thing for GG to deal with. As there goes their two players. IG pick up their first 2 kills of the game. Meanwhile, seeing some of our depletion teams full sending it here. Got the ACOS cage down, but Kakaishi going very low here. 5-2-1 looking to try and secure the kill onto him. They've already taken 1. DRG may just be losing their players early in the game. They might be just getting knocked out of this game too. Pampy pressure onto Donkey9. He doesn't want to let him get away. Does get the F off there briefly, but knowing that the bell's down, they can just keep that pressure up onto him. Catches the uppercut onto Pampy. Pampy's actually fairly low here, but it does look to get some fire back here with those fist weapons. Donkey9 purple weapon is going to look for that turnaround as Pampy's keeping him up in the sky, and DRG are eliminated from the lobby.
Wow. Viper F, man. It's so good. I mean, being able to iframe a blue focus like that and then catch fire right after, it's just so good. But now you have Tomoko Ultimate invested here from Wolves. XN being front and center is NHQ as well. On to Takeda. Looking for the drop down. ZK, I believe, gets parried in the back end, but there's a little bit of a parry stall there from one of these players. Youth, on the other hand, looking for the drop down hits, connects onto the monk. Look at the damage there off that gold weapon as well. Just so nice to have. And now you see him going for the overhead shots, connects onto XN as well. Now we have the Xiaoyou in play as well for our W, being able to throw down that shield throw is good, gets the hit and the damage. YZG now starts to move on in, looking for another dagger snipe. Only releases onto one player. 17S gets clipped in the back end. You see Kukudo on the top side, waiting for the perfect opportunity to go for the whisk. Doesn't connect though, so YZG now don't get that start off this fight, but they are going to be winning this out. Quick reset, try to pick up as much resources from these trolls. Lots of bodies just fell. 17S, I believe, picked up an armor in the back end. RW is going to give up this loot now. Going to go ahead and back on up. LXM and crew, GG, looking for any scraps here at money. I said it for solos as well. I think money, especially in a system like this, is a really good way to start off your match. Is being able to have the upper hand with those dark tide coins really early into the game.
Especially when there's less players, so you're able to loot less dark tide coins from other teams. Because, you know, if there's 2 more teams, there's 2 more people worth, well, there's 2 more quests being done, right? So there's a lot more dark tide coins. There's an economy to these games. Yeah. And that is reduced being into 8-person lobbies. So it was actually 12-person lobbies, so it was way more economy. Which also translates into soul jades, because there's targeted soul jades you can get from the shops. There's purple armor you can get from the shops. But IG going to be jumping in here versus GG, seeing if they can take this one. Freeze comes through onto Zen. Zen's going to take a fair amount of damage, but does throw down the ultimate, but he is low. Quick blink out to safety there, but they are just unrelenting on their aggression here onto Zen. It's on IG to really start backing up Zen here. They catch the freeze. CJS is just going to get knocked back here, trying to play away Zen. And lots of healing has been thrown out here as it looks like it's a brief waiting moment. It's trying to see what GG can do. Wait this one out, GG. Getting some damage here onto Zen. Zen, I think, is going down. He has able to break away. Has some of that zip healing to keep him going. And 3-3-0 is going to make sure the CGS is covered as Zen. I don't think the coverage is quite there from the side of IG. They're a bit scattered right now. Not making clear calls. CGS has lost a fair amount of HP, but now it is just going to be XXL going down. Zen has fallen. And IG's hand is left on his lonesome here versus GG. And I don't think he's really got it. Unfortunately, there's too much ranged attacks coming in. Han going low, going down. GG take the Remy Yang.
Yeah, it's just rough for IG. I mean, I feel like they had a slower start for the game as well. I don't think they got into those early engagements right before the Zhang. They were still with 0 eliminations. And then they take this Zhang and yeah, just not finding that value. It really shuts off the momentum from the scaling, especially if you're not winning those. As GG beautifully there. Now scaling up ×2 off of 2 Rum Yangs, are able to be full confident throughout the remainder of this match. See them now with that Mystic Might. RW snagging up the White Tigers. YZG responding with the White Tigers as well. 2 teams with that Yang depletion. We have 3 teams this time around here, Hipra, that are out already right after second Yang.
Very, very explosive. We're going to guaranteed lose 1 team as well, at the least. So it's going to be a much faster paced game than the previous game. And that was fast. Cutting over to the YZG versus 521. Rama Yang. And before we get into the meat of this, I do think I noticed what it is about IG that I think's off. I think their target selection's really bad. Like, they don't zone one of their players who gets hard CC'd or hard jumped on. Instead, they kind of just leave them and hope that they can sustain themselves. And then didn't really target the right people. Like, GG identified correctly that the biggest target for them to get is the zip. If they kill the zip, the sustain is gone. So, really nice. Anyway, cutting over to this replay. 17S. Opened up a nice grab there onto Pampy. Gets a massive chunk out of his health bar. Just jumps forward, gets the slam, gets the grab. That is brutal. Fat Milk can do nothing about that one. And yeah, this is it. Target selection. I think it's one of those things we don't really talk about much, but yeah, if you can identify the right targets to blow up in a fight and you commit to that while also covering the right targets to be blown up on your team, you have an easier fight. You have an easier time of it.
Yeah, and I think a team like GG, right, in that second Yang, the Justina dash freeze connects onto, I believe,
it was the the zip.
The Zaping, yeah. It connects on the Zaping, and then you saw the Lee ult being invested on that same player, and he was across the whole map. So they're calling out, they're having the same, you know, at least one player can be in an isolated fight or can try to deal with a 1v2 as long as your other 2 members are trying to quickly make it a 2v3. I think that's a big tempo change there if you're able to make that happen. And the way GG did it in that second Yang, yeah, just like Hipper was mentioning, if you're not able to, you know, isolate a player off and you invest everything, as we just saw in that Yang as well, where YZG 17S gets stunned again by 521 on that ult, and there's just no pressure onto that player. The other players are fighting across the way, and 17S just pretty much lives off that ultimate like nothing happened to him. So, you know, it's just, you got to really full commit to where you're throwing at the opposing team and just try to make the best as best as possible to do so. And yeah, GG has been able to do so with, I don't even know how many eliminations they have. They have around 7 already here for this match. I think they've been scaling up perfectly throughout the match, as well as RW on this comp here with the Shayo, being able to get that third-party, fourth-party action there on the opposite side of this map. Just goes in for the cleanup and being able to have the scaling off that gold whip sword as well. It's just nice there to have on Lee. IG, though, on the other hand, had to fight off this Yang depletion, a minute 27. Have a lot of work to try to cut off, hoping they find a team scattering the outskirts, but with only a couple teams what is it, 5 teams still alive, it's not gonna be, it's not the old system when you had 12 teams in play. It's just so hard to try to find any sorts of teams just roaming the outskirts of the map. And now you're gonna be forced into the center, and you know you're gonna be met with 3rd, 4th, 5th parties as well, because everybody's gonna be posted up here in this side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Time is running short for 521 and IG. Both of them haven't really done a significant dent in the scoreboard here, where you can see there's a significant line being drawn in the sand between our top team and our top 4 and our bottom 4. Yeah. Obviously not a great game from DRG being eliminated on 3 kills, but they've done a lot in previous games. But 34, 21, 18, and 15 points. 5-1 are competitive, though. They're probably one of the teams who could play catch up. To be fair, XKG could also as well. But these 2 teams are now just going to full send it. CC comps getting thrown out to go for the lockdown. 5-2-1 catching on to the members of IG, and this should just be easy pickings for them. They have that Justina freeze, though, for a little bit of backup, and CJS is able to secure a kill. Parry comes in onto Zen, and I think some of the other lobby members are starting to collapse in onto this fight. GG stealing away kills with the musket shots. There's 5-2-1. They found the kills onto IG, but the cost is steep. Pampy, no Soul Bloom, 8 seconds left, caught by the freeze. And GG, 15 kills in. I was talking about GG with Seb the other day. I felt like GG were only good in final circles, and that was their big worry coming into this season. They've really stepped it up today. I'm very impressed with their kind of mid-game play, moving now into late game, which is their area of expertise. The biggest problem is though, YZG have consistently taken the Spirit well every game so far. No one's contesting them this time either, so everyone's about to get Realm Yang depletion on. RW joining into the fray. I think GG see this, and yeah, they are just going to look for these members. No, they're not. They're going to get inside the house. I thought an RW member went inside here, but GG decided not to. Here's the depletion going off. I don't know who got hit, but GG have found RW, and they're going to look for Yuan here. Youth is going to try and catch with the whip sword. Is able to do so onto Yuan.
Oh, they got spotted. Okay. I was a little confused. I know why they were out there. They were in the edge of the map to avoid gang depletion. As you see, GG didn't get inflicted by it, but I'm guessing YZG sent out two to start hunting, and they forced them out to the closer end of the map, and they still got hit by it. So RW has to fight this off. GG's at a perfect spot here to make sure they're able to back on up and not be the center of attention here in a third party on in. As you see, RW eats up a little bit of those damage. They're forced to pop one ult off of this, 2 ultimates as well. The Shio ultimate was invested for RW, and YZG not letting go of the gas pedal. QGG being that front and center on the Takeda, looking for the opportunity here out the Furin shoves, catches the first one. Yuan just gets completely shredded off of that first Furin, and that's gonna be a quick cleanup here for YZG. Looking to pick up more, but GG on the other hand, still waiting. They haven't really engaged right now. They have the upper hand. 2 players are still up for RW. And I feel like this is where it starts getting a little tricky, right? Like, if you want to get those last 2 picks, you are going to be having to engage, but you still have to deal with the pressure of that third party. And it's like, do you want to really full commit into that? Or do you just kind of just want to let it happen? But as you see here, the GG wants to full throttle, but the Bane might be a big problem here.
Yeah, it could be. CGS gets the freeze off just to make sure it doesn't get caught. You do see a Bane's Breath hit onto Youth in the side, and that could just be the moment. Everyone gets fried there. AB low, and YZG, if they 20 bomb 2 games in a row, that is just brutal for the rest of the lobby. There goes Youth. That's 17 kills over to the side of oh no, YZG have 9 kills, 17 kills to GG. YZG can't actually win this lobby. GG have done so well that YZG are not going to be able to win this one. But GG could go for the 20 bomb if they want. They're going to force the transform out here. 330 is going to transform in response. Only reduces 17S's targets as he's just getting heavily staggered back. 17S is being caught inside the zone. This is really rough for him. Lost half of his HP already. The Bane's Breath is coming down. Looks for the grab. Able to make a connection onto that one. Is going to go for the punch off. Doesn't make the connection. There's the punch onto CJS. Catches him nice and low. Trying to catch out in the sky onto LXM. Is able to grab on Sandstorm's been thrown out. 17S gets the knockback here as YZG just keeping that pressure up. They're able to take down CJS. GG maybe denied their placement points, but this game is theirs regardless. Absolutely brilliant performance there from GG, but YZG will be the last team standing, 2nd time in a row here as they launch onto LXM inside the zone and take him out. But I believe that's 12 kills plus 4, so it's not enough to overtake GG, who should be MVP for this game number 3.
And that's just rough there for GG. CJ is literally the last person that had to get grabbed there. He was the last one to get grabbed, and he's the first one to get grabbed. He's the safety net there if you do get grabbed. He does have the Justina ult there to stall out a monk grab, and unfortunate enough for him, he gets grabbed off ripped and just gets completely shredded off of that, not being able to recover. Falls shortly after that, and you see YZG being able to win out that isolated 3v3 there in the last 5 moments of game 3. But yeah, still massive game for 3, 17 kills on the board. It's just insane, right? like I mentioned, any team can really just have a pop-off game. As we saw now, 17 kills, not an easy task. Lots of points on the board for yourself and your team. And now you're jumping up on the ranks. Now that, like you said, you can clearly see the difference in eliminations from that top 4 to that bottom 4. It's like 7, 8, 11, and then like 6, and then you have like 3, 2, 0, 0. Like you can really tell who's having a great match and who has a lot of ground to cover. But overall, beautiful showcasing here from GG. CJS, I think he heard me when I said that he didn't have any freezes, and after that he just had pretty much every freeze in the book, which really just capitalized off of that alone.
Yeah, it was a very, very impactful on the towards the end there.
Yeah,
but I mean that was just yeah, like you're saying, it's now at the point where the top 4 are starting to be a little bit more defined versus the bottom 4, which means the bottom 4, they have 3 games. We're halfway through the day, so they have 3 games to play catch up now to the rest of the lobby. Otherwise, they are going to have to slip into that lower bracket and beat the winners of the lower brackets last round, which, those guys might be on a bit more of a tear. If you think about it that way as well, in the momentum, in the mental, like if you get absolutely slammed today and then go into that lower bracket, maybe a little tilted, versus the teams who are feeling confident because they've just won and they've made it to that top 4, that momentum may carry through and negatively impact, or for the lower bracket teams, maybe even impact them in a good way. So yeah, it's a tall ask now, but we're halfway through. There's plenty of time to do it. I mean, we've seen 2 games be almost 20 bombs, one being a 20 bomb, one not, but the winners are scoring a lot of points. And genuinely, if 8th place, who I think right now is IG, if they rock out a 20 bomb in this next game or play really well for the next 3 games, like top 4 is achievable for our last place team, but they now have to step up, because if the top 4 keep playing like this, that red line, that minimum requirement is going to just continue to rise until eventually it's unattainable for people who've had a weaker start to the day. So yeah, it's a lot of work to do, but it's definitely not over yet. One thing as well to kind of note is I think we're getting an Einor mirror match at the end of the day, because that has been the most picked character of the day. Every first rotation has been Einor comps, and if I'm honest with you, I'm not sold. I think this Monk Takeda is being more feasible. I think they're having better success with that pick. I think the Lockdown CC comp is also just really, really solid at the moment. I actually think the Einor comp is not as highly rated as the players are rating it right now.
Wasn't that comp highly picked as well towards the end of 2025? I think ever since Einor got implemented, that composition really... Oh, no, I think it had a Kylan into it, actually.
Yeah, it had a Kylan.
Yeah. I think it was the Kylan, but this composition, right? This was a very interesting one for me. Swapping out, we had a variation of almost this exact comp. Instead of the Justina, they had the Feria, but I think this composition really works perfect, especially how GG we're playing with it, how, whoever the Justina's freezing, LXM was there to back him up. Like Hipper was saying, target selection is very, very important in trios, and then you have that Yushan for that safety net to, be there to peel for you. Yeah.
Honestly, one more game like this and YZG can take their hands off the wheel. Like, genuinely, one more big game like this, sure. And I think 4th is going to be very hard for them to lose. They would like to go in first place, I assume. Big confidence boost, but YZG set up beautifully here. GG, what a comeback. 0-3 and then a 19-point game. Almost got 20 points for that game. Like, really, really solid comeback for the team who started... I think they started this game in 3rd. No, in 8th, sorry. Like, they jumped from 8th to 2nd place off that. We'll have a look at the replays and then we'll have a look at the actual standings before I start making stuff up. But I'm pretty sure it was pretty good there for GG. As actually them taking on YZG at the start of the game. Able to... Oh, no, that was Vermilion Birds, mate. Able to get himself a couple of kills here and there. Really good. It's cool to see that the Jeanhan actually getting some use, because I felt like in our games when we covered him, covered the first day of trios, I wasn't overly sold on these Jeanhan comps, but they are slowly starting to make a bit of sense to me.
Yeah, it looks good, especially how GG played it. Like I said, oh no, that's just the saddest way to go out. Yeah, the Justina, right? Justina's always been a very aggressive character. But yeah, you have to land the freezes. Fortunate enough, GG's CJ just has insane teammates, 330 and LXM, where in that first realm he gets no value off that Justina ult, and they still end up turning it around. It was just insanity, right? Being able to stay up in a 2v3 for that long as well, because he got taken out very early, and then you get results like this where LXM is dropping 23,000 damage plus 10 eliminations. It's just insane to watch here on this character. Revo bomb shot, damage reduction, arrow dash, blistering edge, engraving. Standard attack J is just massive here for the MVP of game number 3. But yeah, I was looking at the top 4. 3 out of the 4 teams in our top 4, first, second, and fourth, literally got first rounded in our martial arts ultimates, and now you see top 2 just having an insane start to today's matches already with 40 points for 2 games out of the way. Well, technically 3, right, with the martial arts. It's just an insane amount of points there. If you're YZG, GG with a nice amount of elimination as well in points. But we are going to be taking a quick interview with one of the players from these teams, and we'll be back to continue with today's matches.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now our players standing here, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 YZG 17S。
欢迎 YZG 的17S 来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to the post-game interview, and congratulations, you guys really excellent performance today. And I would like to know, so for you, because you are back to the YZG, and how you think about the cooperate between your team and last year QGG said he want to leave YCG or leave Nbpl, but he back again, and what's the story is it? 那我这边想问一下，那17S 回到了我们这个 YCG 之后，感觉目前队内的一个磨合情况怎么样？以及钱滚滚其实去年在采访当中就有透露过，说他可能不想再打了，要离开我们这个 Nbpl， 但是怎么说服他留下来了呢？
就是首先第一个问题的话，就是我感觉我现在默契度就挺高的了，但是也不能说完美吧，就已经非常高了，在目前来说。然后怎么说他留下来的话，就差不多大家都在想着对方嘛，就对方回来打的话，大家都愿意打。
So for me, I think in the team YCG now we are really cooperate really well now. And for QGG, it's because I convinced him to live in the YCG and fight again together this year. That's why he just live in the YCG now, and we can cooperate again. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did 17S use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才那把比赛你用到了是哪个英雄？说到我们的比赛 ，Okay, back to the matches. I heard that in the Game 2, it's like you are in the team voice. It's like I want, 我要。So I would like to know that story. 那我们可以讲到比赛当中啊，其实可以看到第2把打完之后，我们可以听到队内的回放。17S 一直在那边说我要，但是我要的这个到底是什么？给我们讲讲这个故事呗。
就是我和钱滚滚就是在抢就是在抢酷酷爱的战神，就是大家都不想给他那个头，逗他玩比较好玩。
为什么你们俩要一起想去把他的这个战神抢下来呢？
就是他太想要这个战神了，所以就感觉逗他很好玩。
哦，队友越想要，所以我越不给他。
是的，
兄弟当中的一个小玩笑。Okay, it's because we are all want the MVP for the game 2, and because Cuckoo 2 always want to get the MVP in the game, and that's why me and the QGG we just joke on him that we don't want to give the MVP to you. So finally, QGG get the MVP, and congratulations to him. Okay, I think our players prepared, and let's start counting. 17S 应该准备好给大家发出福利了。那接下来英文进入我们的倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请17S 给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是
A.
Yes, the correct answer is A. And last, I would like to know, because we always know Team YCG, you're really good at 3-on-3 fighting. But for the game 1 today, you just lose to the Team Wolf. So I would like to know the reason. 那我这边也想问一下，那我们都知道，其实 YCG 3-3的能力是非常强，大家都是有目共睹的。但今天第一把会有点出乎意料吧？就怎么就一回合就下来了呢？
因为我们高手不赢第一把。
Because we are really strong, so we don't need to win the game 1, and after that we still will win like the later. Okay, we're looking forward to the rest of the game. 那我们就更期待接下来你们的表现了。好的，再次感谢来到我们的赛后采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into the second half of the day. I can't believe we're halfway through already. It's a very fast-moving meta right now, creators. I'm loving it, having a great time as we're heading over to Holoroth. Sadly, for our only game on Holoroth today. So far, the Einor comp has been the most prioritized, but it's definitely not been the most successful. We've had a win on the Takeda comp. We've had a win on the Jeonhon comp as well. There's some really, really interesting stuff floating around. I still feel like the CC comp, the ACOS comp, is giga slept on. I think it's so solid right now, but teams are passing it up for other stuff. Maybe it's one of those ones where it's really good when there's a lot of similar stuff in the lobby, and when there's more variance in the lobby, it maybe falls off in priority because it's a bit more targetable at that point with, there's only 2 ACOS comps dotting around. So maybe that's why. I guess we'll have to see. How are we feeling about today so far, though, creatives?
I feel good. I saw the composure from the teams game number 2, right? They're playing a little bit more composed, and then we got into our game 3, and it was just straight chaos as well. Bodies and teams just dropping so fast. But I feel like even the pace in the game number 2, I feel like it was perfect. We had the team still up there after that first game. We had the big commotion happening, and still all the teams were still up. So I like that pacing that we had for that game. This game as well, it's just hard when you have a team like GG out fragging the remainder of the lobby. Game 2, YZG just putting up so much eliminations on the board. It's kind of hard to try to fight against that when a team is just winning Yangs and capturing Spirit Wells, and then you're put into the situation where you kind of have to see what the other teams around you are doing at the same time, just to not really just get completely shut down, because you got Thanos in the groups, you got Thanos in your games, and it's kind of hard to try to work around that. But yeah, I mean, like we have for game 3, YZG was still able to put up I believe a 10 kill elimination game as well. Yeah. Even though it was 17 on the board for GG, I still think it's not too far apart than from what we saw in game number 1 or game number 2.
Yeah, YZG have been consistent, but in a terrifying way. They've been consistently blood hungry. They've been very, very aggressive, high tempo, and everyone else is kind of having to play to YZG's beat there. And yeah, they had a fantastic end to that last game. 2 games in a row, they've been the last team standing. Yeah. In fact, I think they haven't lost a player in a single game, if I remember right. They might have had the downed players, and obviously Birdsmite players lost, but they have ended both of the games with all 3 players standing. So these guys on an absolute tear right now, and honestly, one more good game like that and the rest of the day's done for them. They can just chill. I don't think they will. I think they'll continue to try and be dominant over the others, but we're not there yet. GG on screen playing catch up, jumping up from 8th place into 2nd. We went from last to second to first. Really, really solid performance from these guys. And other teams have a lot of work to do. I had a lot of expectations from RW after what we saw from them in Group B and how dominant they were over there. 3 back-to-back wins. So far, it's not terrible. And to be honest with you, if I'm 100% honest, I don't feel like anyone's been strictly terrible. I think even towards, GG were at the bottom of the table starting last game. IG were in second to last. IG maybe had a little bit of a lackluster game, but we still saw life in them. They got 5 kills in game 1. They got 3 kills in game 2. It's not like they're scoring. It's not like they're not doing anything. They are actively playing the map and actively playing the game. I think the coordination for them is off a little bit. So they got to work on that. And they don't have long to fix those issues up, because if they lose here, they'll have to go into that lower bracket and have one last chance to see if they can make it into the qualification. As on our screen right now, YZG looking real good after these games. Get themselves all locked and loaded. I mean, it's a team that's very little has changed over the years for these guys. I think their play style has remained the same for a long time. I think they found a comp and a play style that works for them. And yeah, QGG, the man on your screen right now, in that game 1 or game 2 technically, our game 1 about Royale on the Takeda was absolutely filthy. Putting out some serious work there.
still catch me off guard. Same game 2, right? We're me personally, I'm so used to just the BR being in the first round. Yeah, even the change right before the martial arts never even counted as a match, so it was still game 1 in solos. But overall, you know, we'll get used to it with time, as well as these matches. I mean, I'm already getting used to them now. I think it's just amazing to watch just how much aggression there is throughout these trio games. And I didn't expect that when we got the change and we came in here with day 1. I didn't expect the aggression to be like that, just due to the fact that you lost players, and you know, it was up for grabs what was gonna happen. But you know, we ended up getting this kind of I don't even know how you call it, but it's just I feel like the momentum is just, it's pretty much the same throughout the whole game, but it ramps up a little bit after first Yang, and then for that second Yang, right, most of the times you only have 2 teams with Yang depletion, so it doesn't escalate as much as it does after that first Yang. But overall, it's still a very interesting tempo. I think it works perfectly for the trio mode, especially with how high skill ceiling these teams have throughout, you know, every single match. It just makes it so exciting. But yeah, comps, I think the only difference is that we don't see like the Justina comp really, Justina Viper really outshining any other comp than what we had for that first day, which, you know, that comp really had its shine at the end of 2025. But now we see this inner competition with the Hottie and Zapine just being pretty much that first round selection for every single squad, and it's definitely going to be that mirror match at the end of the day. So that is not going to be a surprise with every single team picking this comp in their first second round selection. So nothing too crazy. I mean, Ener, since he got into the game, he just has everything that Yushan wanted: speed, damage. But hey, Yushan's in the mix too with that Justina Lee, which just won game number 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's very, very solid comp, this one.
Yeah, it is.
I'm curious what the UA Shen's really doing here. Is it just because the players have to play a Transformer? Their brains are hardwired, so they have to play a Transformer. But yeah, no, there must be a reason. I need to speak to someone who really understands these comps and why UA Shen's getting played in there. Seeing a cannon? Whoa, hold on, that's a Feria variant instead of the Justina. That's what we were used to seeing, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So yeah, interesting for these guys go for the original version. And okay, there is 3 different variants of this comp floating around now with the Sheol from RW. They tried this last game, and I still don't know what it did. I don't think we saw RW very much last game. Okay, right. Last round, last selection. Jeonhon and UA Shen just got absolutely mad amount of attention in this hero select. There's a lot of them floating around. Over to IG and XKG to lock in. What are they going for?
I think I'm misunderstanding this hero points increase current round.
So they've increased if a character is picked twice, it then increases in hero points for the round after. So if one person picks it in round 1, oh, XK, thank you. Go on, IG,
Temi
do
Valda,
it.
though?
Do
I don't
it,
think I've ever
do
seen
it.
it. What?
Double Valda. This, have we seen the Valda variant of the Temi? I think we have.
I've seen the Monk Valda, but I don't think me personally, I don't think I've seen the Temi.
I can't remember now. I can't remember anything. But yeah, so basically the way Hero Select works is, let's say we're in round 1 of selection and I pick a hero and the enemy team don't pick the same hero as me. They pick a different variant. Then going into second round, both teams can technically pick it because it hasn't had an increase. So it's when a hero gets picked twice, it then increases in hero points, but that hero point only applies after that round is done. So it is feasible to have 3 of the same comp floating in a game.
Okay. That's very interesting. And I also think I have to go back to the rulebook because I can't quite remember if any points are transferring. This is winner's bracket, right?
Yeah, so I think they still got 0 hero points, but heroes are increasing in cost. Otherwise, we would see teams picking up comps that have already been picked, just for the sake of having what they would be consider a good team. So I'm pretty sure 0 points. I don't know if we do points for actual finals, or if we're sticking with a 0 system. I'd have to also have a little scroll up and have a look at the rule changes in there. But I think they got placed in a channel which is very buried in.
But yeah, game number 4. We're ready to lock in Holleroth, and this is our only Holleroth match of the day. Now it's cut down to only one due to the fact that we have martial arts and solos. So one map had to go, and it was Holleroth. Hopefully we get a new map so we can just slot in one of the other maps out and slot that in. But overall, we'll see when that happens. Yeah, this comp has been that first round selection for every single team, and then this just seen a league competition with the Yushan has shown value in these matches as well. But this is the one that catches my attention, is that Monk Valda Temi. I don't remember it with the Temi. I remember the Viper one, Viper Monk Valda, but and also
IG have picked it before, to be fair. They have a 14% pick rate on this very comp, so we have had it with Tessa. Have we had Monk and Tessa? Or if I got... No. I feel like it is this, but sometimes a Karumi instead of the Temi. Some kind of like healer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Temi is quite common in this comp, if I remember right. But everyone actually on comps that they do historically fairly well on. YCG dropping just the puzzle south of Plumed Castle, so they will be looking to grab themselves some goodies. Oh, GG. Dropping as close to Imperial as you can, eh? They always go for that central TP in the far north of Imperial Village. Every time. There's a solid chance GG just bolt up. They just go north and just start gearing at Imperial.
I'm looking at IG here. They landed Fireflies. Yeah. So I think they're going to loot as fast as possible. It's literally such small looting zone there. You can get a couple tropes from it, and I think they might rotate towards puzzle unless, yeah, there was like nobody around, unless they just
YZG were at puzzle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but I don't think there was anybody around them.
Oh yeah, no, yeah,
on the top side. Yeah,
it's a clean 1v1 fight if they take it. Although it's like over here, got Wolves taking themselves a fight versus XKG. Wolves DK already getting pretty heavily chunked out here. Doesn't have the ultimate built up either, so no transform to get that extra health. Could be very dicey for him. Repositions away. There's XKG. Yeah, they're not going to send it. Wolves going to be able to get himself. Well, ZK is going to get himself some armor. The Hardy ultimate being burnt actually is probably quite good for XKG if they can get Junyon out here. Has been able to dodge away from Night HQ, is just giving him the full send. And I think they finally made the connection there onto XKG, so Wolves are now going to pounce on, but Junyon, has he actually got the backup of his team? I don't think he does. I think his team are just too slow. They would muddle up on their time in there as Junyon goes down, and now XKG pretty much just guaranteed to lose this fight after the fact they've gone for their fight. Wolves have transformed as well. They're looking to try and get as much damage onto ZK as possible. Looking for that execute there with the Iron Ore. Haven't been able to find that window. This 2-tick is just playing interrupt here on the transform, but there's going to be the Valda ulti thrown down. And honestly, it just really boils down to Wolves were played together and XKG, they spread out. They spread out across the map here. It's going to have to be one hell of a turnaround. Double spear makes the connection here onto Wolves, but don't have that full backup yet. And the XKG has salty run backed it. Okay, they're going for the full send, but there goes ZXL. There goes another one, and 2-tick. It's just going to look to break away from this one. Does not want to be getting caught out. He's just going to be running, knowing that the revive is burnt. As Wolves happy with this start.
Yeah, and that's 3 on the board there for Wolves. Beautifully done. Just getting that purple halberds off rip. Nice weapon to have early on. Han, on the other hand, on that Moko, gets a double grab onto 521. Fat Melt falls off of that situation. And now IG ready to bounce in to another elimination there. Believe Pampy is going to be able to get out of that. pressure. He is going to be met up here by XXL. Overholds the scare resistor to Wigan and parry. Sends the 1.0, and there goes the read from XXL. Into the follow-up pull sword hit as well. Just gets hit with so much damage. Forces out the F, but it's not going to be enough. Opens up another parry. Was forced to release. And IG now going to be getting the scraps there from that body. And IG can now start rotating on in to scale up further. Not sure if anybody's at Plume Castle as well. If not, they can start rotating on in. YZG, on the other hand, 0 eliminations, gold armor off of that puzzle, or gold weapon, sorry, gold fan. Being able to scale up, and it's super strong to have that early on. Once again, anything above blue is just so hard to find. And then out of nowhere, we just start finding purple jades here from 17S.
That's crazy, actually. That is crazy. Damn. YZG, remember also, the World Windsprout Golden Fan. Massive winner for them in the final zone of game number 2. We'll have to see whether or not they can transition this into much more. They haven't got any kills right now. The kills are actually towards the bottom end of the table. Wolves with 4, 3 onto IG, 2 onto 521 as well. So kills are getting picked up down there. RW, kind of they picked the Shale comp twice in a row, which means they actually can't pick this anymore. This is the comp they double pick for today. And it's very interesting to see that they have lent in the direction of taking Shale twice instead of something else. And right now they are sitting in 3rd. They had a very, very explosive group stage where they kind of were the main stars, the superstars of the group. But this time around, they're playing a little bit more relaxed. They are the team who are just going to content with making sure that they sit in that top end of the bracket so they can go through nice and easy. GG, purple soul jade. Not going to need it. It's probably a great sword one or something. That's the worst. You're like, cool, golden soul jade. Oh, it's for a weapon I do not want to be using. Great.
It's always like that. I mean, most of the times you're like, okay, fine, it has damage reduction. I'll take it, I guess. Yeah. But on the other hand, though, purple armor now for Han. We've seen a lot slower start for this map. I think, I don't know if it's like the map. I think different maps obviously have different tempos, but a map like Holleroth just has a lot of zoning areas where you have to try to scale up as much as possible right before that Yang. SEC already starting to form on up. These teams are going to start rotating on in, potentially get a line of sight of where these teams are going to be posted up to. If you do end up winning that Yang, to know where these teams are going to be exiting to try to capitalize off that Vermilion's Birds. My SEC here for 17S made the fan into a dagger. I believe he probably had a dagger jade somewhere if he didn't want to play the fan. But most of the times, or not most of the times, for a long time we had just the fan being the superior, like small sword weapon, whatever the technical name is. Ever since the release, it was just so good with the mix up with the wind gusts as well. Compared to where the dagger, we're kind of just forced to play in blue a lot more heavy. In the instance of like going for that soul break, I mean the soul break is very reactionable, opposed to the fan where you have that safety net of dodging out into the wind gusts to potentially get a lift up, and then in situations like we're in trios, you're able to capitalize off of that with a teammate. If you get the wind gusts, your teammate can sneak in a blue focus as well there to get an extra chunk of damage. But now our drop zones here for the Yang are starting to form on up. You see Wolves are going to be playing for that White Tigers. GG, XKG gonna have that top left hand side. I believe 2 teams here, IG and YZG, near Plume Castle. Cannon shots fly on in. Three squads, RW as well. Oh, they get caught up, and now the commotion outside the Yang. This is massive. 17S does not make the Yang, and that's gonna be a lot of damage going towards his way. Honey Ultimate was forced out, and this is a safety net. Yep, this is perfect. And unfortunately, it was a character that can fly, and it was 17S.
That's bad though for YZG, because they're now just down on ultimate for this Realm of Yang. The fact 17S got in there is great, but they are missing a major factor of how their comp functions. And we're actually getting to see the Shayol from RW. I'm really excited to see how they pilot this inside the Realm of Yang. So QGG goes in for the transform immediately, tries to look for an assassination off. He gets a massive burst out from Cuckoo there. 17S just playing the range game now. No ultimate available to him. He will tick it up fairly quickly. Has that golden dagger, can look for the opportunities. He's waiting for these transforms to break out. So he's just going to try and go for the scale rush here with that pole sword onto Yuan. Not going to get too much off here as they do catch off the Cuckoo. YZG starting to actually really feel the hurt here, but that's going to be Cuckoo going down. Parry lands onto AB. AB jumps back, grabs himself his weapon, and jumps back into the fight. Does force the ultimate out here from 17S. He finally gets it back. QGG's gone down, so it is a 1 versus 3 here for the side of YZG as he's trying his hardest. He's able to take 1 immediately using the power of the flight. Still has a little bit more in the tank on him on this one. Gets that dash off. Yuan is going to be his target. He's looking for the assassination off onto him. Yuan's able to get some armor back off as he now jumps down onto low ground. Looks to try and turn this into a 1 versus 1. That is a winnable scenario for him. Cube breaks out. No combo breaker available. Now they're going to jump in. Catch him with the uppercut. There's the follow-up from the flying knives. And 17S goes down. RW just got handed that dub, if I'm honest with you, mate. That grief outside the realm of Yang. He said no one does it anymore. Turns out some people do.
Yeah.
IG have found wolves here.
And also, I completely forgot that the old stone reset in trios once you enter Yang. You know, I thought he was fine. You know, I'm so used to it. It's just, you know, you get your ult right back up. But no, that was very, very dramatic for him there and unable to have that ultimate off rip, which is super bad. But in other hands of Wolves, they're able to have the upper hand against XXL currently. The Temi is going to fall here. Wolves snag up another one, make it 7 here for Wolves, plus the Spirit Well capture for them. I think this is White Tigers from what I saw before. RW, GG, DRG, all winning their Yangs. 5-2-1, XKG, and YZG having that Yang depletion. You see commotion now from DRG and GG. Double freezes through. Does get the damage there off the whip sword as well. The Yushan ultimate is going to be invested. Don Q eats up so much damage. The Fair Mech is invested as well. It's going to be able to stay up for now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't even know what just hit him there. I think that was Lee in the backside with that ultimate. Catches the freeze there onto Mai. Does manage to get a little bit of damage there to back him up. But 330 on the other hand, looking for the hits on the Yushan ultimate. The freeze connects onto the Fairy. Is going to use this time to back on up, get a quick reset in. GG still fighting in this with 3 eliminations. Need to stay up here off this commotion, and they managed to pick up the first elimination onto Mai. Now Kakashi next one up. Since the LMB focus overhaul, gets the damage there onto one of the members of GG. Kakashi on the other hand still thriving to try to stay up. The next meter burn doesn't release. Does get the 1-2 spam. Catches the prob, but it doesn't even matter. And just like that, Vermilion's burst might procs Wolves with that White Tigers from the Spirit Well as well. And RW looking to try to capitalize off of the situation here for Wolves, but it's gonna be rough here having this buff. But I mean, Vermilion's burst might gives you the leeway to do so.
Yeah, you have that safety net in the burst might here. ZK flying off. It's looking for you. Wolves only have the White Tigers, so this is realistically a risky fight if they lose someone, but they are able to bring a blink away with the cube. Gets away to safety. RW with 50 seconds left on their Bird's Might. Being hunted here. So we do actually see one of the Wolves members has gone down. This could be very detrimental for Wolves. Yeah. ZK is able to get a fair amount of damage off onto Yuan. Sandstorm comes down as Wolves are just going to have to send the escape here. RW, probably just best for them to accept their demise, lose those Bird's Mites, as they do catch the parry here from AB. He's putting some level of a fight up. Does jump back down, looks in onto 2-tick. XKG trying their hardest. They've got that debuff on, but they finally catch the parry. Scale rush to follow up. There's the Bird's Might popped. Able to get one of their players back up. And now you see Pampy with YZG in his hands. This actually could just be that 0 for YZG. They have been able to take a calm me down though, so they have that man advantage over 5-2-1, and Pampy losing a lot of HP to Cuckoo there. Has still got all of his armor, but Cuckoo's going to just keep the pressure up onto him. Pampy going low. Only 12 seconds left on him here, and no real backup to speak of. Pops the bell, and this is the end of days here for 5-2-1 Pampy. He is going to go down. They're going to get the Soul Bloom off, and I think YZG cleansed himself up in the nick of time as XKG collapsing in here. YZG need to back away.
Only one ult, yeah, the hottie. They do have the cube there if it does get very, very tough for them, but they're just going to be playing this Yang. As you see, XKG starts to rotate on in. DRG could potentially, I think that might have been a lone wolf 2-tick there. I don't think I see anybody else on the minimap. Quick replay here for our first set of round, but this was GG against XKG. CJs gets grabbed off of this, and once again, this is the last player that needs to get grabbed. That's a double grab, and elimination doesn't come into play. CJ's now forces out to pop that ultimate, looking for capitalization off the freeze. Does connect there onto the monk. You see him now trying to play around the pillar, trying to avoid getting grabbed for the second time around. See, the Yushan is there for the shield in this composition. They are going to get a reset in, but no, the Valda from downtown gets the spirit throw, but doesn't manage to find the follow-up off of that alone. Now the Justina ultimate is gone, I believe, as well as the Yushan ult. The Lee ultimate was invested as well here for GG. Back to neutral. No ults, just S for both squads. 1.0 drop down as well for LXM. They're off the stab. The follow-up is good onto ZXL. 2-tick forces out the Justina ult, or Justina F there from CJ's. Hits the LME focus there. Fakes it into the jump LB. Gets the elimination down there. And now in a 2v3, the Dragon Slayer good. And the back end RB from the Hung Sword. And that's just beautiful right there.
Alrighty, well, heading into the second round of Roma Yangs here. GG. A chance for redemption here. See if they can find themselves a freeze. Actually, wait, it's the same matchup. It's the exact same matchup coming around. They're gonna look for each other there. Oh my word, the freeze onto ZXKL. He was able to ult for the shield in the nick of time, but that's the damage coming in already. They've blown up one of the players. Grab looks to come through. Sandstorm making life really, really hard for them briefly, but ZXKL looking to break away from the freeze, is able to catch the whirlwind, but off the staggering, just the locking down on the monk means it is unplayable for the members of XKG. This comp is absolutely busted.
Nice. Yeah. I was telling you Lee was a problem in solos, but he's a problem everywhere. He is a problem everywhere. You saw the monk that he was just like getting hit. He couldn't do anything for a cool 3 seconds there. And yeah, it's just so good to have. But in DRG's hand with the Faria variation of this comp, one player fall, Kakaxi, my 1 HP, cannon shots flying on in too. So that's white health tick there, and he has been eliminated. Yeah. Yeah, Lee's a problem. Lee's a problem.
Wait, you call him Lee? Is it not Jung-hun? Is that not his name?
It is. It's Jung-hun Lee. Like, yeah, so I call him Lee.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, well, YZG walking away. This is actually not the Jung-hun comp. It is the Einor comp, the one that we've seen so much priority being put on by all of our teams, and YZG did a relatively good job so far. 7 kills under their belt. The lead between them and second place is 19 points. That is a substantial lead coming out of the halfway mark. Going into game 5, it is going to be hard to catch up to YZG. It's going to be hard for YZG to throw this game. Like 5-2-1 or Wolves, or to be fair, XKG, because they're actually, those 3 teams are all within 1 point of each other. One of those teams needs to somehow get over 50 points while everyone else also gets over 50 points for XKG to lift this. So very unlikely. Mathematically possible, statistically very unlikely, but we're going to be seeing that. So I think right now it is just a dotting the I's, crossing the T's moment here for YZG. See if they can also end on a bang. If they get even more points, it is just going to be impossible to dethrone these guys. There's a CGS closing over. Debuff here on XKG and on DRG. These two teams need to find some kills in the next 2 minutes. But obviously they're waiting it. They're waiting out the buff. They don't want to fight while Mystic Mites and White Tigers are popping around. They will be the difference maker. So means the debuff is going to be a major, major thing.
I feel like I was sleeping on the RW. I feel like I just
RW are really good.
Yeah.
I told you they won a lot of games on Group B.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been
They're
sleeping on
team.
them. I've just been full focusing on YZG and GG throughout these matches. But, I mean, RW, you see them right there, 27 points overall. And And then GG with 31. And, you know, thus far has been the only squad running that Xiao variation of that composition, and especially back-to-back as well. So they feel very confident on that comp.
It's cool to see them be inventive, yeah. I really like it. And the fact they picked it twice shows you how confident they are in it. I think what I also have liked about RW, because I've only had 2 days with RW. In fact, I think we've all only had 2 days of RW. This is our third game day with them. Was in their first game day, they were so hyper aggressive and like kind of kings of the lobby, who were very hard to deal with and like get past. It's always interesting to see a team who isn't just dominating play, because when you're dominating, you the momentum, the mental boost it actually gives. Because obviously you're not actually carrying any stats over. You're just carrying, you know, a positive attitude from previous games over. So it's cool to see RW, even when they're not snowballing, are still able to play consistently and well. So this is a good omen for them right now. Oh my word, the damage coming out. Oh. Yeah, we needed McCree in this game, didn't we?
Oh no. That's who Zenda wishes she was.
Yeah, honestly. It's funny because they have very similar abilities, but like Zenda's is just weaker. Although I do think the firewall is slept on. I think there's room for that to be very strong in trios, especially in Realm of Yang. Like zone control in Realm of Yang is big.
But I just feel like his F is just so good. It's just so good, right? You go with a drop down, and it's just a confirmation stagger, and you know, in a setting like trios, it just gives you a blue focus to talk with another teammate. That was a massive parry there from Mai. Tutik had the upper hand for a little bit there, but it doesn't even matter. GG shuts it down, and CJ's to Justina here for GG. Finds a second freeze. Now looking at Mai again. Gets a hit confirmation. Gets the dash through. Another freeze. And Donku falls. GG now with the cleanup. 12 on the board. 3-4 teams still up with GG. You see RW like, hey, you guys want to leave anything for me? I'll gladly take anything. But it looks like they're not going to let that happen. Just going to go ahead and continue looting up. YZG, on the other hand, playing the spirit well, and I feel like they've been doing this, right? Yeah,
every game they've captured the spirit well, the one that gives everyone else a debuff. And it's powerful because no one wants to fight you because you've got the buff and the weapon token thing, and on top of that everyone else has depletion, so they have to fight. So you basically are just now kings of the lobby. Like you've by doing this, you've put everyone else on a timer and not yourself, while also simultaneously making yourself just that little bit stronger, but no one can really deal with. So yeah, this is a tall ask now. YZG, someone needs to stop them from doing this, man. Every game today, they have just been kings of the spirit well. Whoops, able to get the flag though. Do you know, we have seen some teams in trios guard this to stop the flag team from capping because they know they're desperate. So they're like, they'll come here, stop them from capping, and then deal with it. But Wolves able to get the flag off. Good for them off that, to be honest. And that's like Kakashi grabbing some rebirth charms, trying to bring DRG back into this game. He is on his lonesome. I think this must be the only soul altar as well. So if Wolves see this, Kakashi hiding. That Sixth Sense was very good.
Wow.
He's going to have to go into the zone, though.
It's going to take a lot of white damage here on the zone 4. And they're definitely going to hear it. And everybody's going to collapse inside the zone, I believe, once they hear it. Yeah, there it is. There goes the first one. Team starting to adjust, but it looks like the commotion is happening there against Wolves and GG. So DRG are going to be able to make it back into this game. I think RW as well got into the mix on the top side. Oh, nearly gets taken out by the zone. 4 white health pots though to his name, so he's going to be able to top this off. Commotion happening there on the bottom side of the bridge. Cuckoo on the other hand eats up so much damage there on the Zaping. Has to sustain there with that ultimate, so he is going to be able to live this out. CJ's on the other hand, one more dash to his name, needs to get a freeze confirmation onto one of these players. Doesn't manage to throw it down though. The ultimate does run out for him before he's able to do so. 17S though on the other hand is going to chase down there by Lee. 17S manages to get back inside his own barely. Youth sees that though, in this character, man. Just so much pressure there. Full chase down. Catches the last hit confirmation. QGG on the Enor. Aerial LMBs everywhere. Catches elimination onto LXM. And that player is eliminated there for GG. RW do manage to cleanse out 2 members now, as well as DRG. YZG were the ones inflicting that Yang depletion to the remainder in the lobby. Was managed to scatter out of all harm's way for now, as you see them rotating on in. Someone gets hit by the Bane. That's Kakashi. Whoops, ZK spots that. Is gonna be forced to pop this ultimate as well. Enor ultimate there invested by ZK. Try to find the value there against Kakashi, but he's just gonna go ahead and deform on now. Was gonna claim this area of the map. Don Q tops out with blue armor now. Do they res with blue armor?
I think it's gray armor, and they probably just found some blue armor. There's a lot of players sitting around. I think there was a couple of people who've died, so been able to grab some goodies. But DRG, very, very undergeared right now. Gonna be struggling off the back of that one. A 3-3-0, 40 seconds on.
Oh no.
And they're just getting rained on by cannon fire from above as GG. YZG are going to be able to secure that kill. They are down there hardy on YZG though. So it looks like YZG, even though they were the ones to capture and cause all the chaos, ended up getting kind of bitten by their own hubris here, and will not be able to capture the second Spirit Well, which is the first time all day we've seen YZG not cap one of the Spirit Wells. As it looks like RW have presented themselves as a tasty target here for Wolves to get a kill onto. Taking down another player from the side of RW means they've only got their Sheol and their Jeonhan left available to them. In fact, at the end of this lobby, Wolves are going to be the only people who've got a full team, as YZG are eliminated.
Kind of just play the outskirts. They played the Spirit Well now, and now they can capitalize off of this. You see Don Q be forced inside the zone, and the Enor pressure here is just going to be too massive for him. Gets caught out by another member of Wolves. The ping F is down there for a little bit of sustain. Don Q didn't even make it inside the ferry mech in time. Gets shut down. ZK and crew now. Hipperin just mentioned the only 3-player squad up currently here in game 4 in this end game. Youth gets hit off the marking into the ground slam. Big damage. That's another elimination onto Wolves' name there, onto Youth. And RM fall, I believe, having still one more member, but it's not going to be for that long due to from DRG getting taken out as well. Flamebringer from the half side. CJ just trying to get any sorts of last damage hits. AB gets caught up, sends the R&B focus off of that Enor deformation. ZK gets the parry, gets the damage now onto this player, and that is going to be it for game number 4. Wolves with 12. Oh no, CJ still alive, potentially 13. Doesn't manage to get taken out thus far. Has to Justina dashes. One more hit though is all he needs. Oh, had mortal. Does manage to stay up for now, but doesn't even matter.
Wolves will take the MVP for that game number 4. I wanted to say 3, but it is 4. It's gonna take me a moment to get used to it. And there it is, Wolves back in with a shot. They were in 5th place at the start of this game, and they are starting their climb upwards. Let's see if they can make it into top 4 by the end of the day. Still 2 games to go. Got a mirror match up at the end of the day as well. YZG, regardless of the fact they went out early in that game, I say early, they were still, towards final circle.
Yeah.
They have still put enough points on that, they're 52 points total now. They're still in 1st. They're still confidently there. I think YZG are in a very safe position right now where catching up to them is probably borderline impossible for the rest of the lobby. I mean, someone could overtake them in 1st, but them getting knocked out of top 4, borderline impossible. Not set in stone, if I'm 100% honest with you, but definitely comfortable going forwards from this. As you'll see our players leaving this stage, getting themselves situated and ready. We'll be going into game 4 fairly quick as well. Well, game 5, sorry, fairly quick. This is a back-to-back game. As we heading back to Padoria for the final time of the day.
How do you feel that Shayo comp looks right there in these type of end circles? Do you think she has the sustain enough to really outlive situations like that? Because I was pretty much just staring there at RW throughout that whole end game just to see how well. I mean, yeah, one player falls very early, but is the shield enough for the sustain.
I feel like being down a player makes it harder to judge.
Yeah.
But I mean, it does make it a lot harder. Oh, how about this? How about a question for you guys, not for me? How many players did XKGE get in this game? Was it 3, 4, 5, or 6? A, B, C, or D in chat, guys, and we'll let you know if you win via Whisper. Get yourself some treasures. But yeah, it is actually quite hard to judge when you are down a player, and it was a fairly key player, if I remember correctly. It was it the Yuashen who went down?
It was the Yushan, yes.
Yeah, because it was the Hardy and the Shaol who are more the kind of backup in this comp, I guess. So it is hard to judge. I mean, obviously you don't have guaranteed sustain is the shielding and stuff is what you're taking her for. But it's, I want to see more of it. They have a good average on it. They actually did well in this game as well. So it clearly is something that works. I feel like every time they've picked it, something bigger has been going on, so our attention has been drawn elsewhere. We don't control the camera, guys. We have no contact with the camera crew, so we're kind of just going with what they show us. And rightfully so, in the last 2 times we've had it, the camera crew have followed the bigger storylines and the bigger stuff that is going on. But I do want to see how this comp actually functions and what it really does, because we had a taste of it in the Realm of Yang, but it was such a dominating fight. But we're like, because they didn't have the Hardy ultimate, we didn't really get to see it. I want to see it go like in a clean situation, a sanitized area where we actually get to see what this comp is actually meant to do.
Unfortunate enough, that was RW's double pick, so we had to really bank on someone else trying out the comp. But yeah, the Volta comp with the Monk, I don't feel like we saw a lot of value with that comp. Just this game alone, it's just hard, right? Just everybody's playing Transformers.
I think that's the big issue. Is like, what are your targets? Transformers. Comps that have Hardy in it as well, where he can blink away.
Exactly.
The Jeonhan, who also has a combo break and is quite good at dodging away from this stuff. Like, I think the Valda is situationally good. I think this situation is not good for her. Yeah. Like, she really felt the sting of the reduced ult duration, because you're basically forced to spear very quickly, and the cooldown between, because you get that like can't be speared again, can't be CC'd again, like micro cooldown on each player who you spear. You basically have to hit off cooldown. It's like F, wait that time that bar to tick, F, and then immediately on that third spear, it's as soon as the bar ticks. Like, you don't get much room for error with the ult duration changes from last year on Valda. Been one of my big frustrations with her, that one, actually, when I've been playing her. So I would like to see more, like, some kind of buffs to her to kind of compensate for that, because she struggles with the ult duration timer. You do not have long to execute your ability. But here we are, standings at the end of game number 4. YZG sitting at the top 52 points, GG behind them, ARW behind them. It is still tight though. Wolves in 5th place, but only 2 points behind DRG, and DRG, it's been hit or miss. Right now, DRG are in it because of those 8 points they got in the beginning from the martial arts. That has made a significant difference. But interesting to see that all of the martial arts teams, other than DRG, are in the bottom end of the table. Martial arts is not meant much for the state of this game, other than DRG's fate, potentially.
I mean, I'm just staring at that big 27 in game 2. I mean, if you're able to drop 27 in the game, game 1 doesn't even matter. In that interview that we had right before the break, YZG's member was just like, they asked him what he thought about martial arts, and he's like, it doesn't even matter. Like, we're just too good, so we don't even care about martial arts. Obviously, it's sarcasm, but it's still, I wouldn't put that against them just to the fact that they're able to drop massive games like they did for game 2 and then stay consistent throughout the remainder of the matches. It's just key as well. You put it up a minimum of 10 points per game, 8 points per game. I mean, that's a martial arts win right there. So it doesn't really even matter if you get the upper hand with a crazy 27-point game. It's just too good to do, and overall you see it here from Wolves. Now still having to fight for this 4th place spot, currently in 5th, all the way up to 8th. It's still super close. Yeah, IG has 10 points for today, but you know, one pop-off game can really set them up for success, especially here from game 5. This is where I feel like it's a very important part of the matches that we witness every day for the Rocket BLADEPOINT Pro League. Game 5s are by far, I think, the most impactful.
No, game 5s are the very, very important round.
Yeah.
Sometimes game 5 set you up for a very exciting game 6, and to be honest with you, I think that is going to be the case here today. I think this is one of those games and one of those lobbies that is very tight, so there'll be still a lot to play for. I do think YZG should have himself pretty comfortable at the end of this, but here we are at MVP is ZK on the Iron Ore. Nothing overly excited on the Soul Jade front. 16,000 damage, 7 kills. It was just a clean game all around. There's no like, wow, look at that, look at the numbers. It's just like they played well, they got the win. Wolves closing in on that top 4. And obviously, this isn't do or die for them. This is, if they lose it here, they have to go into the lower bracket where it is do or die. But if they make it through the lower bracket finals, they'll be back in with a shot at the top spot. But everyone wants to make it easy. Everyone wants to just make sure that they can jump through into that finals without having to worry about playing in another round that could or could not stop you from making it. Seeing our players getting back onto the stage and getting themselves geared up for our next game, heading back to Midoriya and our last non-mirror matchup game. I can safely say right now it's going to be an idol mirror match at the end of the day, which, if I'm real with you, is kind of a snooze fest in trios, unfortunately. I know finals where it's just zippings, healing Einors, and Hardy's spinning around. It's so long to kill anyone. Like, it's going to be one of those games. Or those guys just say, screw it, blow up the zips at the start of every game, every fight, and then suddenly the game is incredibly fast. That's the only window there.
Yeah, we saw it our first day too. Our mirror match was and it's just like it's 2 rounds. You just have to look at it like 2 rounds. Everything gets invested in the first half with the Zipping ultimate to really sustain out the pressure there from the Enor and the Hadi. And then once that's out of the way, you just pretty much stay into a 1-ban where the ults are gone and you know it's back to neutral. It's just such a long prologue fight. It's just, I mean, what can you do? It's just that comp is just has that much sustain and the pressure as well. But yeah, they're definitely going to be seeing it tonight as well for game 6. And yeah, I mean, a team that surprised me was 521. They had a great martial arts ultimate, right? Getting into that 2nd place spot, bringing over some points into the start of today's game, and then just not really getting the momentum throughout the whole day, right? They had an okay game 2. Really just didn't really set them up how they would like for the remainder of game 2. They end up falling short, and then for this game 4, just die off rip, and then they die right after Yang. Just haven't been able to find their fitting. You know, it looks like a whole different team from what we saw in that martial arts ultimate, right? Where they were able to have those bounce back in those 2v3 situations. I feel like we haven't even had like a good showcasing, and I've also seen like the target selection has been kind of, I wouldn't say wonky, but just not on the same page as everybody.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where some teams are obviously very heavily invested in the martial arts, and I don't know if that's actually the right place to be making.
I don't think so either.
In this, I think if they up the points in martial arts, then that may be something they talk about, because I do think martial arts is maybe a little bit too unimpactful. I don't think it should be worth an entire game's worth of points. I don't think it should swing your day. But I feel like 8 points isn't quite enough. I mean, solos feels miserable. You're doing all that for 2 points, or worst case scenario, half a point. Like, it really, like, solos, they need to up those points, man. The martial arts is not valuable enough in my opinion. But here in trios, I do think it could probably go like 10-5-3. I think would be a nicer point distribution, because I feel like 10 points is impactful at the end of the day. Like, that's like a solid game.
That's a consistent game.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like 10-5-3 might actually be a good angle, because also that 5 points then at least gives like the runner-up a good a good score to work with off baseline as well. Like that's an okay game, and then 3 is a pretty bad game. So yeah, I think that's the way to do it.
I mean, also, I was under the impression where it determines seeding, and it doesn't. The groups are already set up. Depending if you win, you get that first slot seeding. If you lose, you're slot into second place, and then our second round slots in. Whatever 2 teams win, whatever team wins, I should say, slots into that third, and then the loser gets fourth, and then so on and so forth. I thought if you're winning, you're making your way through the gauntlet of the martial arts ultimates. I thought that set you up for, you know, the seeding. So it doesn't. So yeah, I agree. The points should potentially get increased. Just because, yeah, I mean, 8 points, yeah, it's okay, but top 3 right now have take off first round. They're like, we don't even want to be here. Let's just go ahead and get out of the way. We'll wait it out. Load in game 2. Let's drop 27. Just drop 27 points. We're set up. We're good. Let's stay 8, 10, 15 points throughout the remainder of the day. Now we're top of the leaderboard with 50 plus points. Yeah, that YZG just, they're different. They're different. GG too.
They are built different. Also, these guys on the screen right now, DRG, these guys have their backs to the wall. They're in 4th place right now, but there's only 2 points between them and Wolves.
Yeah.
Wolves are hunting for that 4th spot, and they're not the only team hunting for that 4th spot. So I would like to think these next 2 games are going to be very scrappy. You cannot take your foot off the pedal right now, unless you're just banking on dropping into lower bracket and breezing through lower bracket. But I mean, lower bracket has SR in. There's the world champs are down. Like, you're jumping out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah.
Have you never heard that phrase?
No, that's a good
really?
one. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's an old phrase, that one.
That's a good one. I'm not gonna lie.
Damn. Everyone I work with is a Gen Z, man. No one knows old phrases. Are you Gen Z? What are you?
I think I am. I'm gonna be 30 in August.
Oh no!
No, I'm a millennial. I think. I don't know what.
Yeah,
I am.
you're tail end millennial. You're like the last era of millennial. Yeah. Okay.
But everybody
Basically,
thinks I'm like.
You're the
I'm 20.
millennials who are basically Gen Z. That's what you are.
Yeah, because a lot of the stuff the Gen Zs know.
So you're a 96 baby then?
I am a 96 baby. Yep.
Yeah. So you know you do you remember the millennium?
No.
Oh
no,
man,
definitely not. No, I don't think I remember anything from like that happened like 15 years ago. You know.
Well, 15 years ago. So
yeah,
the first 15 years of your life are a blur.
Yeah, like.
Did you just like wake up in like?
No. But no, I won't. Okay.
You see, start like a video game character. Just wake up in your bed and that's it.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to me. I'm sorry. I had this conversation with people before, and I'm like, yo, I know I'm not crazy, right? Like, I kind of just woke up and I was grown.
What?
Yeah.
You just don't remember your first 15 years of your life?
No. I'll say like first 7.
That's bonkers.
It's yeah, right?
My earliest memory is 4 years old.
Okay, that's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like that's normal, roughly. Like most people start to kind of, yeah. I feel like you're just kind of like a blob until you're like 4 or 5, and then suddenly sentience hits you. As that one of my best friends, he always told me that the story where like when he gained his sentience and his like consciousness, where he was just a kid. And he was just walking around. He just saw himself in a mirror and just stared at himself for a bit and was like, "Wait,
what?
I'm a person." And then it just kind of like clicked, and then he just became conscious of who he was. I don't even remember when that happened for me. I feel like that's just, it just happened. But like, I can remember stuff from being like 4 and 5, 100%.
No,
I remember the millennium. I remember a lot of the early like stuff that happened in the 2000s. I remember the 90s, man. I don't remember much of them because that
Not
was
me.
I was 7 by the millennium, so
You were 7.
yeah, I'm 93.
Oh, okay. So, but you say your earliest memory is 4?
Yeah,
That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
like, do you not remember like the first Pokemon game and stuff?
Oh, you know, when it comes down to like stuff like that, I don't think I'm ever gonna forget stuff.
Okay, so you do have some memories. They were just all fixated on Pokemon and like early games.
Yeah. I mean, but by that time I'm like 7 though, you know? I'm like.
True, I was a bit younger.
I'm not 4,
no, I was a
you
bit
know?
older actually.
Yeah, you're a little bit older, yeah.
Well, I would have been 5, 6 when Pokemon came out. Right? Wait, Pokemon was 95?
90, somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah.
The movie was very early.
The first movie was 99. That was because it was Pokemon 99.
True.
That was the first movie. And then Pokemon 2000 was the second movie.
The Mew one's the best.
Yeah, the Mew one was pretty good. Although 2000 did slap.
It did.
Have you seen the third Pokemon movie? I know we should be talking about NARAKA, guys. But I'm just going to, like, quickly just... Like, the third Pokemon movie is so weird. Entei just steals Ash's mum. And it's like... He's like, you're going to be my wife. It's really weird. It's super weird. A legendary dog just steals the dude's mum.
I've actually never seen that.
You've never seen that one?
I didn't know that was
so weird. And then, like, was it the 4th or the 5th one where it was kind of that Venice style Pokemon? And Ash kisses Latios, but Latios has like human form. And Pokemon went for a weird era. Like, it went for a real weird era at one point. Like, Pokemon third movie through to like 5th. It was just a blur, an absolute blur of weirdness.
Someone said my tutorial was 7 years long. Oh man.
Yeah, you like one of those players who got stuck on like the tutorial. Didn't hand in the quest that ended your tutorial mode.
I was in the character creation screen for 7 years.
No, the character creation screen is 9 months. What are you talking about? The tutorial.
True. Yeah, you're right. Oh man.
Right, what comps have been locked in? We were yapping a lot there. I mean, let's be real. We know what comps were picked. It was a lot of the same. I think there's a Valda comp kicking around. Damn. That guy on DRG, I can't remember the name of the player because I don't have it on the screen, but like he's always like sub 80 heart rate. Everyone else is like high, apart from there's actually an RW player on 77, but like everyone is absolutely... Wait, is that 3 teams dropping on the same spot? Like YZG, I swear that's 3 logos layered over. Oh no, it's 2. It's RW on top of YZG and then Wolves right next to them. Well, that's going to be a bloodbath off the bat.
Oh, I'm sorry. The chat is too funny, man. The chat is too funny. I'm still getting roasted. It's too funny. Well, game 5.
I never open chat, so I don't see. Sorry, chat. It's not that I hate you. It's just it's good etiquette as a caster, so I never have it open.
Yeah.
But occasionally I do have to open it and see what they're saying.
Oh man. All right, last Firefly map of today's matches. Look at 17 as on the Ballista AB as well. This is a 3-team contestant here. RW on Abe here for the Viper, looking for the R&B focus there onto the Tessa. Manages to catch, but the pill is there. Now the damage going towards AB's way. Wake up parry there, connects onto 17S, evens out the hell pull. Tessa ultimate invested as well. Not sure if it clipped the player. I don't see an interaction on the floor, and that player isn't a fall. That's going to be QGG.
Yeah, nice little pick up off the back of that one. AB quickly goes in for the armor swap, but oh my word, he's in danger. Has himself the Viper stun though, and this could be the turnaround for the side of RW. QGG is going to get unloaded onto by the members of RW, and that is a rough start for the... why? Okay. I just saw YZG's comp, and it has ticked me off. It has really ticked me off. They've gone Tessa, Wu Chen, Akos. Why would you not use the better version of this comp? Yeah. Why would you use Wu Chen? I'm sorry, that guy sucks. He is not good in the current trios meta. Very easy to chase down, offers absolutely no like good Realm or Yang utility in a fight. And honestly, late game also offers very little utility. Nah. I like Tessa. I think Tessa has a place in the meta. I don't think she's been figured out properly. But the Wu Chen, you don't need him anymore. Be done with him.
I like how you said that. And then the Wu Chen port was invested, and he went 15 meters away. He went nowhere.
It's so bad. It's such a bad pick. Like, it's fine right now because like it would just get you away from fights. But like, they have rebirth, so it's like having someone better may have meant that they wouldn't even into that position where their rebirth was threatened.
Yeah.
And oh my word, that character is so good. And then B, like, it just gets worse. It's like a reverse scaling character in a game where you're guaranteed to go into late game. In fact, this is one of the few ways you can guarantee you don't go into late game because you have like a dead weight character. RB, this is a much better version of this comp, and you can see it. 2 kills onto IG. I will stop my ranting and my hatred. As they got the base ref as well. RB are here to play. That was beautiful.
Wow. And they were here off rip, right? They were here in the beginning,
Yep.
and then they backed up and bought the ban, and Reed came back in, hearing the commotion. XKG, 2-tick though, just in a bad predicament now, getting full chase down here by RW. And looks like he might be taken out pretty early here. Cena F was invested, but it doesn't even matter. Massive parry there from AB to close out there against the Justina from XKG. And now RW getting the steamroll on, looking for some more resources after this, but already with 7. Look, they pretty much eliminated the whole lobby right now. Some teams have 1, but they have been full capitalizing off of that full commotion there right outside the center of the map. Teams like 521, you know, they had aggression throughout the night and haven't really found success. And you see them here playing a little bit more conservative for this map 5, knowing how close they are to qualify. They have to have a decent game 5 to, you know, make that game 6 count as much as possible as well. But overall, teams like DRG just gonna go ahead and find a better armor upgrade here for the Justina. Currently with that gray armor. Teams like GG having purple armor on 330 here for the Zaping. Already finding some success in the armory department there for themselves. Purple nunchucks. I wonder what does LXM have here, but aggression here from RW YZG. And it looks like RW wants to full commit to aggression here for this map 5.
I feel so vindicated by RW. I just talked about how much I hate YZG's variants of the comp, and they turn up, murder YZG, and walk away with 7 kills off the rip. Like, these guys are so set up. Now, AB is getting horrendously pinned in place, but he has been able to escape, and YZG are in their sights. Remember, YZG, I don't know if they have their revives or not. I don't know if they were able to pick everyone up, but QGG, we're about to find out because he is getting absolutely wailed on here. They haven't got the silence available for AB, but they do catch him off. There goes the Wu Chen port. Oh, man, that's going to be hard to find. There they are. They're going to chase after them. I'm so tilted. I hate this. They need to just remove Wu Chen or fix the poor guy. He's so useless. I think he said RB. I keep saying RB because it's AB, but it's RW. I was doing this the whole time, like day 2 as well with them. I'm so bad for this.
And the name XKG throws me off too. I don't know what it is.
Same.
Right?
I thought I said it wrong the other day, earlier today, and I was like, oh no, yeah, I did say it right.
I don't know what it is about it. I don't know if the X throws me off.
It's the K. I don't know why the K throws me off, but it does. It cooks my brain.
Yeah.
Man, YCG could be knocked out of the game early. They're looking to go all in here on RW. RW are going to peel back, knowing that they've got the... No, but they have their ultimate economy. But no, QGG getting taken out. Youth is able to secure the kill. AB now getting unloaded onto with a spear. But he's just going to step back, go and get himself a pot off as YZG jump into looking for him. Use the F there. I don't even know if that silence made a connection, but YZG, 17S getting jumped onto. This could actually just be the end of the front runner, but they're going to go in with the spear, and that's 17S getting cooked here. Down he goes. YZG, don't worry, you got your Wu Chen. He'll save you. Occasionally, something gets me. I'm like a dog. I won't drop the ball, man.
When you were like, oh no, that's gonna help you out. That's so funny. Oh, Wolves and the Yang posted up. Monk is going to be invested very early here, obviously, here with this competition. But a lot of players starting off high for this time around. Kakashi, that was going to eat up so much damage. Flying Knives trying to show up here for the pill. Cyro ultimate is going to be called in first instead of the Monk ult. There it is, the 1-2s. Knowing it's time once this Viper ultimate is called in. He's trying to use this pillar for coverage. Still gets stunned though. Tomok ultimate invested as well for Wolves now, and they lose it to Kata very fast. I didn't even catch the commotion there or how even that happened there for DRG being able to get that success there on that final. Overall, ZK trying to respond with a grab, gets a little bit of damage down to Kakashi. Armor gone there for that player. ZK on the other hand now trying to show up for the pill for XN. I don't think that's going to be enough here. The Whisk connects. The Clink in the back end there due to the Justina F. Doesn't even get the damage. 3-4 parries in a row there from DRG. You are not releasing. He is going to get eliminated as well in quick succession because DRG trying to get out this Yang. Get ready for the commotion. XKG and GG still going at it. And it's still 3 players up for both sides.
That last Realm of Yang was very important because that is 5th and 4th going toe-to-toe, and DRG able to get himself that kill is going to set him a nice little advantage going forwards. As going to see DRG with that Bird's Might, but cutting back here to XKG taking on GG. And that's going to be the end of ZXL taken out. Two-Tick being hunted here. CGS looking for a potential knock-up onto him with the nunchucks. Is not going to get it. Freeze comes out. Parry makes the connection there. And oh my word, the health bar just evaporates. Nothing he can do about that. Two-Tick will fall as well. GG take themselves the Realm of Yang. IG also won their Realm of Yang as well. Good to see that they've got a bit of fire left in them still. They've had a bit of a rough day.
It's just, man, when you have a team that it's just, well, in this case, 3 teams, right? They're just full cutting off momentum from a lot of the lower side bracket. It's just so hard to try to find that fitting, right? YZG, GG, RW just been having great games throughout all day, and now DRG too, right? Not super far off there with that 31 points there in 4th place. And then like Wolves, you know, still had some sort of decent games, racking up to 26, and then you drop down to 521 with 19, XKG with 17, IG with 14 until now, right? With those 4 eliminations. Before this had 10. It's just such a hard task to do. But currently DRG now gonna be facing off the wrath there of Don Q's Cyro ultimate, looking for the openings. I believe a Yushan ultimate was invested there from the other side, or it was potentially Han. The Justina freezes, not connecting there. Viper ultimate invested on this. Uses the dash to iframe it. Catches the R&B focus as well. XXL there with a beautiful Justina play against DRG. Don Q falls as well. And IG now with the cleanup have to meet up against GG off of this fight. And it looks like this could be tricky because the ults were invested there for IG, and GG has them still in their arsenal.
Yeah, it was nice there from the side of IG there to get a couple of kills. 6 in. Starting to jump a little bit up that ladder off the back of that. I say that and then XXL goes down. But honestly, solid attempt from the side of IG. So you can see LXM also going low here. IG trying to just finalize at least 1 kill for themselves. There's no ult zone. Helping them with that ult deficit. The bow shots from CGS are too damn clean. This guy doesn't miss. Beautiful shot over there. And GG are able to mop that fight up for themselves. Now HQ here from the side of Wolves. Just having a scout around to see if he can find someone. They've only got a minute left on this depletion. So Wolves, they need to get into the mix. But the big thing is they've kind of missed the Bird's Might mosh pit. And all of the depletion teams are still running around. So it's only GG with Bird's Might left. So these 3 teams are in some real trouble right now. As Sandstorm breaks out, Wolves, they need to keep relevant. DRG obviously being out of having those kills means that getting a top 4 spot is a little bit harder for them to go for it. It's Fat Milk jumping forwards, able to connect a little bit there onto Zin. Oh, Zin going low, has been able to get himself an armor swap off and heal back up as Fat Milk. Looking to put some damage here onto NiHQ. NiHQ is healing up. Oh no, YGG's out as Wolves looking to see if they can find a grab here. ZK, oh, got so much health. The Furen shoves are just melting him. Wolves losing 2 players off the bat. That is heartbreaking for them. SKG getting the freeze off here onto NiHQ. Fury and Shoves are going to come through for a bit of a backup, and that should be the end of Wolves. Knocked out of the lobby, as Tutik still has to get some soul balloons for himself to stay in the game. Only 37 seconds for him, so he needs to make it happen. There it is. Cleansed up nicely, taken out. And yeah, while that fight was going on, we actually did see YZG lose their Wu Chen. So they are knocked out of the lobby.
This is rough for your Wolves, man. You end up game 5 with 0 eliminations, and currently 6 through 8 are pumping damage and eliminations. Just like SKG picking up another one, make it 6. Closing out that distance there from 6 through 4th. That's not what you want of your Wolves, but overall, Tutik is going to fall to the RW. RW being that top team there, shutting down some of that momentum there from those teams. GG as well with 9. Commotion happening inside this building. GG, DRG, big scrap outs between both of these teams. Top 4 going at it right now. Got Eno ultimate. Already invested. Kakashi gets marked up. Nice weaves there to avoid the ground slam. Gets caught up for the second time in the corner. Big damage. A massive jump pair down to 230 as well. Doesn't get the full follow-up. Akame falls here 521 in the kill feed. Commotion still happening here in this side of the map. CJ's go ahead and back on up. Gold dagger in hand. Kakashi 1 HP in a dream. Overholds. Gets clipped off the jump LMB. All he needs is 1 assist to 3. He had to do it with that amount of health. He just had to send it, but unfortunate enough for him, he falls. And now DRG with losing that member are going to potentially, or GG potentially fall here in this situation. Syra ultimate used here to stall up. Don Q looking for the beam charge there off the Syra ultimate 330 on this ping. Oh, I thought he was going to connect off of that due to the tap dodge, but the Justina F was just came in clutch just in time. D30 it's got up in the corner. 1, 2. Nope, overholds, waits it out. A little bit of isolated fights. A little bit weird of terrain too here near, like, I guess this is like a bureau cemetery type of thing. But overall, now Don Q does manage to get out, but he is the last member here for DRG.
DRG losing out heavy there is really rough, as it looks like IG, you know, it's a tall ask for them to go into 4th place, but it isn't unattainable for them. The problem they have is they're still down a player, and they are in a rough fight with only grey armor here versus purple. So again, not impossible, but definitely going to be a hard ask for them, as GG are able to rebirth up the rest of their lobby as well. And it looks like they're looking for those shots to come in here from the Jean-Han. Get the lockdown onto ZXL. And that looks like IG, they almost got enough damage off there, but unfortunately for them, they're being run down here from XKG. XKG were able to bring the cavalry in the nick of time to save the members of IG.
Jelly.
Don't touch the jelly.
I thought he was
I feel like me and you are just like getting to that point where we're just getting delusional. We're getting just goofy now. We're hitting goofy hours, people. We're hitting goofy hours.
No, I understand, because whatever conversation we had right before this game started. Oh man. Don't remember it, but this fight though is massive there for IG. I mean, they try to stay alive, but it doesn't even matter. GG are to go ahead and clean this up, just fully scaled out. I mean, second Yang, I don't even know who entered it. IG won it, or that might have been White Tiger, or that might have been Spirit. Well, RW enters, and it looks like it's for free because there is not any more Yang depletions out on the field. Five teams still up though. RW has pretty much been steamrolling since the off drop of this game 5. They've been pretty much full steamrolling with this full momentum here for this game alone, and you see it here trying to chase down Don Q. The Viper here for this squad. This skin always throws me off guard too, because I don't know, she kind of gives me like Tesla vibes in some kind of way. It just throws me off.
It's a bit like a very under extra version of the like Yoto doll skin as well. Like that one's like so extra, but that one's it's very similar, like kind of color scheme and stuff.
Yeah.
It's only when you get up close you're like, oh, it hasn't got all the absolutely mad details that the Yoto one has. If Donkey Nun goes down here though, which he will be, as you can see, that has bought Wolves, XKG, and even IG a small window to potentially jump into that top 4. I mean, IG, they have to revive their team and get a huge win here, but 8 kills is a solid start for them. They have definitely jumped a lot up the standings off the back of that. Also, during the mix of everything else we were seeing earlier, we did see the end of 5-2-1. They got knocked out of the lobby. So we're really not down to many players left in this game right now. So it's still all really to play for. As RW still in a pretty dominating position. Same for GG here as CGS is looking for those bow shots. We saw earlier him so clean on those. Just trying to use that fan as that kind of mid-range offensive here. Are we gonna have a we're gonna have a fight in the pit, the jellyfish pit at the end? Oh, this would be such a good final circle if we got that. I mean, we're a long way off final circle. We're a long way off final circle. We're on circle 3 right now.
I looked at the left side of the screen. I just saw pretty much more than 50% of the team's gone. So I was like, okay. RW had a big part of that early game, and then out of nowhere after that second Yang, just teams were falling. I've also felt like we haven't really seen a lot of gold Jades, right? With specific weapons. Like, they might have them in their arsenal, but we haven't really seen the weapon being paired up with a Jade. I don't know if it's just like just a Dark Tide situation, not being able to buy out Jades, or I really don't know what it is. But you know, we've seen, I think, Pridefall and Windspout for game 2 that we saw YZG having a massive game off of that. But that after that, I don't really recall seeing any more Jades being played out by any of these players. But I don't know.
I honestly think you're right on the Dark Tide coin situation. I think a lot of Dark Tide coins are being used for rebirths. Yeah. Instead of like the Golden Soul Jades. So it's kind of a bit of luck, and if you've got the money left about. As IAB that's gonna get on here to Youth. Just gonna back away. They got the cage down, so the revive comes in. RYG knocked out of the lobby, unfortunately for them. Big denial. So the pickups are coming in. There's only 3 teams left in this lobby. 3 teams at almost full strength. XKG are down a player. Because they're gonna jump in, and are they actually just gonna send it into GG? Oh no, XKG have their full team. Okay. Spirit Wolves up. They're going toe-to-toe here for the fight. See if GG can hold this off. It's been YZG all day who have dominated these Soul Wells. XKG, don't have to worry about them right now. RW able to get Youth back up from the Rebirth Charm. So now we're back to a full 3 versus 3 versus 3 to end out this game. And it looks like XKG are going to be able to cap on the Soul Altar here. I say that, but actually it's GG who's still holding it. So yeah, SKG going to back off, and it's going to be GG in ultimate control here.
I feel like this is what SKG needs. I mean, right now, GG and RW are just full steaming right now with 14 apiece. Just picked up another one as well. So SKG, if they had any sorts of, you know, collecting more of these points, yeah, they definitely needed that buff to really control the momentum and the tempo here of this end game with these other 2 teams alive opposed from them. But overall, now you see GG being those initiators, being able to really control the playing field. Yuan in the back end just eats up so much damage there. Not gonna be able to really live that pressure at all here with GG, just fully scaled up, gold fan in hand on CJS and gold armor as well. You see RW just full backs on up, losing that member. Even though they have to cleanse, only 1 player remains there for XKG as well. It's gonna be rough to try to stop this, and it's looking like a GG win here for game 5. Youth, on the other hand, though, still trying to get aggressive here. Now needs to see if he can try to find a bloom, but it's just a kite game there. Has the terrain to do so for now, but XKG member gets caught up there. It's off the F there from the Akos. 2-1 is good as well. Big damage into the Viper stun. Beautifully done. Now CJS in this inner ultimate. It's going to end inside the zone. Cage up here for the Akos. Gets trapped here for just a moment. Does manage to back on up, but now tries to go back on in. Health pools are kind of low here for this team, but the pink ultimate is up, and now it's back to chasing down the last player of RW.
Oh, they're just giving it up for free.
That's smart.
Yeah, they don't wanna give the points over to the side of GG. RW go down, and GG take maybe a slightly anticlimactic victory there, but a victory nonetheless. GG get their second victory of the day. YZG haven't really, they had a really good start to the day, and they played consistently, and then unfortunately kind of weren't able to really make that game number 5 go for them. But the good news, if you're a YZG fan here, is it's mirror matchup, so they can't grief themselves in hero select again.
We saw traditional AOT day 1, I think, right? We saw Wuchen Viper Tessa.
I mean, that's not traditional AOT. Traditional AOT is Justina Yoto.
Oh well, yes, yeah.
That's the OG.
Yeah,
that's the OG.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the Viper Tessa Wuchen today. I don't think we have.
Not today. Not today.
I don't think you do see it that much. And the problem is it's what we were talking about at the start of the day. That comp is very good at attacking people wanting to get into Realm of Yang, but griefing Yang isn't actually that valuable anymore, because there's enough things that everyone can get loot, because there's less players in the lobby, there's less people kicking about. It was a very good third party in comp, and while third partying still exists, I don't think it's as viable as a tactic as it once was. I think the isolated 1v1s are more likely to happen, and if you're looking for third parties, you're gonna have to be sprinting around the map looking for fights, and it's kind of like, if you stumble upon them, great opportunity for you. If you don't stumble upon them, tough to do. Not much you can do about that. Now, what team is leading the total points by now? Wow, what team's in the lead right now is the real question. Is it A, YZG, B, GG, C, RW, or D, DRG? Let us know in Twitch chat, guys. A, B, C, or D. Check those whisper boxes where you get your goodies. But yeah, very, very exciting day so far. And we're going into this final game. And it's weird because even with the daylight saving changes that I've suffered today, I still feel like we're moving very quick and I'm ending work very early going into this last game.
Yeah, I mean, especially from how it started, right? Just I felt like game 2 was the slowest game we had, which was even slow to begin with, and then game 3 just ramp up the pace, and then till now we didn't even see any teams there in that game towards the end of that match. But yeah, just retouch up on what you were mentioning about third party outside the Yang. I just feel like even added that spirit well now kind of just defeats the purpose of even trying to go for that. I think it's just a lot better to go for the buff, something that you can actually get momentum with and try to work with, than just potentially getting a third party elimination. And most of the times it's only like one outside of Yang if somebody gets caught lacking. But a lot of these teams have really gotten accustomed to popping those Fs right in the center of the Yang gate, throwing down Wisp to try to really confirm their entrance to the Yang. So I don't think it's not really that easy to even try to grief Yang. But overall, right, I mean, GG, amazing game 5. Enor with 28,000 damage there for CJS. It's just insane to see. 8 eliminations, 31,000 heals there for the Zaping as well. Just straight up pumping heals for the whole squad. I think that's probably our MVP. 330 might be having that MVP. I'm not sure how's the difference between the healing and damage scaling and who takes what MVP. But overall, this
MVP
is what
is
we're
always
gonna see.
Kills then damage is what they do. That's how they calculate it. So I think it's the most kills. If they're tied, then it's the most damage. Right, here we are. GG at the top of the scoreboard. That's the question answered for you guys at home. Then it's YZG. YZG slipping out of first place is bonkers after the start they had today, but GG have been on a roll since game 3 onwards. And it feels like YZG are maybe losing a little bit of steam. Let's see if they can bring it back. Again, though, they're not going to lose their top spots. They're going to be in top 4 regardless. GG and YZG all but guaranteed that they're locked in. RW, it's very, very unlikely. Feasibly possible, but very unlikely we see them knocked out of the top spot. And DRG, they are playing for their life. This next game would determine whether or not DRG or someone else will be making it into that upper bracket final guaranteed, and the losers be knocked down into that lower bracket where they'll have to fight one last time versus the winners of the loser brackets first round. But a great game. Very, very fun game. I mean, CGF, that double bow shot was so crisp. So crisp.
Don't touch the jelly. He touched the jelly.
Don't touch the jelly.
Touch the jelly. CJ asked, quick cleanup here. This area right here was like, it's just so awkward. Maybe it's just because of the POV from the spectator. You can see through the walls. So it just makes it look like that from our POV. But overall, amazing gameplay thus far here. GG, just absolutely amazing momentum throughout this game. Clean it up as well. Taking the MVP, the dub, all of the above there for GG for game 5. Overtaking as well. YZG. But now game 6, right? You're YZG, you're GG. It doesn't really matter. You pretty much are safe. Yeah, you're just pretty much chilling for game 6. 4th through 6th though, it's gonna be something where we're gonna be keeping our eyes on very closely on, just the fact with how close it is for that 4th place spot. CJ asked though, 28,000 damage, does end up taking the MVP, 8 eliminations. Phoenix Blast, Divine Fight, Cyan Fong, 2 damage or 1 damage reductions, health and attack Jades. Did have Phoenix Blast, which I was asking for if we're just not getting the pairing with the weapon, and I believe that's just being the case for those 2 to 3 teams who are fully scaling up throughout the whole game with those Yangs. It's just, you know, not getting the right weapon with the right Jade that we're acquiring from the Yangs. But yeah, overall, anything different that you seen that you will catch from like bracket play to our winners bracket? I mean, technically top 8 of the league right now, just because they made it top 4. So is there anything?
I mean, Wu Chen getting picked, but no. All that aside, I think what we're seeing is the Group A aggression has carried over into this group.
Okay.
Like, Group B was still aggressive, don't get me wrong, but they've definitely been faster over on Group A, and that's carried into here. Now, we have one more game to go. We're going to throw ourselves to a cheeky break, and we're back with game number 6 in a moment. See you in a moment.
We're back. Back with the game 6 of tonight's matches. Amazing matches thus far, but now into our mirror match. Hiprain, I had asked you if there's any differences that you've seen from, you know, the bracket play into the winners bracket that we are now. You were mentioning about, you know, the tempo that we witnessed there in lobby or game or bracket A into game 1.
Yeah,
you know, it was different, right, from bracket B.
Dramatically different. I think the big thing was in Group B, the only people who were playing like mad aggressive were RW. They got a lot of points. They basically just became uncatchable, and that was basically it. They were scoring a lot, and everyone else was kind of scoring okay. Here we're seeing lots of people scoring high numbers across the board from 8th all the way to 1st. And also the lobby tempo is just quicker, which is more akin to what we saw in Group A, where the lobbies were rounding out very fast. So, yeah, I wouldn't say it's like dramatically different. I mean, we're only technically on our 4th day of gameplay for the season, so it's early still, but it does just feel like certain groups are sped up by teams because some teams are quicker. I feel like the YZG, I think the XKG as well, and 521. Even though 521 aren't doing great, I feel like those 3 teams do accelerate lobbies quite dramatically. The big takeaway, and I was talking about this actually with Seb when we were doing, was it Seb or was it Raven? No, I did solo to Raven. It's with Seb when we did Group B. I mentioned that I feel like GG were a team who their play style for the longest time has been, we will drop, we will gear up, we'll maybe take our run with Yang, we'll just rock up at the final and just tidy everything up in the final circle and get loads of points. But they've not been able to do that because that's just not how the game is played anymore. And honestly, hats off to GG, because I find them, I'm a big fan of the team, but I always think they're quite stubborn and very slow to adapt to meta changes, and they kind of want to play their game their way. So to see GG actually adapt to the playstyle of the new way the game is played and actually play aggressive and actually have a substantial impact in the early and mid game, you can see it's doing them numbers. They're sitting at the top of the scoreboard right now. They've had a 19, a 15, and a 20-point game for the last 3 games. Like, this is what you need to do. You need to learn to play aggressive throughout the entire game. There is no downtime anymore. From the moment you wake, it is violence on the map, unfortunately, for some of these teams who don't play that way. But that is how the game is right now.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, technically 4th day of this season for the 2026 season. New system. It's gonna drastically change. I would even say into week 2, you're gonna start seeing a lot more teams getting, you know, accustomed to it. You know, every single day they're also scrimming, so they're working on their craft throughout the days. But yeah, I mean, it's still pretty fresh, still super fresh for both modes, right? Especially when you do a big change like what we got for this season. I feel like it's gonna take just a little bit of time to really set the tone of how these matches should go. But you know, we clearly see the picture of how it's supposed to be, where aggression is key. Yeah, I mean, throughout the whole matches, you see it just straight commotion. And I love it, man. I just think it just fits this mode just perfect here with how the format is, and it just forces you to be really aggressive and, you know, try to get those picks as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And you do get third party sometimes, but it's not as bad as how it was when there was 12 teams on the field.
Yeah, no, it's just in a position where the game just feels so good through the aggression.
Yeah.
And I mean, people who need to be aggressive are these guys on your screen right now. DRG, they cannot rest by their laurels. There are multiple teams who are on their tail right now, wanting to take them out of that spot. And very good timing. Wolves are probably the main contender, playing for 4th right now. The good news is, for whoever isn't top 4 today, they're not done. They have another shot. They have to go into the loser bracket upper finals. Oh, loser bracket finals. Don't know why that was such a weird way of saying that. But they still have hope. Right now, there's a bunch of teams all looking to contest for that top spot. And only really one spot up for grabs. DRG are going to have to play their hearts out here. And honestly, if they take a bad drop and get taken out early, that will really be a big stunt to their momentum. which will slow them down massively and allow another team maybe a little bit more momentum to catch up even further. I'm so excited by this game, and this is one thing I think I really have enjoyed about like the changes to the rule set, because Game 5 typically has been kind of the championship round, and then the rest of the game, like Game 6 has kind of just been like a cementer. But I feel like with the current rule set and the way we're playing, like it always feels like Game 6 matters. And what benefits us from Game 6 being in this current state is because it's the mirror matchup, it's harder to snipe out a team in particular because everyone is on the same comp. You can't go find the comp of the team you know you need to deal with because everyone is playing the same thing. And while I'm not typically a massive mirror matchup fan, I do think that one area of it makes mirror matchup so powerful and makes me really like the mirror matchup style. I don't like particularly the fact that we have this mirror matchup comp, unfortunately. It's a bit of a stooly heavy comp, but they don't have skins. Everyone looks base, so you will have no idea who is playing what. Well, you'll know what they're playing, but you won't know who is who once you get onto the map. And I don't think when we look over the skills, we're going to see anything too dramatically different. No, everyone's got F2 V1s, F1 V1s for the zips, but F2 V1s elsewhere. Yeah, pretty standard. Nothing unexpected there.
That's what I was saying too yesterday about solos. Like the mirror match, it's a whole different ball game. Just similar to what you just said, but just in the solos aspect is everybody's the same. You really got to focus on who you're chasing down. Just the fact that they can just appearance change with somebody else who's roaming around and it's the same character. But yeah, it's the same type of aspect where you just said you can't really tell which team is running what because everybody's the same player, everybody's the same characters across all three. So you don't know who is the one that you have to try to contest. Everybody is kind of just blind dated out there. But one thing that you could probably take in consideration is drop zones. Obviously all these players and teams know where certain teams drop with just how long they've been playing against each other. Some players have teamed with one another as well, so they know their tendencies, they know what they prefer and what they don't. So that's just another add-on that gets added to the aspect of the pro scene. But overall, we're locked and loaded for our last game of the night. Starting off with aggression, XKG going out against RW, and XKG has to win off this off-drop fight here to start off strong here for game 6.
Alrighty, well, immediately we're going to see parries coming out across the board. RW getting hunted here. XKG able to secure that kill off the bat. Gets Two-Tick, gets caught out by a parry. RW are not done with this fight yet. Two-Tick is trying to break away here from Yuan. Gets the armor swap off. Soul Bloom, actually, I believe that was used there. Is about to get the Idol transformation, and here it comes out from Two-Tick. Youth is caught. They get the slam down onto him. They just need to find that execute. No, he was able to attack dodge away. The two members caught. There's the burst onto Youth into the knockup. RW getting run over off the bat, losing their revive early in this game, and XKG take one step closer to top 4 off this. Huge start for the game.
Yeah, and that's the difference there on the off-drop fight. You don't have that heavy sustain that you usually have in that mid-range with this composition. As you see, 521, they also have to win this fight, and this is against DRG. DRG is fighting to stay in this 4th place spot. Fat Milk here for 521, 91% there on that ultimate. Akame getting caught up here on the side of the waterfall. All 3 members of 521 are going to group up. Don Q is going to fall here after the situation. Another player falls. This time around here, QGG. DRG's Mai with a last and final blow there for that player. 521, on the other hand, scatter outside the cave. Mai manages to get away with murder. Backside up. Kakashi, on the other hand, gets caught up there by 521. You see Kakashi now not going to be able to live this out for too long with just the pressure of 521 here. Not be able to find an armor swap. The parry connects as well, so it doesn't even matter. 521 snagging up another one on the board. Make it 2, knowing the last member potentially super close being the Enor there for DRG, but he ended up going the opposite way. It looks like he is gonna be able to stay up. Wolves playing the outskirts of the map are going to be able to scale on up here to get ready for this round. Purple, a whip sword in hand for XN. Still having great armors there on the Enor and Hadi. They are going to be going ahead and drop up some of these Dark Tide coins to buy up some some accessories, potential bags, jades, whatever the case they're going to be running here. XN, you know, I'm curious about what's the glyph setup now for trios, because you know, running coins was a very heavy meta for a long time. I don't know about now though.
Do they take that luck just because they can get purple armor early and stuff?
Maybe.
There's a world right, like that Holoroth game. I think it was a Holoroth game where like everyone just had purple armor real quick. I know it was actually the last Morris Isle game. Everyone had really good armor really quick. I'm convinced Holoroth is blessed. I swear every time people get really good gear on that early. But I think on Morris Isle, there's a world where they are running kind of some luck runes in there. I don't know is the honest answer what the setup is. You'd have to ask someone who's a little bit more involved
I'll figure it
on the
out.
player front. I'm sure Raven or someone is definitely going to know.
Yeah, I'll ask and figure it out because, you know, trios had a set glyph board, like who would run what in your team, you know, and it really impacted how your game would go, just in the aspect of, you know, who we need to run rage, who's gonna run our luck, who's gonna run our coins, you know.
We are seeing rage off the bat, like starting rage. That was a big one.
Okay, I mean,
but I don't know if everyone's running that, but I feel like everyone's running that now.
I feel like as well, because just of the fact that we have pretty much all Firefly maps, and it's like a contestant of who's gonna be able to get the Fireflies. If you have what we've seen throughout the whole day was at least one other team landing to contest the Fireflies off job, where, you know, it can go 50-50 who's gonna be able to get that ultimate off first in those situations. But yeah, it's just curious.
I think starting rage works for that though, because if you don't get it, you're at least a bit closer.
Exactly.
There's a world where you can answer with ultimate, so yeah. So in the circle, shift up north a little bit actually here. Realm Yang not spawning for about another 2 minutes or so, but it will be slowly closing in on that. And yeah, I think it's just a chill moment where you get to get a light breather before we get into the main action. A much quieter start. I think a lot of teams obviously knowing that this is kind of like a do or die moment for them. Well, not do or die, but this is we get the easy road or the hard road moment for them. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity. I think Realm Yang is going to be said opportunity. QGG only got great armor right now. I assume he's been revived. He must have gone down, is what I'm assuming here. Because he is woefully undergeared, considering Realm Yang's they've now appeared on the map, so people are going to start making their way over and get prepped for them spawning. Wolves, golden pole sword, purple pole sword, purple armor. Also got double purple armor actually. Nice Q also rocking some purple armor, so they're very geared up at this point. You would not want to be YZG running in with greys into purple gear.
I haven't been staring at the minimap after first Yang. If it's revealing the scrolls for trios as well. Because I feel like if you have Yang depletion, having the ability to see the scrolls like it does now in solos, you know, you don't have that I don't even know what you would call it. The game will try to find a team to try to cleanse out. So I'm definitely gonna be staring at it this time around to see that, because I feel like that's a massive change as well, especially for solos, right? 8 players, big map. It just helps out a lot. So in a scenario in trios where, yeah, you can definitely narrow it down, the possibilities with just as well with how we've seen all these matches going right after first Yang with just the commotion, like right here, for example, DRG's here. We had 3 other teams in that area, so you know there's going to be a lot of teams here if you end up losing Yang, so you can, you know, resurrect nearby, go right back on in and try to cleanse on out if you're able to get that perfect timing for the third or fourth party. But overall, first Realm Yang of Game 6, DRG in the driver's seat against XKG. And this is gonna be a major fight between both of these teams. They're fighting to try to make it to the top 4. DRG's fighting to stay up. See him now on the Enor Mai, looking for the overheads here onto the Zaping, full chasing down the Zaping. And this is what we're saying. He's hoping that they just full on into the Zaping, and Mai doing a good job thus far, being able to knock off that HP pool, forcing out the Zaping ultimate, still applying pressure throughout the map. Kakashi now with the Hadi ultimate, XXL responding there with the pressure onto the Enor. Mai's ultimate gone now out of this situation. Now the Enor's flying around, trying to find the value, but it looks like ZXL might be dropping pretty soon.
Yeah, Mai. Still pretty healthy, but it's getting very dicey here for XKG. DRG wanting to make sure that they can keep this going for themselves. They go find a little turnaround there. They are going to lose ZXL fairly soon. He's still clinging on to life, finally going down. But Mai's being juggled around here by 2-tick. It's a 2 versus 3 now to keep this one going. XKG, if they can find a miracle here, their chances of making top 4 are dramatically improved. If DRG continue to snowball like this, they get themselves in a much more comfortable position. That's the kills over to DRG, and they extend their gap over the bottom 4.
Smiles up too, 143 heartbeat, smiling, happy man. Just happy, being able to win out that Yang. Mine beautifully done there, being able to snag up the gold dual blades. Now this is where you can, you know, post up around the Yang, unless you kept an eye out on the minimap or on the kill feed. You see RW just got 2 kills, so they know a team is going to spawn out of that Yang still. They still have the call of that team being able to get out of that portal. With that Vermilion's Birds Might, you are going to be having the ability to stay inside that pocket. GG and DRG as well. Pampy here for 521. Looking like they are going to be playing the outskirts. They're not into the Yang. They were looking for the exits. As you see, they were already investing that Hadi ultimate there in that commotion. CJS. Go Halberds, spot out DRG. This is going to be our 2 Vermilion Birds Might teams going at it. 521 stacks up Draco for their buff there outside the Yang. Overhead. Oh, it hits, and in the back end, plus the bow shot into the F there from Mai. That's beautifully done, but gets cut off the pry here from CJS. So much damage. Is going to match the Enor ultimate as well. Back to this neutral game with this Enor ultimate. And now all these teams, keep an eye out on the mini-map. Everybody's starting to rotate on in, and teams like XKG need this commotion to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for them. DRG getting their zipping heavily harassed here by CJS here on the Iron. He's desperately trying to find the kill. Just about survives for now. As here goes the transformation. They're broken away. The cube gets popped here by CJS, using it as also a scouting tool to jump in. And there it is. Everybody in the area. We're going to see Donkey9 go down. That's going to be DRG unable to get a single kill off the back of their Vermilion Birds Might. It's XKG able to get one. They get some healing, but RW have also jumped into the fray here. And this could be detrimental to the side of XKG. Or it could be that big turnaround they've been looking as they found a player. The no-ult zone gets popped and everybody is going to disappear out of there. 521 also making an escape. They don't have any real buffs, 521. They're just joining because everyone else is here. As GG and RW just fighting inside the no-ult zone. The whip sword onto 2 from Kakaishi, doing so much work there. Able to get through a lot of HP through the shield, but there's just an absolute mess of characters and players here in the area. Parry comes out from Kakaishi onto LXM. LXM retorts with his own parry in response. Kakaishi half HP, no armor. Now he parries onto CJS, keeps him aerial with the staff, and that's going to be the end of Kakaishi as YZG are able to secure themselves their 7th kill of the game. But XKG have got themselves 7 in response as well. They can't go down. They don't have any backup, any safety net here. But those 7 kills have pulled them back somewhat closer to DRG at the top, in the top 4 table right now.
It's just so many teams here. You just don't have the free will to play the normal isolated 3v3s. There's just always something being thrown at you from the back, sides, just everywhere. It's just so much pressure, and it's still unfolding here in the center of the map near Celestia. QGG trying to make it outside of that no-ult zone, does manage to pop the Enor ultimate as well as another player. Can't really catch the name, but we have 2 Enor ults on the field currently. There goes the scrap off, it is Han Han being able to stagger out QGG for just a moment for his squad to back on up. Cuckoo drops very low, still having that ultimate online though. If they need it, they have to try to cleanse out, and that's the Zaping. The Zaping needs to be the one trying to find the bloom for now. In just a matter of seconds, it's gonna quickly get shut down. NHQ is gonna snag up that elimination. Pampy takes out Han. Scrap off still unfolding now in the ravine. XXL for IG, looking for the drop down. Water Wheel is called in. It's just so much damage now in the back end. Double parry there, beautifully done. But Wolves with elimination onto XXL. Youth comes in there to snag up the kill onto QGG. ZK still in the field, scatters on the top of the terrain to kite it out. Another member falls as Zen. IG fall completely out of game 6. 7 teams still alive. Elimination going towards majority of GG and XKG. 521 snagging up 5 on the way as well, and it's not stopping. ZK and crew still looking for any potential third parties. Lots of players still in the zone as well. Everybody try to scatter on in. Second Realm of Yang now forming on up. Team is not even rotated on in for that yet. It's gonna be a run for the Realm of Yang gate. Who's gonna be able to go on in? You see RW being the first ones trying to rotate on in. GG and XKG though did rotate on early, are gonna be able to stay inside the second Yang now, and it's gonna be another big scrap off. This time around, XKG having to find the Titans of GG, who have been still dominating here in game 6.
One day, someone will remember to hit the water wheel in those situations. When there's like 4 teams down there, hit the water wheel, guys. It'll be such a kill farm for yourself. But no, not for now. 2tick doing his best to keep the pressure off, but actually he's turning his attention towards the zip again. Both teams just focusing the zippings down, knowing how annoying they can be, but 3-3-0 very low. Remember, XKG, if they can find this win here, they'll step ever closer to that spot in the top 4. 3-3-0 get absolutely slammed against the wall here. The Hardy is on. That's going to be the end of 2tick's transformation as the zip is able to break away. 2tick now closing the gap a little bit more. His zipping also okay on the health bar, but that's going to be in a 3-3-0. GG have lost their healer, had lost their backline support to keep them going, and they find themselves in a 2 versus 3. CGS is getting harassed here by one of the players from XKG as they jump down onto them. LXM just going for the slap, didn't quite find it as the spear gets unloaded onto CJS. His health bar is going so low here. 2tick, half health on the armor, but still feeling pretty comfortable. Can he find that opening for the side of GG? Yes, he can, but GG have answered out. CGS got one, then he hits the parry, drops his halberds, and dies. Hilariously bad for them there.
Now XKG get armor upgrades, right? Now 2 purple armors plus the gold. One of them were on blue. Snag up that free pair of halberds as well. Got to continue scaling up in the weapon department. Yeah, this is good for XKG, and they have a lot of ground to cover, but now they're able to do so. You see them picking up Mystic Might, trying to see if they can scout out any of these players. Right before that, though, they're going to go ahead and buy up the most materials as possible. Look at the money. It's raining money. They got so much money right now. They can continue scaling up in the Jade. You see them buying up everything, all that they need. I'm guessing grapples, right? 16 here for this player. 2tick. It's going to stay at that, though, I guess. We're just going to stay with 16. Everybody else going to start rotating on in. Though.
DRG knew they were there.
Oh, they won Yang, too.
Yeah, DRG had the Mystic Might, so they knew that XKG are there. XKG going to get a free reset off. I think DRG know that this is actually not going to happen. In fact, it was a friendly wait off. We'll say, you shop first, we'll shop afterwards. After you, gents. As we're going to see the DRG replay versus RW. Obviously, DRG winning their help at Yang. I think if they'd known that was XKG, they would have taken that fight any day of the week to take out the one person who are 5 points behind them and could potentially knock them out of that top 5 spot. Oh. Top 4 spot, not top 5.
He marks the Hottie midair, and he's still applying pressure here to the bird over and over again. Just trying to ice off the pressure there from the Hottie that's inflicting damage onto your Zaping. You see him there doing a really good job doing so while maintaining healthy. Don Q, on the other hand, though, receives the full pressure, so does lose a lot of that armor, but still back in here with that Zaping ultimate. Yuan gets parried. Yu tries to cover up with the parry window. Doesn't manage to do so. Mai quickly aggressing there onto Yuan to snag up the elimination, and now DRG with a massive parry there onto AAB. Kakaxi is going to try to get the last hits there onto Youth. Youth still staying alive for now, and this was a clean Yang here from DRG, being able to make quick work of RW. I mean, this is good. This is perfect for them. They needed that. They had to stay up here in this 4th place position. And now winning this out, they had the leeway there to buy up some more resources there from the buy zone, get the weapon upgrade, get the armor upgrade as well. And RW, on the other hand, 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Have to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion. It's going to be rough. I've not seen any scrolls on the field, so I'm guessing that only applies to solos.
I think overall, it's only solos. Yeah.
That would have been
unless
OP,
they just have it turned off for us as a spectator, which would be weird, but you know, less information. There's still only one team out of this lobby. Yeah. It's definitely a slower tempo game, even with XKG on 10 kills and GG on 9. I wonder if YCG are just going to go try and make a miracle play at the end and try and take their top spot back off GG. But it is getting very, very dicey. RW probably also going to need to try and find something fairly soon. They haven't got long left on their debuff. But if RW do go out here, they've got 2 minutes left. If they do go out here, they're fine. Like, it would honestly, everything would just have to go horrendous for them to get knocked out from this point. Like, DRG would have to get 12 points, and then XKG would have to get like 18 points roughly. Like, that's 2 very high scoring points on 2 teams. So while both of those teams have started pretty well on the kill front, there's still 21 players left. Both those teams would individually have to get all of the kills left in the game, probably including those on RW. But GG and RW, both with the debuff on, are looking to fight up versus one another. SKG taking that higher ground. 5-2-1 have the White Tigers, obviously from a Spirit Well earlier. And it's going to back down from the Ballista. No one wants to fight around the Ballista. Everyone's going to leave. Ballista Tower done. I can't believe how slow tempo this is with the stakes on the line. I suppose it's kind of the comps, isn't it, really?
Yeah. But also, how would you feel if all the matches were like this? This is a lot more structured.
It's very structured. I like the chaos, personally.
Me too.
I'm sure people who like the kind of like the thought process in the game would be like, I want a more structured game, but nah. Yeah. The last thing I want is to see everyone standing on a final circle and just throwing abilities out randomly. Yeah. I think it's more skill expression. Chaos leads to a closer fight, like less people in final circle, which means final circle then actually has mechanics to it other than we altered at the right time. DRG though.
GG's out.
GG just fade away. RW, are they going to even attempt to try and stop this? Wolves have jumped in here onto DRG. Wolves trying to see if maybe a miracle is available to them. There goes RW. 2 depletion teams just faded. They just got Thanos snapped out. No fight, no anything. They just gave up and folded. That's crazy to me. Yeah, because everyone else now has depletion on, apart from DRG.
I'm just thinking, what do you have to lose if you're GG? Or RW, right? To just
ego? Like, they just died of ego.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, that's rough. Just give it out. Just don't want to give anybody else any, like, okay, you guys have to fight out with what's left, I guess. If you're in that 5th or 7th. Yeah, that was actually weird. I didn't even notice the other team getting eliminated out as well. Oh. Well, XKG, though. Snag up. I'm gonna start calling this the forbidden fruit, because in solos, you do not pick up the flag. You will get full focus. You do not do this. This is not what you want to do.
Trios, a bit easier because you have teammates to cover you on the flag.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, in solos, if someone caps a flag in solos, something isn't right. Like, something is not right. All right, guys. Debuff is still on for a bit. I think a lot of the team are waiting out DRG in the token. There's 2 minutes left on that token. So it is a bit of a just a chill waiting game for the moment. With it. We'll be able to do a lot if given the opportunity.
Doing math right now. SKG need 2 plus the double. Whoa. Hey, your Buccaneer phase is here.
How are we in Buccaneer phase? I mean, the The barrage from the Bane's Breath may break that up a little bit. Oh my word, 2 members of XKG got hit by Bane's Breath.
Oh no.
That actually could spell their demise. Or it could smell? It could be bad for YCG as down they go. XKG are able to get that kill. In comes the cover. Quick dodge away on the Bane's Breath last second. But QGG is looking for Zhang Yuan, able to get a lot of damage up to him. Keeping another charge forwards here from QGG. He needs to be careful because that Bane's Breath would also mess him up, as it looks like QGG having to back off briefly here. His health bar starting to get stripped away from him. He's going to lose that transform as he jumps up the tree and is immediately jumped onto. Wolves find the kill. They're starting to climb up the ladders a little bit.
Yeah, Wolves.
How do they keep this going?
I was just staring at Wolves there. I mean, they just knew they just had to start moving on it. They invest 2 ults though, I believe, for that. And yeah, I mean, they're trying to close out that distance, but XKG did end up snagging up 1 elimination there in that commotion, even though they were going to stall that by that Inner ultimate. They're still looking for another one, but it looks like Wolves ZK is going to be able to invest this Inner ultimate. Pampy now and crew start to show up. That's 521, but DRG are going to shut this down with him capturing this spear well, and it's going to be a 2-round ultimate phase here for DRG.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. XN getting briefly caught here. Mike gets the slam down. Oh, the execute could have been enough. It wasn't quite enough, though. The zip healing is going to keep them going for the moment. 12 players left in the lobby. Batters back one of the members. XKG are also getting kills. This is so tense because DRG and XKG are both getting kills across the map. There is 3 points between these two teams right now. 13 kills for XKG, 9 for DRG. If DRG or XKG go out, they pretty much cement the other one's faith. As Wolves, they're not also out of this fight. They are going to get revived off onto one of their players, but down a player is going to sting for them as CK falls to the corruption while he was picking up one of his players. He goes down. He's actually not willing to give up another kill, so Wolves just fade away and are eliminated from the lobby. 9 players left in this lobby right now as XKG got themselves a couple of decent weapons here. They've got a golden hung sword as well to work with off the back of that one. It's 5-2-1, it's DRG, and it's XKG in this lobby. The winner of this fight will determine who makes it to top 4 and who has to play in that lower bracket. This is going to be an incredibly tense final circle. It's going to start moving in the next 30 seconds, and while I'm happy not every game comes down to a circle like this where it closes slowly, this is a very cinematic ending to this final game, and these transformers are going to be big. DRG, though, golden armor on every single one of their players. It's going to make that transform on the Einor just a little bit stronger, a little bit more tanky to work with as DRG moving down, actually, just circling around slowly towards the low ground, but the circle is going to start to collapse here, and everyone is going to get forced into the fight. Moments away from determining if XKG or DRG will make it to that top spot, if they will make it in easy, or if they're going to have to play in the lower bracket and fend off the likes of SR in a final circle. Incredibly tense moment. Right now, DRG are actually content to let XKG just trade off some of their health with 5-2-1. They have got the ability to get some pots off and heal up, but 5-2-1 also closing in. 5-2-1 could play upset here as well. As much as the eyes are on DRG and XKG, there is a world for upsets. And you were asking for your Soul Jades. There you go from the fist weapon. Some Soul Jades getting thrown out here, mate.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier too. We had a couple. Bouchard, though, massive pair from Fat Milk is going to be able to stop the pressure for now, but it looks like these teams are going to be focusing 521 here. Pampy loses a lot of that purple armor. Oh, I'm not sure.
Palm Lightning. Palm Lightning on 2-tick as well.
Oh, man. I just got PTSD. When Palm Lightning first got released, it had to get hotfixed the first week.
Yeah, I remember it being broken.
Yeah.
I also remember it determining most of our victories at the Nbpl. This is just like, everyone is just chest puffing right now. No one is willing to full send it because of the fact that they are down a player. Or sorry, there's another team who can third party here. Now DRG going on the offensive, quickly slip back. You can see that 521's Pampy trying to get some pots off as he's lost some armor. Ultimate has actually been used here by XKG. Kakaishi, he's just going to see, sorry, it's DRG's Kakaishi who's got it. He's throwing the cube up nice and high, so lots of space for his team to work with. Gonna back-to-back a couple of players and start to apply that pressure as DRG have gone as high as they can on the high ground here. DRG holding fast. They have got XKG also up on the high ground as well, playing to just evade away from any of the action. And everyone is just stalling this one out. 40 seconds on the game as it's slowly getting tighter and tighter, but no one wants to full send it. No one wants to be the first to ult because that will be the first to go out. As you can see, XKG's ZXL has been pressured onto, lost half his HP. He's getting himself incredibly low. This could be so detrimental. There goes the healer, and it's 521 who are the ones getting the kills. DRG are denied the kill opportunity yet. Can Fat Milk continue to play denial here? They're getting the knockback onto a couple of members here as 521 are just playing on the high ground. 2Tick is playing away. He needs to get into the fight, but he's just trying to sustain out the circle and see if placement points will do it. DRG are holding fast as 2Tick has gone in for the transformation. Pappy is going to get taken down. That's 521 securing it, but DRG are picking up all of the crucial kills. That will be RG making it into the top 4. I think, but I'm 99% sure.
That had to be a communication error. That had to be a communication error there from XKG. I mean, I don't understand why you stalled out the Uno ult that long right there. You're in zone still with ult. Both of your members died. You were facing against DRG, just full on sending it there in that situation. You have to match it there, especially your low ground where 521 was playing height. They fought for height there against DRG and were not able to maintain it. So the chop that came in, and I don't know, that had to be some type of communication error. Just the fact that he just did not match that ultimate. They're seeing that there, that they did, I believe, qualified off of this. They were looking at the points and eliminations there in that time right there. But yeah, I don't know. I would have to go back and rewatch that. I'm not sure if he got caught up by one of 521's members and wasn't able to pop that ult, but regardless if that was the case, the ult still should have been played out there from XKG. But yeah, I mean, definitely DRG able to make it into that top 4. They were already ahead by, I believe, 3 points into those last and final moments of game 6. But yeah, that's just heartbreaking. I don't understand.
I mean, unfortunately, if you do play for that final circle, it is a coin flip. There is obviously a level of skill involved in it, but it's a coin flip on, especially if there's a third party involved, on who they target. And for the side of XKG, because it was them who got targeted, it was them that took the cost. Now, they did get the MVP of this game. I just don't know if that's enough to translate into the victory points that require them to make top 4. So this might be a bit of a bittersweet MVP for XKG. We'll have a look at the standings in a little bit, though, and we'll be able to run down properly what this means. But so far, it's safe to say that YZG, GG, and oh my word, I forgot the third. Oh, RW have made it into top 3. So they'll at least be guaranteed a spot in those finals. The 4th place, still a little bit debatable. We'll see. I think it's DRG, though, because they got quite a lot of kills in that final circle, and they were about 4 or 5 points ahead. So unless some shenanigans I missed happened, that is definitely going to be, well, it's very likely going to be a DRG in that 4th spot. And then it means XKG, who genuinely do look really good, they've got to then win through that lower bracket. And like I said, there's a couple of scary teams down there. I think the biggest being the world champs and SR. Being down there is probably quite scary, jumping into the jaws of that beast. But yeah, man, Trios just continues to deliver really, really good games so far.
I mean, that was definitely the most structured game we had all day, right? I mean,
yeah,
into that mirror match, lot on the line for those bottom half teams. Who was it? YZG and RW, I believe, were just like, hey guys, we don't even want to be a part of this. Whatever you guys got going on. Yeah,
it was GG and RW just faded away.
Like, hey guys, y'all gotta do what y'all gotta do, but we're just we'll catch you guys later.
DRG got 13 points there and they were ahead. So yeah, this means DRG will have done it. Because they got 2 ranking points as well. So they got more ranking points. Oh, that's going to be a bittersweet one for XKG. But they got the MVP regardless. 2-Tick did 26,000 damage and 6 kills on the Ainur. It was a surprisingly slow tempo game though. I am very surprised by how passive that mirror matchup is. I think it's just the comp. I think the comp is just boring. So everyone knows they full send it, and it's like, okay, they're gonna have Ainur cubes, they're gonna have they're gonna have Hardy cubes, they're gonna have Hardy fly, they're gonna have zip healing, they're gonna have Ainur transformation for extra health. It's a hard one to pull off, but there we are, standings at the end of the day. GG, YZG, RW, and DRG have qualified and made it through into the finals of this first double elimination tournament. So they'll be playing up versus the top 4 from our lower bracket, where XKG, Wolves, 521, and IG will be heading down now to go play, and the top 4 of those will be then coming up versus these lot. But GG and YZG and RW, I will be putting as my kind of hot 3 going into those finals. RW looked very good in their group stage. YZG looked very good in their group stage. And then GG just looked really good in this like upper bracket finals.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, they had those massive 19, 15, 20 point games, right? It's just insanity. And YZG pretty much makes up 2 for 1 with that 27-point game. And then RW just straight up just full consistent throughout the whole day, which just keeps them in that 3rd place spot. So overall, it was just a great day for those top 3 teams right there. That 4th place spot was the one that was up for grabs for a couple of teams there in that lower bracket up the side. But yeah, overall, this is going to be a quick highlight here from game 6. XKG. The thing that really caught my attention as well was throughout the whole night, we were watching this Ditto matchup with this composition, the Ainur, Hadi, Zaping, and a lot of the times the Ainur were the ones that were fighting each other, right, to try to peel. But here in the situation, as you see, right, it's isolated fights between the Ainurs and the Zapings on both sides. I caught that every single round. It was just the Ainur's like, all right, it's me and you, and it's the same thing for the other half. Like, no one's really peeling here in game 6 for your healer, which kind of surprised me opposed to how all the other matches went. I don't know if that's like a full-on game 6 thing. I actually do not know, but you know, it was very interesting to watch overall though. Yeah, XKG so close, not being able to get those last eliminations at the end. I'm hoping we get to see what happened in this end circle. Why the ultimate didn't get invested. I know he had it online. I was staring at his little icon above his head, but overall, let's see here. Palm Lightning. I think it was 521 that was posted up on the top of the roof here. It was his waiting game. And there it is. That's invested. This is the late game. We don't even see it right before his teammates get eliminated, but yeah, the Ainur is going to be the MVP here for game number 6. That's a little animation there for everybody at home. MVP screen. I'm going to give it this being like his 4th MVP. Let's see. First. I was off.
Oh, buddy.
I was off.
I mean, to be fair, SKG, this is their 2nd ever MVP in the Nbpl. So yeah, maybe get a little ahead there. But, you know, bring up ahead. yeah, in 2 weeks' time, you'll be all right, mate. Right, you'll be on the money. It was a fantastic game from him, though. A lot of damage coming out from the Ainur. Had a lot of impact in that game and the state of it. But ultimately, it wasn't enough impact for them to translate it into a guaranteed spot in the finals. They're going to have to now play through that lower bracket. I'm excited to see what the lower bracket is going to look like, actually, because we've got, you know, a lot of teams playing, you know, a lot of good teams, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail because this is last chance for them. But for us, we're going to throw it over to an interview to wrap up today's action. Then we'll be back to us to go over a couple of last bits. So see you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 那先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。不是，你先说一下自己的 ID 和名字。
大家好，我是北京第2季的明月。
欢迎明月来到我们的赛后采访员，欢迎明月这个赛季加入到 NBPL， 再次欢迎你。Okay, welcome join in the DRG and welcome to the NBPL. And first, I would like to know, so finally you guys got the last ticket and qualify for the final. And I would like to know, cause you guys are the MVP in the game one, so how's the feeling like today? 那首先问一下，最后终于拿到了这个进入我们第一轮决赛的最后一张门票，首先要恭喜你们。大家可以看到，今天其实 DRG 一开始也是拿了第一把的 MVP， 之后整个心路历程，今天对 DRG 来说是怎么样的呢？往上拿一点。
好，就第一把赢了之后，第二把、第三把好像有点不太顺利。不太顺利，然后我们也是后面打回来了嘛。
那队内当时觉得自己不是很顺利，不在状态中是怎么快速调整的呢？
就想着跟他打了嘛，就是打回阳一定要赢，然后就打着就赢了。
也是终于就是在一个比较拼的状态，然后拿回来。我看到现在还是有点抖，是不是？平复一下，也是恭喜你们，也是进入到我们第一轮的决赛了。Okay, so after the game 1, we think we are really at a best status today in game 2, game 3. And I just asked him how just adjust their psychology in the rest of the game, and he told me maybe they don't have the chance like qualify suddenly in the final in the first stage, so they really want to win and like fighting so aggressive in the realm beyond, and after that finally get the last ticket. 再次恭喜。好，我们接下来也来到我们的赛后采访的一个问答环节，来看一下今天的题目。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did not appear in game 6? 这道题目呢是今天第6把比赛当中到底哪个英雄没有出现过呢？我们也知道，其实最后一把是我们的一个镜像阵容。Back to the matches, we know the latest game is the mirror hero combination, and we know that in the last time, like in the final circle, you guys 3v3v3, and you guys really like you have the better armor, and at that time I would like to know your strategy and communication in the latest game. 那特别想知道，其实在这一把最后3v3的一个非常紧张的时刻，队内到底是怎么去交流，然后终于拿到这个最后一张门票呢？
就想着踩地麦了。
想着踩地麦可以赢下这一波。其实当时我们可以看到，两位队友的心率非常的平稳，大概在90几，但是明月自己的心率哇120多，就是唯一一个红温的。有没有去跟队员们去学习一下他们的心态啊？这样子。
其实他俩应该是手表没戴好，他俩应该比我还慌
啊？是吗？其实，哎，这是一个秘密，然后被我们在这里发现。我一直以为是老选手心态比较平稳，原来是有可能没戴好啊。To be honest, like in the final circle, we guys just want to win the realm beyond, and after that get the better armor, and then maybe we can have the chance get the last ticket. And for my teammate, although they are like old player in the Nbpl, but for me, I think they are really better than me. It's like they have very high heart rate, and I think why like on the screen it shows that they only like 90, around 90, and I am 120 is because they don't wear the watch in a good way. Okay. I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那明月应该准备就绪给大家发出福利，接下来用英文给大家说个 3, 2, 1， 好不好？来，请。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请明月给我们公布一下正确答案是什么呢？
D.
Yes, the correct answer is D. And congratulations, our lucky guy. Finally, we still want to say again, it's like congratulations, DRG finally get the last ticket. 还是要再次说，就是再次恭喜 DRG 在第一轮的这个总决赛，现在可以直接晋级了。那明月作为新人也非常期待接下来你的发挥，好吗？谢谢，再次感谢。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Jaeger. Welcome back to wrap up the end of the day. Absolutely banger day so far, to be honest. We had a small meltdown about age and the ability it took you to, actually become a conscious human being. But also, we got some quality NARAKA today. Really, really good games coming in. I'm excited for the lower bracket finals now. And obviously, the general finals. Like the next 2 days of trios are going to be so exciting. There's so much on the line. I'm buzzing, man. I'm absolutely buzzing right now. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be bi-weekly, right? Now we got 3 weeks for one split as well. So it's just constant pressure throughout every single day of the Pro League. And I like this new format because before, only on day 3 we were really staring at that bottom side of the bracket to see who's gonna qualify for the bi-weekly final. And then now I feel like every single day we have that in play, just the fact of who's gonna be in that bottom 4, right? We're looking at how close those numbers are from 4 through 6 or whatever the case can be. And I feel like it gives it another element of excitement for everybody watching. Just the fact that there's a lot more on the line. Yeah, you're still not completely out, but you kind of want to have the high road. You don't want to be in the low road and getting knocked down to those loser sides. It's just so much more in play once you have that pressure on your back. But overall, I mean, once again, Trios is just I love the pacing. I really do love the pacing. I love how aggressive the teams are. And that game 6 was the slowest game we had all day. But even though, I mean, it was super exciting to watch with the Diddle match, and GG really having that pop off mid games there from games 3 to 5 really set it up nice there for them with 66 total points. YZG had an explosive start for the day, but we solidified our top 4 here off of this winners bracket, and then we're locked in here for our losers bracket. XKG Wolves, 521, IG, SRTE, SS1, and WBG. And this is what Hipper was talking about.
XKG Wolves SR are my guaranteed go outs. I think they're going to make it. I can't figure out who the 4th person's going to be. I think IG showed some teeth today, and actually this was, even though they went out in last place basically, I think this was the best they've looked so far across the 3 games, the 3 days we've seen them on. The 2 days we've seen them on. But this was a stacked upper bracket, so I'm very excited. Yeah, I don't know who that 4th spot's going to be. Here is our upcoming schedule. We'll be back next week on Thursday, right? Thursday. Oh, God, what date is it? Yeah, I think it's Thursday. I think we're going as normal now. Back on Thursday, starting with starting Midoriya for Battle Royale, starting with the martial arts. That's solos coming up on Thursday. We'll be kicking everything off as normal, running everything as normal from then on. So, yeah, NARAKA, Nbpl, looking real explosive right now. I'm really excited to see what's going on there. Also, just want to see what's been going on with Mike, man. My goat's washed, dude. I'm so excited to see, if he's going to be able to make a recovery in solos, or if this is the end of an era.
It's rough. I mean, throughout, definitely 2025 season was like the hardest season for solos. I can imagine the same for trios too. But solos, solos was really known to just be, 1 or 2 players who fully dominated for a very long time the Pro League. That being Spider and Mike, just having, the back and forth, right? That was pretty much what everybody was looking out for every single night for solos. And then, a lot of players started really catching up, and, now it's just so hard to try to stay up in that end game. And these players work for it every single day. It's just so hard now with just how skilled everybody is. But, that is going to be our conclusion for tonight's game. 6 marvelous games. We'll be back again next week for more NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you guys have a great night. My name is Creatus. I was here with the pleasure once again here from Hip Rain. Hope everybody has a good night.
See you later.
战斗。